Chapter 21. When Franz came back to his senses, he found Albert drinking a glass of water which his pallor indicated he needed greatly, while the Count was already changing into the costume of a court jester. He looked down into the square. Everything had disappeared: guillotine, executioners and victims. Nothing was left except the noisy, joyous crowd. "What happened?" he asked. "Nothing," replied the Count. "Absolutely nothing, as you can see, except that the carnival has begun. Let's change into our costumes quickly. Look, Monsieur de Morcerf is setting you an example." Albert was indeed absent-mindedly putting on his taffeta trousers over his black trousers and his patent leather boots. It would have been ridiculous of Franz to be so squeamish as not to follow his companion's example. He therefore put on his costume and his mask, which was certainly no paler than his face. The Count's carriage was waiting for them downstairs, full of confetti and bouquets. It would be difficult to imagine a more complete transformation than that which had come over the Piazza del Popolo. Instead of the somber and silent spectacle of death, the square now presented the aspect of a wild, tumultuous orgy. A crowd of masks poured in from all sides, issuing from doors and descending from windows. Vehicles rolled in from every street, laden with harlequins, dominoes, noblemen, grotesques, knights and peasants, all shouting, gesticulating, throwing confetti, bouquets and eggs filled with four-eyed friends and strangers alike, without anyone taking offense or doing anything about it except to laugh. Imagine the wide and beautiful Via del Corso line from one end to the other with mansions of 4 or 5 stories, each with all its balconies hung with tapestries and all its windows draped. At these balconies and windows, 300,000 spectators, Romans, Italians, foreigners from the 4 corners of the earth. In the street, a wild, untiring, joyful crowd dressed in fantastic costumes, gigantic cabbages walking along, heads of buffaloes bellowing on the bodies of men, dogs walking on their hind legs. In the midst of all this a mask raised to reveal a beautiful face which one would like to follow, but from which one is separated by demons like those one sees in one's dreams. Imagine all that and you will have a faint idea of the carnival at Rome. After they had gone around the square twice, the Count had his carriage stopped in front of the Palazzo Rispoli and asked his companions for permission to leave them. "Gentlemen," he said as he alighted, "when you grow tired of being actors and wish to become spectators again, you know that you have a place at my windows. In the meantime, my coachman and my carriage are at your disposal." Franz thanked the Count for his generous offer. After they had gone on their way again, Albert turned to him and said, "Did you see it?" "What?" "Look, there it goes. That carriage full of women dressed as Roman peasants. I'm sure they're charming ladies. What a shame you were masked. You might have been able to make up for your lack of amorous success so far in Italy." "Oh," said Albert, half joking and half serious, "I don't think the carnival will go by without bringing me some compensation." Despite Albert's hopes, however, the day passed without any adventure other than meeting the carriage with the Roman peasants 2 or 3 more times. At one of these meetings, whether by accident or by design, Albert's mask came loose. He also threw a bouquet into the carriage. One of the ladies was apparently touched by this gallant gesture, for when the young men's carriage passed the next time, she threw a bouquet of violets into it. Albert snatched it up and, since Franz had no reason to believe it had been meant for him, he let Albert keep it. Albert put it victoriously in his buttonhole and the carriage continued its triumphant course. "Well," said Franz, "that looks like the beginning of an adventure." "Laugh if you like," replied Albert, "but I really think it is." His opinion was reinforced some time later when they passed the carriage again. The lady who had thrown a bouquet to Albert clapped her hands when she saw it in his buttonhole. The next morning the Count of Monte Cristo called on them in person and said, "Gentlemen, I've come to tell you that I leave my carriage at your disposal from now until the end of the carnival. I have two others with me, so you won't be depriving me of anything. If we have anything to say to each other, we can meet at the Palazzo Rospoli." The two young men made a few feeble protests, but they actually had no good reason for refusing his offer, especially since it was so agreeable to them, so they finally accepted it. The Count stayed with them for a quarter of an hour or so, speaking on all subjects with great facility. He was very well acquainted with the literature of all countries. A glance at his walls had proved to Franz and Albert that he was a connoisseur of painting. Several words he spoke in passing during their conversation proved to them that the sciences were not unknown to him. He seemed to have made an especially thorough study of chemistry. Some time later Franz and Albert went downstairs to the waiting carriage. Albert had sentimentally placed his bouquet of faded violets in his buttonhole. Not long after they entered the Via del Corso, a bouquet of fresh violets was thrown into their carriage. Albert put it in his buttonhole in place of the other one, but he kept the faded bouquet in his hand and raised it to his lips the next time they passed the lady's carriage, an action which seemed to please not only the lady who had thrown it to him but also her gay companions. Needless to say, the flirtation between Albert and the lady with the violets continued all day. When they come back to the hotel that evening, Franz found a letter from the embassy informing him that he would have the honor of being received the following day by the Pope. He spent the day at the Vatican and came straight back to the hotel. At 5:10, Albert entered. He was bubbling over with joy. The lady with the violets had raised her mask as she passed his carriage. She was lovely. Franz gave Albert his sincere compliments, and Albert accepted them as his due. He had decided to write to her the next day. It will be easily understood that Franz was not selfish enough to stand in Albert's way in such a promising adventure. He therefore promised his friend that he would leave the carriage to him alone the next day and content himself with watching the carnival from the windows of the Palazzo Rospoli. The next day he saw Albert pass up and down the Via del Corso several times. He had an enormous bouquet whose purpose was probably to convey his amorous epistle. That evening Albert was not joyful. He was ecstatic. He was absolutely convinced that his lovely lady would answer his letter. Franz anticipated his desires by telling him that all the noise of the carnival had tired him and that he intended to spend the next day reading and writing in his room. Albert's expectations were not disappointed. The next evening Franz saw him come rushing into his room waving a piece of paper. "Did she answer?" cried Franz. "Read." This word was uttered with an expression impossible to describe. Franz took the letter and read, "Tuesday night at 7 o'clock, leave your carriage opposite the Via dei Pontefici. A girl dressed as a Roman peasant will snatch your Macoletto from your hand. Follow her. When you arrive at the bottom step of the San Giacomo church, be sure you have a pink ribbon tied to the shoulder of your costume so that she can recognize you. From now until then, you will not see me. Constancy and discretion." "Well, what do you think of that, my friend?" asked Albert when Franz had finished reading it. "I think it looks as if you're in for an extremely pleasant adventure." "I think so too, and I'm afraid you may have to go to the Duke of Bracciano's ball alone." Franz and Albert had both received an invitation from the famous Roman banker that very morning. Tuesday, the last and most animated day of the carnival, finally arrived. The theaters open at 10 o'clock in the morning on the day, for Lent begins at 8 o'clock that night. On Tuesday all those who, from lack of time, money or enthusiasm, have so far taken no part in the festivities now mingle in the orgy and contribute their share to the general noise and excitement. Toward the end of the afternoon the Macoletti vendors appear on the scene. The Macoletti, or Macoli, are candles of varying size which give rise to two preoccupations among the participants of the Roman carnival. First, how to keep one's own Moccoletto burning. Second, how to extinguish the Macoletti of others. Franz and Albert hastened to buy their Macoletti along with everyone else. As night drew on, 2 or 3 stars began to shine above the crowd. This was like a signal. 10 minutes later, thousands of lights were flickering and dancing in the streets, accompanied by an uproar the like of which no human ear has ever heard anywhere else on earth. Albert kept looking at his watch every 5 minutes until finally it was 7 o'clock. The two friends had just reached the corner of the Via dei Pontefici. Albert leaped out of the carriage with his Macoletto in his hand. 2 or 3 revelers tried to extinguish it or snatch it away from him, but Albert, a skillful boxer, sent them sprawling on the pavement and continued moving toward the San Giacomo church. Franz looked after Albert and saw him reach the bottom step of the church. Then a woman, masked and wearing the costume of a Roman peasant, put out her arm and took his Macoletto. This time Albert made no resistance. Franz was too far away to hear the words they exchanged, but they were evidently not hostile, for he saw them go off together arm in arm. Suddenly the bell which signals the end of the carnival rang out, and at the same instant all the Macoletti were extinguished as if by magic. It was as though a single immense gust of wind had blown them all out. Franz found himself in utter darkness. All the tumult died away at the same moment, as if the same mighty wind which had blown out the lights had also blown away the noise. Nothing was heard except the rumbling of carriages taking the revelers home. Nothing was seen except a few rare lights flickering in windows. The carnival was over. Franz had never experienced such a sharp transition from gaiety to sadness. It was as though the magic breath of some demon had changed Rome into one vast tomb. He went back to the hotel and found dinner waiting for him. Since Albert had informed him that he did not expect to return until quite late, he sat down to table alone. At 11 o'clock Albert still had not returned, so Franz ordered the carriage and set out for the Duke of Bracciano's house. Since Franz and Albert had both arrived in Rome with letters of recommendation addressed to the Duke, his first question was to ask Franz where his companion was. Franz answered that he had lost him from sight just as the Macoletti were being extinguished. "And he hasn't returned yet?" asked the Duke. "I waited for him till 11. Do you know where he went?" "No, not exactly. But I think he had some sort of rendezvous." "It's a bad night to be out late," said the Duke. "You know Rome better than he does. You shouldn't have let him go. I might as well have tried to stop a runaway horse. But I left word at the hotel that I'd be here tonight and told them to let me know when he comes back. Here comes one of my servants now," said the Duke. "I think he's looking for you." The Duke was not mistaken. When the servant saw Franz, he came up to him and said, "Your Excellency, Signor Pastrini would like to inform you that a man is waiting for you at the hotel with a letter from Monsieur de Morcerf." "Why didn't the man bring me the letter here?" "The messenger gave me no explanation." "And where is the messenger?" "He left as soon as he saw me enter the ballroom to deliver his message to you." Franz took his hat and left immediately. As he approached the hotel, he saw a man standing in the middle of the street. He was sure it was the man who had brought the letter from Albert. He went toward him, but, to his surprise, it was the man who spoke first. "What do you want with me?" he asked, stepping back like a man who wishes to stay on his guard. "Are you the man who has a letter for me from Monsieur de Morcerf?" asked Franz. "What's your name?" "Baron Franz d'Epinay. The letter is addressed to you." "Is there an answer?" asked Franz, taking the letter. "Yes. At least your friend hopes there will be. Come in with me and I'll give you the answer." "I prefer to wait here," said the messenger, laughing. "Why? You'll understand when you read the letter." Franz went inside, lit a candle and read the following. "Dear Franz, as soon as you read this, please take my letter of credit from my portfolio, which is in a drawer of my desk. Take your own letter of credit also if mine is insufficient. Hurry to Torlonia's, draw 4,000 piasters and give it to the man who brings you this letter. It is urgent that I have this money without delay. I will say no more. I count on you as you could count on me. Your friend, Albert Morcerfps. I now believe in Italian bandits. Below these words appeared the following, written in a different handwriting. Se I della mattina le quattro mile piastre non sono nelli mai mani, el set il conte Alberto e Ross's sito di viver. One Luigi Vampe. The second signature explained everything, and he understood why the messenger had been so reluctant to enter the hotel. Albert had fallen into the hands of the famous bandit leader whose existence he had treated as a fable. There was no time to lose. Franz ran over to Albert's desk, found the portfolio and took out the letter of credit. It was for 6,000 piastres, but Albert had already spent half of this amount. As for Franz, he had no letter of credit. Since he lived in Florence, and had come to Rome for 7 or 8 days only, he had taken only 100 louis with him, of which no more than 50 remained. He therefore lacked 700 or 800 piastres to make up the sum demanded. Suddenly he thought of the Count of Monte Cristo. He was about to call for Signor Pastrini when he saw him appear in person in the doorway. "Signor Pastrini?" asked Franz eagerly. "Do you know if the Count is at home?" "Yes, Excellency, he just came in." "Then please go ask him if I may be allowed to see him." Pastrini hurried off to carry out his instructions and returned a few minutes later. "The Count is awaiting you, Excellency," he said. Franz found the Count in a small room which he had not seen before and which was encircled by divans. "What good wind blows you here at this hour?" said the Count. "Have you perhaps come to ask me to have supper with you? That would be very kind of you." "No, I've come to talk to you about an extremely serious matter." "Are we alone?" The Count stepped over to the door and came back. "Quite alone," he said. Franz handed him Albert's letter and said, "Read this." Then, after the Count had read it, he asked, "What do you think of it?" The Count frowned and was silent for a moment. "Where's the man who brought you this letter?" he asked. "In the street." "I'll call him." "That would be useless. He refused to come into the hotel." "He may have refused to come to your rooms," said the Count, "but he won't make any difficulties about coming to mine." He went over to the window, which overlooked the street, and whistled in a certain way. The man stepped out from against a wall and walked to the middle of the street. "So late," said the Count in a tone in which he would have given an order to a servant. The messenger obeyed without hesitation or delay. A few seconds later he was at the Count's door. "Ah, it's you, Peppino," said the Count. Instead of answering, Peppino fell to his knees, seized the Count's hand and pressed his lips to it several times. "I see you haven't yet forgotten that I saved your life," said the Count. "That's strange, for it was over a week ago." "No, Excellency, and I will never forget it," replied Peppino in a tone of profound gratitude. "Never? That's a long time. But at least I'm impressed that you believe it. Stand up and answer my questions." Peppino cast an uneasy glance at Franz. "Oh, you can speak before this gentleman," said the Count. "He's a friend of mine." "All right," said Peppino, "ask me questions and I'll answer. How did Viscount Albert fall into Luigi's hands?" "Excellency, several times the Frenchman's carriage passed the one in which Teresa was riding." "Luigi's mistress?" "Yes. The Frenchman made eyes at her and, just to amuse herself, Teresa answered him. The Frenchman threw bouquets to her and she threw one to him. All this was with the chief's permission, of course. He was in the same carriage with her." "What?" exclaimed Franz. "Luigi Vampa was in that carriage? He was driving, disguised as a coachman," replied Peppino. "The Frenchman took off his mask and Teresa, still with the chief's permission, took off hers. The Frenchman asked for a rendezvous and Teresa gave it to him, but, instead of Teresa, it was Beppo who was waiting for him on the steps of San Giacomo Church." "What?" exclaimed Franz once again. "That peasant girl who snatched his Macoletto." "Was a boy of 15, said Peppino. But your friend needn't be ashamed of falling into the trap. Beppo has caught many others besides him." "And Beppo took him outside the city?" asked the Count. "That's right. A carriage was waiting at the end of the Via Macello. The Frenchman gallantly gave Beppo his arm and climbed in with him. Beppo told him he was going to take him to a villa 1 league outside of Rome, and the Frenchman assured him he would go with him to the end of the world. But the Frenchman began to get too familiar on the way, so Beppo put a pair of pistols to his head. The driver stopped the horses, turned around and also drew his pistols. At the same time, 4 of our men, who had been hiding on the banks of the Almo, came running up to the carriage. The Frenchman tried to defend himself. In fact, I hear he almost strangled Beppo, but there was really nothing he could do against 5 armed men. He stopped struggling and they took him to Luigi and Teresa, who were waiting for him in the catacombs of St. Sebastian." "Well," said the Count, turning to Franz, "that's quite a story, isn't it?" "It would strike me as very funny," said Franz, "if it had happened to anyone except poor Albert. The fact is," said the Count, "that if you hadn't come to me your friend's amorous adventure would have cost him dearly. As it is, though, a bad fright is the worst thing that will happen to him. He's in a very picturesque spot, too. Have you ever been in the catacombs of St. Sebastian?" "No." "Well, then, here's a good opportunity to go and see them." The Count rang and a servant appeared. "Have the carriage brought out," said the Count. "It won't be necessary to wake the coachman. Ali will drive." A few moments later the carriage was heard driving up in front of the door. The Count looked at his watch and said, "Half-past midnight. We could have left at 5 o'clock in the morning and still arrived in time, but I'm afraid the delay would have made our friend spend a bad night, so it's better to go rescue him from the hands of the infidels at once." Franz and the Count went out, followed by Peppino. The route the carriage followed was the ancient Appian Way, with its border of tombs. It seemed to Franz that from time to time he saw a sentinel emerge from behind a ruin, then disappear at a signal from Peppino. A short distance before the Circus of Caracalla the carriage stopped. Peppino opened the door and Franz and the Count stepped out. "We'll be there in 10 minutes, said the Count to Franz. Then he took Peppino off to one side and gave him an order in a low voice. Peppino took a torch from the carriage and left. 5 minutes passed, then Franz and the Count walked along the downward path which Peppino had taken until they arrived at the bottom of a small valley. There they could distinguish 2 men talking together in the darkness. "Shall we go on, or should we wait here?" asked Franz. "Let's go on," said the Count. "Peppino must have notified the sentinel of our approach. One of the men, in fact, was Peppino himself, the other was a bandit on sentry duty. Please follow me, Excellency," said Peppino to the Count. "The entrance to the catacombs is only a few yards from here." "Very well," said the Count. "Lead the way." Behind a clump of bushes and in the midst of a number of rocks, they saw an opening scarcely large enough for a man to pass through. Peppino slipped into it first. After he had taken a few steps, the underground passage widened. He stopped, lit his torch and turned around to see if the others were following him. Franz and the Count had to walk bent over and would have had difficulty walking side by side. They had gone some 50 paces when they were stopped by a cry of, "Who goes there?" At the same time they saw the light of their torch reflected from the barrel of a carbine in the darkness. "Friend," said Peppino. He stepped forward and said a few words in an undertone to the second sentry, who, like the first one, bowed and motioned the visitors to continue on their way. Behind the sentry was a flight of about 20 steps. Franz and the Count walked down them and found themselves at a sort of crossroads. 5 passages diverged like the rays of a star. The walls, hollowed out into niches in the shape of coffins, indicated that they had finally come to the catacombs. In one of these cavities, whose size was impossible to distinguish, They could see several rays of light. The Count placed his hand on Franz's shoulder and said, "Would you like to see a bandit camp at rest?" "Certainly," replied Franz. "All right, then, come with me." Peppino, put out the torch. Peppino obeyed. Franz and the Count found themselves in total darkness, although 50 yards or so ahead of them they could see the flickering red glow, which became still more visible when Peppino put out his torch. They went on in silence, the Count guiding Franz as though he had the peculiar faculty of being able to see in the dark. They came to 3 arches, the center one of which served as a door. On the other side was a large square room entirely surrounded by niches like those already described. In the middle of this room stood 4 stones which had once been used as altars, as was indicated by the crosses that still surmounted them. A single lamp placed on the base of a pillar illuminated with a pale, flickering light the strange scene which offered itself to the eyes of the 2 visitors hidden in the shadows. A man was sitting before the lamp, reading with his back toward the arch through which the newcomers were looking at him. This man was the chief of the band, Luigi Vampa. Around him, grouped according to their fancy, were about 20 bandits, each with his carbine within reach of his hand. At the opposite end of the room a sentry was silently walking up and down before another opening, which was distinguishable only because the shadows seemed thicker at that spot. When the Count thought Franz had gazed long enough on this picturesque tableau, he put his finger to his lips as a signal for silence, climbed the 3 steps leading up to the room, entered it through the center arch and began to walk toward Vampa, who was so deeply absorbed in his reading that he did not hear the sound of the Count's footsteps. "Who goes there?" cried the sentry, who was less preoccupied and who saw a sort of shadow approaching his chief from behind. At this cry Vampa leaped to his feet and pulled a pistol from his belt. In an instant all the bandits were standing, and the barrels of 20 carbines were pointing at the Count. "Well, my dear Vampa," said the Count in a perfectly calm voice, "this seems like a great deal of ceremony to greet a friend." "Ground arms!" cried the chief, making an imperious gesture with one hand while he respectfully took off his hat with the other. Then, turning to the singular personage who dominated this entire scene, he said, "Excuse me, Count, but I was so far from expecting the honor of a visit from you that I didn't recognize you. It seems your memory is equally short in all things, Vampa," said the Count, "and that not only do you forget people's faces, but also the agreements you make with them." "What agreement have I forgotten, Count?" asked the bandit in the tone of a man who, if he has committed an error, is anxious to correct it. "Wasn't it agreed that you would respect not only me but all my friends as well? And how have I broken that agreement? You have seized Viscount Albert de Morcerf and taken him here. That young man is a friend of mine, he is staying in the same hotel as I am. For the past week he has been riding in my carriage, and yet, I repeat, you have seized him, taken him here and held him for ransom." "Why wasn't I told about this?" asked the chief, turning toward his men, who drew back before his look. "Why did you make me break my word to the Count? If I thought one of you knew about this I'd blow his brains out." "I told you there had been an error," said the Count, turning toward Franz. "You're not alone?" asked Vampa anxiously. "I came with the man to whom the ransom letter was addressed. I wanted to prove to him that Luigi Vampa is a man of his word." Franz entered the room. The chief stepped forward to meet him and said, "Welcome, Excellency. You heard what the Count said to me and what I replied. I will add only that I would not have had such a thing happen even for the 4,000 piasters at which your friend's ransom was set." "But where is he?" asked Franz, looking anxiously around. "I don't see him. I trust nothing has happened to him," said the Count, frowning. "He's in there," said Vampa, pointing to the opening before which the sentry was pacing. "I'll go myself to tell him he's free." He went toward the place which had been serving as Albert's prison. Franz and the Count followed him. Vampa drew back a bolt and pushed open a door. By the light of a lamp similar to the one which illuminated the other room, they saw Albert, wrapped in a cloak one of the bandits had lent him, lying in a corner sound asleep. "Well, well," said the Count, smiling. "Not bad for a man who was to be shot at 7 o'clock in the morning." Vampa looked at Albert with considerable admiration for his courage. "You're right, Count," he said, "this man must be one of your friends." Then, going over to Albert and touching him on the shoulder, he said, "Please wake up, Excellency." Albert stretched and rubbed his eyes. "Ah, it's you, Captain," he said. "You should have let me sleep. I was dreaming I was dancing with a charming lady at the Duke's ball." He looked at his watch. "Why the devil didn't you wake me up at this hour?" he exclaimed. "To tell you that you're free, Excellency." "Has my ransom been paid?" "No, Excellency. But a man to whom I can refuse nothing has come for you." "That man is very kind." Albert looked around and saw Franz. "What?" he said to him. "Are you the one who—" "No, not I," replied Franz, "but our neighbor, the Count of Monte Cristo." "Well, then, Count," said Albert gaily, straightening his cravat, "I hope you'll regard me as eternally obliged to you, first for the carriage, and now for this." He held out his hand to the Count. The latter shuddered as he took it, but he took it nevertheless. Vampa watched the scene with amazement. He was apparently accustomed to seeing his prisoners tremble before him, yet here was a prisoner whose high spirits had never faltered. As for Franz, he was delighted at the way Albert had upheld the honor of their country. "If you'll hurry," said Franz to Albert, "we'll still have time to go to the Duke's ball, and you can take up your dance where we interrupted it, so that you'll have nothing to hold against Signer Vampa, who has behaved like a gallant gentleman throughout this whole affair." "You're right. We can be there by 2 o'clock. Signer Vampa, are there any other formalities to fulfill before we take leave of you?" "None, Excellency," replied the bandit. "You're as free as the air. In that case, I bid you farewell and wish you a long and happy life. Come, gentlemen." And Albert, followed by Franz and the Count, descended the stairs and walked across the large square room. All the bandits were standing with their hats in their hands. "Peppino," said the chief, "give me the torch." "What are you going to do?" asked the Count. "I'm going to lead the way for you myself, Excellency. It's the smallest honor I can do you." Taking the torch from Peppino, Vampa walked before his guests, not like a servant performing a servile duty, but like a king preceding a delegation of ambassadors. At the entrance to the catacombs he bowed and said, "And now, Count, allow me to repeat my apologies. I hope you won't harbor any resentment against me for what has happened." "Not at all, my dear Vampa," said the Count. "Besides, you make up for your mistakes in such a gallant way that one is almost tempted to be grateful to you for having committed them." "Gentlemen," said Vampa, turning to the two young men, "the offer may not be very attractive to you, but if you should ever wish to pay me a second visit, you will always be welcome, no matter where I am." Franz and Albert bowed. "Have you something to ask me?" said Vampa, smiling. "Yes," replied Franz. "I admit I'm curious to know what book you were reading so attentively when we arrived." "Caesar's Commentaries," said the bandit. "It's my favorite book." "Well, are you coming?" said Albert. "Yes, I'm coming," said Franz as he stepped out into the open air. "And now, Count," said Albert, "let's go back as quickly as possible. I'm looking forward to finishing my evening at the Duke's ball." When he awoke the next morning, Albert's first thought was to ask Franz to go with him to pay the Count a visit. He had already thanked him the night before, but he felt that he ought to thank him more than once for such a service. Franz, who was both terrified and fascinated by the Count of Monte Cristo, did not wish to let Albert go to see him alone, so he went with him. They were shown into the drawing room, where the Count appeared 5 minutes later. "Count," said Albert, "allow me to repeat this morning what I expressed rather badly last night, that I will never forget how you came to my aid and that I will always remember that I owe my life to you." "My dear neighbor," replied the Count, laughing, "you exaggerate your obligation to me. You're indebted to me for nothing except a small saving of 20,000 francs on your travel budget, which is hardly worth mentioning." "No, Count, my obligation to you is great," said Albert, "and I've come to ask you if I, or my friends, or my acquaintances could be of any service to you." "Well, Monsieur de Morcerf," said the Count, "I admit I was expecting your offer and that I accept it gladly. I've already made up my mind to ask you for a great favor." "What is it?" "I've never been to Paris and—" "What?" cried Albert. "You've lived all this time without ever seeing Paris? That's incredible." "Incredible but true. However, for some time I've been feeling, like you, that it's impossible for me to go on being ignorant of the capital of the intelligent world. Furthermore, I might have made this indispensable journey long ago if I'd known someone who could introduce me into Paris society. Now your offer has decided me. Will you undertake, my dear Monsieur de Morcerf?" The Count accompanied these words with a strange smile, "to introduce me into that world which will be so foreign to me when I arrive in France?" "Oh, gladly. I and all my friends are at your disposal." "I accept your offer, then," said the Count. "I've been making my plans for quite some time and this is the opportunity I needed in order to carry them out." "When will you arrive in Paris?" "When will you arrive yourself?" "Oh, in 2 or 3 weeks." "Very well, then," said the Count, "I'll give you 3 months to return. As you can see, I'm allowing you a wide margin." "And 3 months from now you'll knock on my door?" asked Albert joyfully. "Would you like to make an appointment to the day and to the hour? Let me warn you that I'm exasperatingly punctual." "To the day and to the hour," said Albert. "I'd like nothing better." "All right, so be it. Today is the 21st of February and it's 10:30 in the morning. Will you expect me on the 21st of May at 10:30 in the morning?" "I certainly will, and lunch will be ready." "What's your address?" 27 Rue du Helder. The Count wrote the address in his notebook. "Will I see you before I leave?" asked Albert. "That depends. When do you leave?" "At 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon." "In that case, I'll tell you goodbye now. I have a matter to take care of in Naples and I won't be back here until Saturday night or Sunday morning." "And you, Baron," said the Count to Franz, "are you leaving also?" "Yes." "For France?" "No, for Venice. I'm going to stay in Italy for another year or 2. "Very well, then, gentlemen, I wish you bon voyage," said the Count, shaking hands with each of the 2 friends. It was the first time Franz had touched the Count's hand. He started, for it was as cold as the hand of a corpse. "One last time," said Albert, "it's agreed, isn't it? The 21st day of May at 10:30 in the morning?" "The 21st of May, at 10:30 in the morning," repeated the Count. At this the 2 young men bowed to the Count and went out. "What's the matter?" said Albert to Franz as they were returning to their rooms. "You look worried." "Yes, I admit it," said Franz. "The Count is a very strange man and I'm a little uneasy about the appointment he made with you in Paris." "What? Are you mad, Franz?" "Mad or not, I'm still uneasy. 1. If the 4,000 piastres are not in my hands by 6 o'clock in the morning, at 7 o'clock Count Albert will have ceased live. Chapter 22. In the house at 27 Rue du Helder in Paris, to which Albert de Morcerf had invited the Count of Monte Cristo, preparations were being made on the morning of May 21st to receive the guest. Albert de Morcerf lived in a house situated at one corner of a large courtyard. Only 2 of its windows overlooked the street. 3 others faced the courtyard and 2 others the back of the garden. Between the courtyard and the garden stood the spacious and fashionable residence of the Count and Countess of Morcerf, built in the unsightly imperial style. In this choice of a house for Albert, it was easy to discern the tactful foresight of a mother who, not wishing to be separated from her son, had nevertheless realized that a young man of his age needs to be completely free. On the morning of the appointment, Albert was sitting in his small drawing room on the ground floor. At 9:45, his valet entered with several newspapers, which he laid on a table, and a bundle of letters, which he handed to Albert. "What time would you like lunch, sir?" asked the valet. "At exactly 10:30. I don't have much confidence in the Count's promise, but at least I want to be sure of fulfilling my end of the bargain." The valet withdrew. Albert threw himself on the divan, took up the newspapers, looked at the theater page, made a grimace of distaste on learning that an opera, not a ballet, was to be given that night, and finally cast aside, one after the other, the 3 most widely read newspapers of Paris. "These newspapers become more boring every day," he muttered, in the middle of a prolonged yawn. Just then a light carriage stopped before the door, and an instant later Albert's valet returned to announce Monsieur Lucien Debray. A tall, pale, fair-haired young man with self-confident gray eyes and thin, cold lips walked into the room without speaking or smiling. "Good morning, Lucien," said Albert. "Your punctuality is almost frightening. I expected you to be the last to arrive, but you're the first one and you're even ahead of time. It's miraculous. Has the ministry been overthrown, by any chance?" "No, don't worry. We're always tottering, but we never fall." "Monsieur Beauchamp," announced the valet. Come in, mighty Pen," said Albert, standing up and stepping forward to meet the young man. "Look, here's Debray, who detests you without reading what you write, or at least so he says." "He's quite right," said Beauchamp. "He's like me. I criticize him without knowing what he's doing." "Good morning." The minister's secretary and the journalist exchanged a handshake and a smile. "We're waiting for only 2 more people now," said Albert, "and we'll sit down to table as soon as they arrive." "What sort of people are they?" asked Beauchamp. "A gentleman and a diplomat." "That means waiting about 2 hours for the gentleman and a little longer for the diplomat." "Not at all," said Albert. "We'll have lunch at exactly 10:30, come what may. Monsieur de Chateaurenaud and Monsieur Maximilien Morel," announced the valet. "Ah, now we're all here," said Beauchamp. "Those are the 2 people you were waiting for, aren't they, Albert?" "Morel," murmured Albert, surprised. "Morel? Who's that?" But before he had finished speaking, Monsieur de Chateaurenaud, a handsome young man of 30 and a gentleman to his fingertips, took Albert's hand and said to him, "Allow me to introduce Captain Maximilien Morel, my friend and, what's more, my savior. Salute my hero, Viscount." He stepped aside to allow Albert to see the tall, noble young man with the wide forehead, piercing eyes and black mustache whom the reader will remember having seen in Marseille in circumstances dramatic enough to prevent him from being forgotten. A handsome uniform, half French and half Oriental, set off his broad chest decorated with the cross of the Legion of Honor. The young officer bowed with easy politeness. He was graceful in every movement because he was strong. "Monsieur de Chateaurenaud knew in advance what pleasure it would give me to make your acquaintance," said Albert with friendly courtesy. "You're his friend already, now become mine." "Very good," said Chateaurenaud, "and I hope, Viscount, that if the occasion should arise, he'll do the same thing for you as he did for me." "What did he do?" asked Albert. "Oh," said Maximilian, "it's hardly worth mentioning. The Baron is exaggerating." "What?" exclaimed the Baron of Chateaurenaud. "It's not worth mentioning? In that case, life isn't worth mentioning. It seems clear to me, Baron, that Captain Morel once saved your life." "That's absolutely correct." How did it happen? Asked Beecham. Well, as you all know, I once took it into my head to make a trip to Africa, began Chateau Renaud, and since it seemed a shame to let my talents go to waste, I decided to try out my 2 new pistols on the Arabs, so I set sail for Oran. From there I went to Constantinople and arrived just in time to see the siege abandoned. I began to retreat along with the others. For 48 hours I endured the rain during the day and the snow at night, but on the 3rd morning my poor horse died of cold and I had to continue the retreat on foot. Suddenly I saw 6 Arabs galloping toward me to cut off my head. I shot 2 of them with my rifles and 2 with my pistols, but there were still 2 more of them and none of my guns were loaded. One of them seized me by the hair. That's why I wear it short now. You never know what may happen. And the other put his sword to my throat. I could already feel the cold steel when the gentleman you see here came charging down on them, shot the one holding me by the hair and split the other one's head with his saber. Captain Morrel had set himself the task of saving a man's life on that particular day and, as chance would have it, I was the man. Yes, said Maximilian, it was the 5th of September, which is the anniversary of a day when my father was miraculously saved. As far as it's within my power, I try to celebrate that day every year by performing some heroic action, isn't that right? Interrupted Chateau Renaud. The story to which Captain Morrel is alluding is an extremely interesting one which he'll tell you someday when you know him better. But for now let's fill our stomachs and not our memories. What time are we having lunch, Albert? At 10:30. Exactly? Asked Debray, taking out his watch. Oh, you'll allow me 5 minutes grace, said Albert, because I'm expecting a savior too. Whose savior? Mine, of course. Did you think I couldn't be saved like anyone else, and that the Arabs were the only ones who cut off heads? I was in Rome for the carnival this year and... We know that, said Beecham. Yes, but what you don't know is that I was seized by bandits. There are no bandits, said Debray. Why don't you admit that your cook is late and that, like Madame de Maintenon, you're about to give us a story instead of food? We're all amiable enough to forgive you and listen to your story, fantastic though it promises to be. I'll tell you the story, but, fantastic though it may be, I swear it's true from beginning to end. The bandits seized me and took me off to a very gloomy place known as the Catacombs of Saint Sebastian. They announced to me that I was being held for a ransom of 4,000 piastres. Unfortunately, though, I had only 1,500 with me. It was toward the end of my stay in Italy and my letter of credit was almost exhausted. I wrote a note to Franz. Oh, yes. Franz was there, so, if you like, you can write to him and ask him whether I'm lying or not. I wrote to Franz that if the 4,000 piastres hadn't arrived by 6 o'clock in the morning I would soon go to join the glorious martyrs in whose company I had the honor to find myself. And I can assure you that Monsieur Luigi Vampa, that's the name of the chief of the bandits, would have scrupulously kept his word. And so Franz arrived with the 4,000 piastres? Asked Chateau Renaud. No. He simply came accompanied by the gentleman I'm expecting soon and whom I hope to introduce to you. He spoke a few words to the bandit chief and I was set free. And I suppose they even apologized for having seized you, remarked Beecham. Yes, they did just that, said Albert. Why, it must have been Ariosto himself. No, he's simply the Count of Monte Cristo. There is no Count of Monte Cristo, said Debray. I don't think there is, added Chateau Renaud with the conviction of a man who has the whole of European nobility at his fingertips. Has anyone ever heard of a Count of Monte Cristo anywhere? Perhaps he comes from the Holy Land, said Beecham. One of his ancestors may have owned Calvary, as the Mortemarts once owned the Dead Sea. Excuse me, said Maximilian. Perhaps I can clear up the matter for you. Monte Cristo is the name of a little island which I've often heard my father's sailors speak of. It's a grain of sand in the middle of the Mediterranean. That's right, said Albert, and the man I'm telling you about is the king and master of that grain of sand. He probably bought his title of Count somewhere in Tuscany. But that doesn't change the fact that my Count of Monte Cristo exists. Everybody exists. There's nothing astonishing about that. Everybody exists, it's true, but not the way he does. That man has often made me shudder. One day, for example, we were watching an execution together and I thought I was about to faint, but it was more from seeing him and listening to him talk coldly about all the tortures on earth than it was from watching the executioner carry out his duties and listening to the cries of the condemned man. After he saved your life, did he make you sign a contract, written on flame-colored parchment, in which you surrendered your soul to him? Go on, laugh, said Albert, somewhat nettled. Laugh as much as you like, gentlemen. When I look at you dapper Parisians, accustomed to the Boulevard de Gand and your promenades in the Bois de Boulogne, and then when I think of that man, it seems to me we're not of the same species. Thank you, I'm flattered, said Beauchamp. Nevertheless, added Chateau Renaud, your Count of Monte Cristo is no doubt a gallant man, except for his little arrangements with Italian bandits. There are no Italian bandits, said Debray. And no Count of Monte Cristo, either, added Beauchamp. Listen, the clock just struck 10:30. Admit it was all nothing but a nightmare and let's have lunch, said Beauchamp. But the vibrations of the clock had scarcely died away when the door opened and the valet announced, His Excellency the Count of Monte Cristo. No one had heard the sound of a carriage in the street or of footsteps in the antechamber. Even the door had opened noiselessly. The Count appeared in the doorway, dressed with the greatest simplicity, but the most exacting dandy could have found no fault with his apparel. He smiled and walked toward Albert, who eagerly came forward and shook his hand. Count, said Albert, I was just announcing your visit to some of my friends whom I've invited here for this occasion and whom I would now like to introduce to you. This is the Count of Chateau Renaud, whose nobility goes back to the 12 peers and whose ancestors had seats at the Round Table. Monsieur Lucien Debray, secretary to the Minister of the Interior. Monsieur Beauchamp, a formidable journalist and the terror of the French government. And finally, Monsieur Maximilien Morel, captain of Spies. At this last name the Count, who had until then had bowed courteously but coldly and impassively, involuntarily took a step forward and his pale cheeks flushed slightly. You wear the uniform of the new French conquerors, he said. It's a handsome uniform. Yes, said Albert, and beneath that uniform beats one of the bravest hearts in the French army. Oh, Monsieur de Morcerf, interrupted Maximilian. Let me speak, Captain. We've just learned, continued Albert, that Monsieur Morel has performed such a heroic deed that, although I saw him for the first time only today, I would like to ask him the favor of allowing me to present him to you as one of my friends. Ah, Captain Morel has a noble heart, said the Count. So much the better. This exclamation, which was prompted by the Count's own thoughts rather than by what Albert had just said, surprised everyone, especially Maximilian himself, who looked at Monte Cristo in amazement. Gentlemen, said Albert, my valet tells me that lunch is ready. Allow me to show you the way, Count. They all passed into the dining room and each man took his place. The Count was, as we have already noted, a very moderate eater. Albert noticed this and said, I'm afraid, Count, that our French food may not please you. I ought to have asked you about your taste and prepared something more to your liking. If you knew me better, replied the Count, smiling, you wouldn't trouble yourself about a matter which has so little importance for a traveler who, like myself, has lived on macaroni in Naples, polenta in Milan, olla podrida in Valencia, carrot in India, pilau in Constantinople and swallows' nests in China. I eat everything and everywhere, but I eat little. And today, when you reproach me for my moderation, I happen to have a good appetite, for I haven't eaten since yesterday morning." "What? Since yesterday morning?" exclaimed the guests. "You haven't eaten for 24 hours?" "No," replied Monte Cristo. "I was a little behind schedule on my journey here, so I didn't want to stop." "Didn't you eat in your carriage?" asked Albert. "No, I slept, as I usually do when I'm bored and don't have the energy to amuse myself, or when I'm hungry and have no desire to eat." "Can you go to sleep at will?" asked Albert. "More or less. Do you have a recipe for that?" "Yes, an infallible one." "Might we know what it is?" asked Debray. "Certainly," said Monte Cristo. "I make no secret of it. It's a mixture of some excellent opium for which I made a special trip to Canton in order to get the purest quality, and of the best hashish grown in the Orient. You mix these two ingredients in equal proportions and make them into pills, which you swallow when you need them. The effect is produced within 10 minutes." "But," said Beecham, who, as a journalist, was extremely incredulous, "do you carry this drug with you at all times?" "At all times," replied Monte Cristo. "Would it be indiscreet to ask to see those precious pills?" continued Beecham, hoping to trip him up. "Not at all," said the Count, and he drew from his pocket a marvelous case formed from a single hollowed-out emerald. Inside it were 5 or 6 greenish little balls about the size of a pea. They gave off an acrid, penetrating odor. The case was passed around the table, but the guests were much more interested in the amazing emerald from which it was made than in the pills it contained. "That's a magnificent emerald," said Chateau Renaud, "and the largest one I ever saw." "I had 3 like it," said Monte Cristo. "I gave one of them to the Grand Seigneur, who had it mounted on his sword, and the other to His Holiness the Pope, who had it set in his tiara opposite another emerald, similar but not so beautiful, which was given to his predecessor, Pius VII, by the Emperor Napoleon. I kept the third one for myself and had it hollowed out, which took away half its value but made it more adapted to the use I wanted to make of it." Everyone looked at Monte Cristo in amazement. He spoke so simply that it was obvious that he was either mad or was telling the truth. The emerald which they had all held in their own hands made them inclined to believe he was telling the truth. "And what did those 2 sovereigns give you in exchange for your magnificent gift?" asked Debray. "The Grand Seigneur gave me a woman's freedom," replied the Count, "and His Holiness gave me a man's life." "Peppino was the man whose life you saved, wasn't he?" cried Albert. "Perhaps," said Monte Cristo, smiling. "You have no idea how delighted I am to hear you speak this way, Count," said Albert. "I've described you to my friends as a fabulous man, a wizard out of the Arabian Nights, a sorcerer out of the Middle Ages. But Parisians are so subtle in paradoxes that they take the most incontestable truths for caprices of the imagination when these truths don't fit into their everyday lives. Please tell these gentlemen yourself, Count, that I was seized by Italian bandits and that without your generous intervention I'd probably be awaiting the last judgment in the catacombs of St. Sebastian today, instead of entertaining them in my humble little house. And please tell me also, for my own information, how you managed to inspire such respect in the bandits of Rome, who respect so few things." Franz and I were overcome with admiration. "I've known the famous Luigi Vampa for over 10 years, said the Count. "One day when he was a young boy and still a simple shepherd, I gave him a gold coin for showing me my way, and, in order not to be under any obligation to me, he gave me a dagger which he had carved himself and which you must have seen in my collection of weapons. Years later, whether because he had forgotten that exchange of gifts which ought to have made us friends or because he didn't recognize me, he tried to capture me, but it was I who captured him, along with a dozen or so of his men. I could have turned him over to Roman justice, which is quite expeditious and would have acted still more promptly in his case, but I did not. I released him and all his men, on condition that they sin no more. said the journalist, laughing. "I'm glad to see they've scrupulously kept their word." "No," replied the Count, "only on condition that they always respect me and my friends, which is why I was able to deliver our host from their hands. Furthermore, Monsieur de Morcerf, as I've already told you, I had an ulterior motive in saving you. I wanted to call on you to introduce me into Paris society when I visited France. You may have considered that a passing fancy at the time, but today it's a reality to which you must submit under pain of breaking your word." "I'll keep my word," said Albert, "but I'm afraid you may be quite disappointed. You're accustomed to splendid scenery, picturesque events and fantastic horizons, while France is such a prosaic country and Paris is such a civilized city that there's only one service I can render you and for which I'm entirely at your disposal: to introduce you everywhere or have you introduced by my friends. I don't dare suggest that you share my lodgings, as I shared yours in Rome, for there isn't room for a shadow here, unless it's the shadow of a woman." "Ah, yes," said the Count. "In Rome you mentioned something about the possibility of a marriage when you return to Paris. Are congratulations in order?" "Nothing is definite yet, but I hope before long to be able to introduce you to, if not my wife, at least my fancy, Mademoiselle Eugenie Danglars." "Eugenie Danglars?" said the Count. "Let's see now, isn't her father Baron Danglars?" "Yes. Do you know him?" "I don't know him," said the Count indifferently, "but I probably won't be long in making his acquaintance because I have an account opened with him through the firms of Richard and Blount of London, Arstein and Esquels of Vienna, and Thomson and French of Rome." As he spoke these last words, Monte Cristo looked at Maximilian Morrel out of the corner of his eye. The young man started as though he had received an electric shock. "Thomson and French!" he exclaimed. "Do you know that firm?" "They're my bankers in Rome," said the Count calmly. "Could I be of service to you at them? Perhaps you might help us learn something we've never been able to learn. That firm once rendered a great service to ours, but, for some reason, they've always denied doing so. I'll be glad to help you in any way I can, Captain," said the Count. "Just a moment," said Albert, "we've strayed pretty far from our subject. We were about to discuss finding a suitable house for the Count of Monte Cristo. Come, gentlemen, let's put our heads together. Where shall we lodge this new guest of the city of Paris?" "In the Faubourg Saint-Germain," said Chateau Renaud. "He'll find a charming little house with a courtyard and garden there." "You don't know anything but your gloomy Faubourg Saint-Germain," said Debray. "Don't listen to him, Count. Take a house on the Chaussée d'Antin. It's the real center of Paris." "No, on the Boulevard de l'Opéra," said Beauchamp. "You'll see the whole city of Paris parade before your eyes there." "What about you, Morrel?" said Chateau Renaud. "Don't you have any ideas on the subject?" "Yes, I do," said the young man, smiling, "but I was expecting the Count to be tempted by one of the brilliant prospects which have just been described to him. Since he's given no answer, however, I think I can allow myself to offer him a suite in a charming little house my sister has been renting for the past year in the Rue Michelet." "You have a sister?" asked Monte Cristo. "Yes, and an excellent one." "Married?" "She's been married for 9 years." "Is she happy?" "As happy as a human creature is allowed to be. She married the man she loved, the man who remained faithful to us in our misfortune, Emmanuel Urbaut. I'm staying with them during my leave. My brother-in-law and I are at your disposal, Count." "Thank you, Captain. I'll content myself with being introduced to your sister and your brother-in-law, if you'll be so kind as to do me that honor, but the reason I didn't accept the suggestion of any of these gentlemen is that I already have a house. I sent my valet on ahead of me and he should have bought me a house and had it furnished by now." "I presume your valet knows Paris, then," said Beauchamp. "This is the first time he's ever been in France and he can't speak." "Is it Ali?" asked Albert in the midst of the general surprise. "That's right, Ali, my mute Nubian. You saw him in Rome, I believe." "Yes," replied Albert, "I remember him perfectly. But how could you have sent a Nubian to buy you a house in Paris, and a mute to furnish it for you? He's sure to have done everything all wrong, poor fellow. On the contrary, I'm sure he's chosen everything according to my taste. As you know, my tastes aren't like those of everyone else. He arrived here a week ago and he no doubt went over the entire city with the instinct of a good hunting dog. He knows all my whims, preferences and needs, and I'm sure he's arranged everything to my liking. He knew I'd arrive today at 10 o'clock and he was waiting for me at the Barriere de Fontainebleau to give me this piece of paper. It's my new address. Here, read it." Monte Cristo handed the piece of paper to Albert. 30 Champs-Élysées, read Albert. "Now that's really original," exclaimed Beecham. "And very princely," added Chateau Renaud. "Do you mean to say you don't know anything about your own house yet?" asked Debray. "No," said Monte Cristo. "I didn't want to be late for my appointment here, so I changed clothes in my carriage and came directly to Monsieur de Morcerf's door." The young men looked at one another. They were not sure whether Monte Cristo was joking or not, but he spoke in such a simple and direct manner that it was impossible to suppose that he was lying. Besides, why should he be lying? "I see we'll have to be content with rendering the Count the little services that are within our power," said Beecham. "As a journalist, I can open all the theaters in Paris to him." "Thank you," said Monte Cristo, smiling, "but I've already ordered my steward to reserve me a box in each one of them." "Is your steward also a mute Nubian?" asked Debray. "No, he's not. I believe you know him, Monsieur Morcerf. Is he by any chance that worthy signer Bertuccio who is such an expert at renting windows?" "Precisely. He's a fine man who was once a soldier, and also a smuggler. In fact, he's been just about everything a man can be. I wouldn't even swear that he wasn't once mixed up with the police over some stabbing." "Well, then," said Chateau Renaud, "you have a complete household. You have a house on the Champs-Élysées, servants and a steward. All you need now is a mistress." "I have something better than that," said Monte Cristo. "I have a slave. You rent your mistresses at the opera house or the theater. I bought mine in Constantinople. I had to pay more, but I now have nothing to worry about on that score." "But you're forgetting," said Debray, laughing, "that your slave became free the moment she set foot on French soil." "Who will tell her that?" asked Monte Cristo. "Why, the first person she sees. She speaks nothing but modern Greek." "Ah, that's different. Will we see her, at least?" asked Beecham. "Or, since you have a mute, do you also have eunuchs?" "No, I don't carry Orientalism that far," said Monte Cristo. "Everyone around me is free to leave me and, on leaving me, will have no further need of me or anyone else. Perhaps that's why no one leaves me." They had long since passed to dessert and cigars. "It's 2:30, said Debray, standing up. "Your guest is charming, Albert, but sooner or later one must leave even the best of company. It's time for me to return to the ministry." As Beecham was about to leave, he said to Albert, "Well, I won't go to the chamber today. I have something better for my readers than a speech by Monsieur Danglars." "Please, Beecham," said Albert, "not a word, I beg you. Don't deprive me of the distinction of presenting the Count and explaining him. Isn't he a strange man?" "He's more than that," said Chateau Renaud. "He's one of the most extraordinary men I've ever seen. Are you coming, Morel? As soon as I give the Count my card. He's promised to pay me a visit." "And you may be sure I will," said the Count. Maximilian Morel went out with Chateau Renaud, leaving Monte Cristo alone with Albert de Morcerf. Chapter 23. When the other guest had gone, Albert said to Monte Cristo, Allow me to begin my duties as your cicerone by showing you a typical Paris bachelor's apartment. Albert led the Count to his study, which was his favorite room. Monte Cristo was a worthy appreciator of all the objects Albert had collected here: old chess, Japanese porcelain, Oriental cloth, Venetian glassware and weapons from every country in the world. Everything was familiar to him and, at first glance, he recognized the century and the country of origin. Albert had expected to explain things, but instead the Count gave him a little course in archaeology, mineralogy and natural history. Albert took his guest into the salon, whose walls were covered with the works of modern painters. He expected to have something new to show the strange traveler this time, but, to his great surprise, the Count, without having to look at the signatures, was able to name the painter of each work, and in such a way that it was easy to see that not only were the names of these artists familiar to him, but he had carefully studied and evaluated the talent of each of them. From the salon they went into the bedroom, which was a model of both elegance and simple good taste. The only painting there was a portrait signed by Leopold Robert. This picture attracted the Count's attention immediately. It was a portrait of a young woman about 26 years old with a dark complexion, fiery eyes and languishing eyelids. She was dressed like a Catalan fisherwoman, with a black and red bodice and gold pins in her hair. She was looking at the sea. Her lovely profile stood out against a background of waves and sky. Monte Cristo stood staring at this portrait in silence for a time. Then he said, in a perfectly calm voice, "You have a beautiful mistress, Viscount, and her costume, which is no doubt a masquerade costume, is exquisitely becoming to her. That's a mistake for which I wouldn't forgive you if there were another portrait beside this one," said Albert. "That's a portrait of my mother. It was painted 6 or 8 years ago. As far as I know, the costume is a product of her own imagination, and the resemblance is so good that it seems to me I can still see her as she was in 1830. She had the portrait painted during my father's absence, thinking, no doubt, that it would be a pleasant surprise for him on his return, but strangely enough, it displeased him. Not wishing to part with such a work of art altogether, my mother gave it to me. Excuse me for discussing family matters with you, but since I'm soon going to have the honor of introducing you to my father, I thought it would be best to tell you this so that you wouldn't inadvertently praise the portrait before him. I wrote to him from Rome telling him about the service you rendered me there, and both he and my mother are eager to have the opportunity to thank you for it." Albert called his valet and ordered him to inform the Count and Countess of Morcerf that the Count of Monte Cristo would call on them shortly. Albert and Monte Cristo followed the valet as he left. In the salon of the Morcerf residence they come face to face with the Count of Morcerf himself. He was a man in his early 40s, but he appeared to be at least 50. And his black mustache and eyebrows contrasted strangely with his almost white hair, which was cut short in the military manner. "Father," said Albert, "allow me to introduce the Count of Monte Cristo, the generous friend whom I was fortunate enough to meet in the difficult circumstances I've already described to you." "You are welcome here," said the Count of Morcerf, bowing to Monte Cristo with a smile. "In saving the life of our son you have rendered us a service which commands our eternal gratitude. The Countess was in her dressing room when your visit was announced. She will be down within 10 minutes. It's a great honor for me," said Monte Cristo, "to make the acquaintance, on my first day in Paris, of a man whose worth equals his reputation and who has been justly rewarded by fortune. But hasn't fortune still a marshal's baton to offer you?" "Oh, I've left the service," said Morcerf, blushing slightly. The July Revolution was apparently glorious enough to allow itself to be ungrateful for any service which did not date from the imperial period, so I tendered my resignation. I entered politics and I now devote myself to industry and the study of the useful arts, something for which I had a desire during my 20 years in the army, but for which I had no time. That's the kind of thing that makes your country superior to all others. said Monte Cristo. "You were a gentleman of high birth and you had a large fortune, yet you were willing to earn your promotions as an obscure soldier. Then, after you had become a general, a peer of France and a commander of the Legion of Honor, you were willing to begin a second apprenticeship, with the hope of no other reward than that of some day being useful to your fellow men. That, Monsieur de Morcerf, was a magnificent, I will even say sublime gesture." Albert looked at Monte Cristo in astonishment. He was not accustomed to hear him speak with such enthusiasm. "If I weren't afraid of tiring you, Count," said the general, obviously charmed by what Monte Cristo had said, "I'd take you to the chamber with me. Today's debate will be rather interesting for someone who isn't acquainted with our modern senators. I'd be very grateful to you if you would renew that invitation another time," replied Monte Cristo, "but today I've been given the hope of meeting a countess and I'd like to wait for her." "Here's my mother now," said Albert. Monte Cristo turned around quickly and saw Madame de Morcerf standing in the doorway of the salon. She was pale, and when Monte Cristo turned to look at her she let drop her arm, which, for some reason, she had been leaning against the gilded doorpost. She had been there for several seconds, long enough to overhear the visitor's last words. Monte Cristo stood up and bowed deeply to the Countess, who responded with a silent and ceremonious bow. "What's the matter?" asked Morcerf. "Is the heat of the salon too much for you? Are you ill, mother?" cried Albert, rushing toward Mercedes. She thanked both of them with a smile. "No," she said, "but I was slightly overcome with emotion at seeing for the first time the man without whom our house would now be in mourning. Count," she continued, walking toward Monte Cristo with the majesty of a queen, "I owe my son's life to you, for which I bless you. And now I'm grateful to you for giving me the chance to thank you as I have blessed you, that is, from the bottom of my heart." Monte Cristo bowed once again, more deeply than the first time. He was even paler than Mercedes. "I've already apologized to the Count for being obliged to leave him," said Morcerf. "The session began an hour ago and I'm to make a speech." "Go on, then," said the Countess. "I'll try to make up to the Count for your absence." Then, turning to Monte Cristo, she said, "Would you do us the honor of spending the rest of the day with us? I'm extremely grateful to you for your offer, madam, but I arrived in Paris only today and I came straight here. I haven't even seen my house yet." "Then can we count on the pleasure of seeing you another time?" asked Mercedes. Monte Cristo bowed without answering, but his gesture could have been taken for one of assent. After Albert had shown Monte Cristo to the door, he returned to find that his mother had gone to her boudoir. "Are you sure you're not ill, mother?" he asked as he entered. "When you came into the salon you were very pale." There was a silence, then the Countess asked, "What is this name of Monte Cristo? Is it a family name, the name of an estate, or simply a title?" "I think it's nothing but a title, mother. Monte Cristo is the name of a small island which the Count has bought. In any case, he makes no claim to nobility, although the general opinion in Rome is that he's a very great lord." "How old would you say he is?" asked Mercedes, apparently attaching great importance to this question. 35 or 36. "So young? That's impossible. But it's true nevertheless. He told me so on several different occasions when he had no reason not to tell the truth." Mercedes bowed her head as though weighed down by a flood of bitter thoughts. "Does he like you, Albert?" she asked, with a nervous shudder. "I think so. And are you fond of him?" "Yes, I like him, despite what Franz d'Épinay says about him." Franz claimed the Count was a man who had come back from the next world. The Countess made a movement of terror. "Albert," she said in a strange voice, "I've always put you on your guard against new acquaintances. You're a man now, and as capable of giving advice as of taking it, but let me tell you once again, be careful, Albert. If I'm to take advantage of your advice, mother, I'll have to know what to guard against. The Count doesn't gamble, he drinks nothing but water mixed with a little Spanish wine, and he's so rich that he certainly won't ask to borrow money from me. What have I to fear from him?" "You're right," said Mercedes. "My fears are foolish, especially in regard to a man who saved your life. By the way, did your father receive him well? He's so busy and he's sometimes so worried about his affairs that he might, unintentionally—" "Father was perfect," interrupted Albert, "and furthermore he seemed highly flattered by several compliments." The Count slipped into the conversation with such ease that it seemed as though he'd known him for 30 years. They parted the best of friends. In fact, Father even wanted to take him to the chamber with him. Mercedes said nothing. She was so deeply absorbed in her own thoughts that her eyes had gradually closed. Albert stood looking at her with that filial affection which is all the more tender and loving in children whose mothers are still young and beautiful. Then, thinking she had dozed off, he tiptoed out of the room and carefully closed the door behind him. Chapter 24. Meanwhile the Count had reached his new residence on the Avenue des Champs-Élysées. Two men came out to meet his carriage when it drew up before the door. One was Ali, who smiled at his master with an incredible outburst of joy and who felt himself amply repaid by a look from Monte Cristo. The other bowed humbly and presented his arm to help the Count alight from his carriage. "Thank you, Monsieur Bertuccio," said the Count. "Is the notary here?" "He is in the small salon, Excellency." The Count passed into the small salon, led by Bertuccio, who showed him the way. The notary was waiting for him. "Are you the notary empowered to sell the country house I wish to buy?" asked Monte Cristo. "Yes, sir." "Have you brought the deed of sale?" "Here it is, sir." "Now, where is this house I'm buying?" asked Monte Cristo nonchalantly. The notary looked at him in astonishment and said, "Do you mean to say, sir, that you haven't even seen it?" "How the devil could I have seen it? I arrived in Paris for the first time in my life only this morning. In fact, this is the first time I've ever set foot in France." "I understand, sir. The house you're buying is situated in Auteuil." At these words Bertuccio paled visibly. "And where's Auteuil?" asked the Count. "It's only a short distance from here, sir," replied the notary. "It's a little beyond Passy, in a charming location in the middle of the Bois de Boulogne." "So near? But that's not in the country. Why have you chosen me a house at the gates of Paris, Monsieur Bertuccio?" "But Excellency," cried Bertuccio, "I had nothing to do with choosing that house. Please be so kind as to think back, to remember." "Ah, yes, now I remember," said the Count. "I read an advertisement in the newspaper and let myself be misled by the lying title, Country House." "There's still time, Excellency," said Bertuccio eagerly. "If you wish me to search elsewhere I'll find a house in a better location." "No, never mind," said the Count indifferently. "Since I have this one I might as well keep it." "And you're quite right, sir," said the notary earnestly. "It's a charming residence." "Very well, then," said the Count, "hand me the contract." He signed rapidly, then said, "Bertuccio, give this gentleman 55,000 francs." The steward walked out of the room and returned with a stack of banknotes, which the notary carefully counted. "Are there any other formalities?" asked the Count. "No, sir." The Count nodded in a way which said clearly, "I don't need you any longer. You may go." The notary bowed deeply and withdrew. "Monsieur Bertuccio," said the Count, "didn't you once tell me you'd traveled in France?" "In certain parts of France, yes, Excellency." "Then you no doubt know the suburbs of Paris." "No, Excellency, no," replied the steward with a sort of shudder which the Count, a keen judge of emotions, rightly attributed to deep anxiety. "That's unfortunate," said the Count, "because I want to go to see my new house this evening and you could have given me some useful information on the way to Auteuil." "Tuatul?" cried Bertuccio, whose copper-colored complexion became almost livid. "Do you want me to go to Autoil? What's so astonishing about that? You're a member of my household, aren't you?" Bertuccio bowed his head before the Count's imperious gaze and stood motionless without answering. "What's the matter with you?" said Monte Cristo. "Are you going to make me ring twice for my carriage?" Bertuccio rushed into the antechamber and cried out in a hoarse voice, "His Excellency's carriage!" The Count sat down and wrote 2 or 3 letters. As he was sealing the last one, his steward reappeared and said, "The carriage is at the door, Excellency." "Very well. Take your hat and gloves." "Am I going with you, sir?" "Of course. I intend to live in that house, so I'll have to give you my orders." Bertuccio followed his master without any further objection, but Monte Cristo noticed that he crossed himself as he walked out of the house and that he mumbled a prayer when he had taken his seat in the carriage. 20 minutes later they were in Auteuil. "We shall stop at 28 Rue de la Fontaine," said Monte Cristo, looking steadfastly at Bertuccio. Beads of sweat broke out on Bertuccio's forehead, but he obeyed the Count's order. He leaned out the window of the carriage and called to the coachman, "Stop at 28 Rue de la Fontaine." Night had fallen during the trip, or rather a black cloud, charged with electricity, had given a solemn and dramatic appearance to the premature shadows. The carriage stopped and the footman leapt down to open the door. Monte Cristo and Bertuccio alighted. "Knock on the door and announce me," said the Count. Bertuccio knocked. The door opened and the porter appeared. "This is your new master," said the footman, handing the porter the notary's order. "The house has been sold, then?" asked the porter. "Yes," replied Monte Cristo, "and I'll try to see to it that you have no cause to regret losing your former master." "Oh, I won't miss him much, sir, because we almost never saw him. He hasn't come here in over 5 years. What was the name of your former master?" "The Marquis of Saint Mirren." "That name sounds familiar to me," said the Count. "Let's see, now, the Marquis of Saint Mirren." He appeared to be searching his memory. "An old gentleman," continued the porter, "a loyal supporter of the Bourbons. He had a daughter who married Monsieur de Villefort, who was public prosecutor at Nimes and then at Versailles." Monte Cristo glanced at Bertuccio and saw that he was as white as the wall against which he was leaning to keep from falling. "And didn't that daughter die?" asked the Count. "It seems to me I heard that somewhere." "Yes, sir. She died 21 years ago, and since that time the poor Marquis hasn't been back here more than 3 times." "Thank you," said the Count, accompanying his words with the gift of 2 gold coins which brought forth an explosion of blessings and sighs. "Take one of the lanterns from the carriage and show me around the house, Bertuccio," said the Count. Bertuccio obeyed without objection, but the trembling of his hand showed how much it cost him to do so. After inspecting the first floor, they went up to the second. In one of the bedrooms there the Count noticed the entrance of a spiral staircase. "Here's a private staircase," he said. "Light my way, Monsieur Bertuccio, and we'll see where it leads to." "It leads to the garden, sir," said Bertuccio. "How do you know that, may I ask?" "I mean it probably leads there, sir." "Well, then, let's find out for sure." Bertuccio heaved a sigh and led the way. The staircase did, in fact, lead to the garden. When he came to the outside door, Bertuccio stopped, panic-stricken and almost fainting. "Well?" said the Count. "No. No!" cried Bertuccio. "No, sir, I can't go any further. It's impossible." "What do you mean?" asked the Count coldly. "It's not natural, sir. Of all the suburbs of Paris, you bought a house in Auteuil, and of all the houses in Auteuil, you bought the one at 28 Rue de la Fontaine. As if there were no other house in Auteuil except the one in which the murder was committed. You're a true Corsican, Bertuccio." Always mysteries and superstitions. Come, take your lantern and let's have a look at the garden. Bertuccio picked up the lantern and obeyed. The Count stopped before a clump of trees. Bertuccio could contain himself no longer. "Get away, sir, I beg you!" he cried. "You're standing right on the same spot." "What spot?" "The spot where he fell." "I'm afraid you've gone mad, Monsieur Bertuccio," said the Count. "Try to pull yourself together and explain to me what you're talking about." "I've told about it only once in my life," replied Bertuccio, "and that was to the Abbé Busoni. Such things should be told only under the seal of confession. In that case, Monsieur Bertuccio, I'll be forced to send you back to your confessor. I don't like members of my household to be afraid to go into my garden at night. Also, I admit that I wouldn't be at all happy to receive a visit from the police on your account. I knew you were once a smuggler, but I didn't know you had other strings to your bow. You are no longer in my service, Monsieur Bertuccio." "Oh, Excellency!" cried the steward. "If it's a question of remaining in your service, I'll speak, I'll tell you everything." "That's different, then," said Monte Cristo. "But if you're about to lie, reconsider. It would be better for you not to speak at all." "No, sir, I swear by the salvation of my eternal soul that I'll tell you everything." "Where shall I begin?" "Wherever you like, since I know nothing of your story." "But I thought the Abbé Busoni told you." "Yes, he told me a few details, but that was 7 or 8 years ago and I've forgotten almost everything he said." "Well, then, it all begins in 1815, but I can remember it all as clearly as though it were yesterday. I had a brother, an older brother, who was in the service of the Emperor. He was a lieutenant in a regiment composed entirely of Corsicans. That brother was my only friend. We became orphans when I was 5 and he was 18, and he raised me as though I were his son. He was married in 1814, under the Bourbons. When Napoleon came back from the Isle of Elba, my brother rejoined his army. One day we received a letter from him. I forgot to tell you we were living in the little village of Rogliano, in Corsica. The letter told us the army had been disbanded and that he was returning by way of Châteauroux, Clermont-Ferrand, Les Pas and Nimes. He asked me to send some money to Nimes, where he would pick it up from a certain hotel keeper with whom I had dealings." "Did your dealings with him involve smuggling?" asked Monte Cristo. "A man has to make a living, sir." "Yes, of course. Go on." "I loved my brother deeply, as I've already told you, Excellency, so I decided to take him the money myself, instead of sending it to him. I had 1,000 francs. I left half of it with my sister-in-law, Assunta, and set out for Nimes with the other half. Now it was just the time when the famous massacres were taking place in the south of France. Organized bands of assassins were killing everyone suspected of being a Bonapartist. I was almost wading in blood when I entered Nimes. There were corpses everywhere and the assassins were killing, pillaging and burning. When I saw that I shuddered, not for myself. I was a simple Corsican fisherman and had nothing to fear, but my brother was still wearing the uniform of one of the emperor's soldiers and therefore had everything to fear. I ran to see our hotel keeper. My fears had been justified. My brother had arrived in Nimes the night before and had been killed at the very door of the hotel. I did everything I could to find out who his murderers were, but they were so dreaded that no one dared to tell me their names. Then I went to see the public prosecutor, whose name was Villefort. He was from Marseille and had only recently been promoted. They say he was one of the first to report Napoleon's return from Elba. My brother was murdered yesterday, I told him. I don't know who did it, but it's your duty to find out. Who was your brother? Asked Villefort. A lieutenant in a Corsican regiment. A soldier in the army of the usurper, then? A soldier in the French army. Every revolution has its catastrophes, said Villefort. and your brother was a victim of this one, which is unfortunate. But if we had to prosecute every case of vengeance taken against the partisans of the king by the partisans of the usurper while they were in power, your brother would perhaps have been sentenced to death. What's happening now is only natural, it's the law of reprisals. What? I said, how can you talk like that, you, a magistrate? You Corsicans are all mad, said Villefort. You think your compatriot is still emperor. You should have come here 2 months ago. It's a little late now. Leave my office, and if you won't leave, I'll have you thrown out. All right, I said to him, since you know Corsicans so well, you must know how they keep their word. You think my brother deserved to be killed because you're a royalist and he was a Bonapartist. I'm a Bonapartist too, and I have only one thing to say to you. I'm going to kill you. From this moment I declare a vendetta against you. The next time we meet, it will mean that your last hour has come. Then, before he could recover from his surprise, I opened the door and ran out. What? Said Monte Cristo. With your honest face, Monsieur Bertuccio, you did such a thing to a public prosecutor? Did he at least know the meaning of the word vendetta? He knew it so well that from then on he never went out alone, and he had the police look everywhere for me. Fortunately I was so well hidden that they never found me. Then he became afraid to stay in Nimes any longer. He asked permission to change his residence and, since he was a man with influence, he was named public prosecutor at Versailles. But, as you know, there's no such thing as distance for a Corsican who has sworn to avenge himself on his enemy, and I was never more than half an hour behind his carriage all the way to Versailles. The important thing was not simply to kill him. I'd had dozens of chances to do that. But to kill him without being discovered or arrested, my life no longer belonged to me, for I had my sister-in-law to protect and provide for. I watched Villefort constantly for 3 months. Finally I discovered that he made mysterious trips to Auteuil, to this very house. But instead of coming in through the front door, he would leave his horse or his carriage at the inn and enter through the little door you see here. I left Versailles and moved to Auteuil, for it seemed to me I'd have a better chance of catching him there. I found out that the house belonged to the Marquis of Saint-Méran, as the porter has already told you, Excellency, and that the Marquis was Villefort's father-in-law. Since the Marquis lived in Marseille, the house was useless to him and he had just rented it to a young widow who was known only as the Baroness. One night as I was looking over the wall, I saw a beautiful young woman walking in this garden. I saw immediately that she was pregnant and that her pregnancy was rather far advanced. A few moments later the little door opened and a man entered. The young woman rushed to meet him, they threw themselves in each other's arms, embraced tenderly and went into the house together. The man was Monsieur de Villefort. I realized that when he came out he would probably cross the whole garden alone. And did you ever learn the woman's name? Asked the Count. No, Excellency, replied Bertuccio, as you'll see, I didn't have time to learn it. Go on. I might have been able to kill him that night, but I wasn't familiar with the garden and I was afraid that might prevent me from escaping if he should have time to cry out for help. 3 days later, at about 7 o'clock at night, I saw a servant leave the house and gallop away on horseback. He came back 3 hours later, covered with dust. His message had been delivered. 10 minutes after that, another man opened the door of the garden and went in. I hadn't seen Villefort's face, but I recognized him by the pounding of my heart. I took out my knife and climbed over the wall. I hid in the clump of trees nearest to where I believed Villefort would pass on his way out. 2 hours later the door opened and Villefort came out. As he came toward me, I saw that he was carrying what at first I thought was a weapon of some kind, but then I saw it was only a spade. He stopped opposite the clump of trees where I was hidden and began to dig in the ground. It was only then that I noticed he was carrying something under his coat, which he had taken off to give himself more freedom of movement. My hatred became mixed with curiosity, and I decided to wait and see what Vilfert was doing. After a while I saw him take out a box about 2 feet long and 8 inches wide from underneath his coat, put this box into the hole he had dug and cover it over with earth. Then I rushed at him, sank my knife into his chest and said, "I am Giovanni Bertuccio. Your death for my brother and your treasure for his wife. My vengeance is more complete than I expected." I don't know if he heard these words. I don't think he did, because he fell without uttering a sound. I dug up the box, took it and ran out of the garden through the little door in the wall. "Was there a handsome sum in the box?" asked Monte Cristo. "It wasn't money, Excellency." I ran as far as the river, sat down on the bank and opened the box. Inside it I saw a newborn baby whose purple face showed that it must have been smothered to death. Then it seemed to me I felt a slight heartbeat. I began to breathe air into its lungs, and after a quarter of an hour I heard it utter a cry. I uttered a cry also, but a cry of joy. "God hasn't cursed me," I said to myself, "because he's allowed me to give life to one human being in exchange for the life I took away from another." The fine swaddling clothes in which the child was wrapped showed that its parents were wealthy. I took the precaution of cutting them in half, so that one of the 2 letters with which they were marked was on the half I took and the other was on the remaining half. Then I left the child in front of an orphanage, rang the doorbell and ran away as fast as I could. 2 weeks later I was back in Rogliano and I said to Assunta, "Console yourself, my sister. Israel is dead, but I've avenged his death." Then I told her everything that had happened. "Giovanni," said Assunta, "you should have brought back that child. We'd have taken the place of the parents he's lost, and we'd have called him Benedetto in honor of the blessing God bestowed on us." My only answer was to give her the half of the swaddling clothes I had kept in order to claim the child if we should someday become richer. "What were the letters on the swaddling clothes?" asked Monte Cristo. "NH and NN, surmounted by a baron's crown." "I'm curious to learn 2 things," said the Count. "What are they, Excellency? What became of the little boy? You did say it was a little boy, didn't you, Monsieur Bertuccio?" "No, Excellency, I don't think I did, but in any case it was a little boy." "What was the other thing you wished to know?" "I'd like to know what crime you were accused of when you asked for a confessor and the Abbé Busoni came to see you for that reason in the prison at Nimes." "It's a rather long story, Excellency." "That doesn't matter. It's only 10 o'clock. As you know, I sleep very little, and I don't suppose you feel much like sleeping right now." Bertuccio bowed and resumed his story. "Partly in order to drive away the memories that haunted me and partly in order to provide for my poor brother's widow, I went back to the trade of smuggling with greater energy than ever before. Since my brother had been murdered in the streets of Nimes, I refused to go back to that town. The result of this was that the innkeeper with whom we had formerly carried on our smuggling affairs, seeing that we were no longer coming to him, came to us and opened another inn, called the Pont du Gard, on the road between Bellegarde and Beaucaire. We had a dozen or so places like that, where we could deposit our merchandise and where we could hide from the customs agents and the police if necessary. One day as I was about to leave on a smuggling expedition, Assunta said to me, "I'll have a surprise for you when you come back." I questioned her about it, but she would tell me nothing. When I came back 6 weeks later, the first thing I saw was a cradle with a baby in it. Assunta had gone to Paris during my absence and claimed the child. "Ah, Excellency, I confess that when I saw that helpless little creature sleeping in his cradle my chest swelled and tears came to my eyes." "You are a good woman, Assunta, and Providence will bless you," I said. "Alas, though, that child was the very means God had chosen to punish me. A more perverse character was never manifested at an earlier age, and yet no one can say it was because of his upbringing, for my sister-in-law treated him like the son of a prince, By the time he was 11, his closest friends were a group of young men between 18 and 20 years old who had already been in a number of escapades which deserved a more serious name and about whom the police gave us several warnings. I was about to leave on an important expedition. Assunta always defended Benedetto in our discussions of him, but she admitted that several times she had noticed the disappearance of rather large sums of money, so I told her of a place where she could safely hide our little treasure. Then I left for France. We were to land our cargo in the Gulf of Lions. It was in 1829 and smuggling operations were becoming more and more difficult. Order had been completely established by then and the coasts were therefore patrolled more carefully than ever. Our operations went off smoothly in the beginning. We tied up our ship, which had a double bottom in which we hid our smuggled goods, among all the other ships that lined both banks of the Rhone. From there we began to unload our cargo and pass it into the city by means of certain people who were in contact with us. Either because our success had made us careless or because we were betrayed, one night as we were about to sit down to supper, our cabin boy came running in to tell us that a squad of customs police were headed in our direction. We leaped to our feet, but it was already too late. Our ship was surrounded. I went down into the hold, slid out through a port and swam underwater until I reached a small canal that connects the Rhone with the canal that runs from Beaucaire to Aigues-Mortes. Once I arrived there I was safe, for I could follow the canal without being seen. It wasn't by accident that I chose this route. I believe I've already told you, Excellency, about an innkeeper from Nimes who had opened an inn on the road between Bellegarde and Beaucaire. What was his name? Asked the Count, who was apparently beginning to take a certain interest in Bertuccio's story. His name was Gaspard Caderousse, Excellency. He was a husky man of about 40 who had more than once proved his courage and presence of mind in difficult situations. You say this was in 1829, said the Count. What month was it? June. The 3rd of June. I see. June 3rd, 1829, said the Count. Go on. As I said, I decided to take refuge in Caderousse's inn. Even under ordinary circumstances we didn't go in through his front door, so I certainly didn't do it this time, for he might have had some traveler staying at his inn. I slipped through the garden hedge and was soon in a sort of loft in which I had more than once spent the night when I had no better bed. This loft was separated from the main room of the inn only by a wooden partition in which peepholes had been made to enable us to watch for the opportune moment to make our presence known. Just as I slipped into the loft this time I saw Caderousse come in with a stranger. I kept quiet and waited. The man with Caderousse was one of those traveling merchants who come to sell jewelry at the Beaucaire fair. The priest didn't deceive us, said Caderousse to his wife. The diamond is genuine and this gentleman, one of the most important jewelers of Paris, is ready to give us 50,000 francs for it. But in order to be sure the diamond really belongs to us, he'd like you to tell him, as I've already done, the miraculous way it fell into our hands. In the meantime, sir, sit down and I'll bring you something to cool you off. Tell me about it, madam, said the jeweler, no doubt anxious to take advantage of Caderousse's absence to see if his wife's story would be the same in all details. Well, said Madame Caderousse, it was a completely unexpected blessing from heaven. 14 years ago my husband knew a sailor named Edmond Dantes, who went to prison. In prison he met a rich Englishman who gave him a diamond when he was set free. Dantes wasn't so lucky, for he died in prison. Just before he died he left us the diamond and told the priest who came this morning to deliver it to us. That's the same story your husband told me, said the jeweler, and I suppose it may very well be true, unlikely though it seems at first. Now all we have to do is to agree on the price. What? Said Caderousse. I thought we'd already agreed on the price I asked for. I offered you 40,000, said the jeweler. 40,000, cried Madame Caderousse. We certainly won't let it go for that price. The priest told us it was worth 50,000. I'll go as high as 45,000, but not another sow, said the jeweler. All right, then, said Cadrus, we'll sell it to someone else. As you like, my friend, said the jeweler, but I brought the money with me, as you can see. He took out a roll of banknotes and a handful of gold, which sparkled before Cadrus's eyes. Cadrus was torn by indecision. He turned to his wife and whispered, "What do you think?" "Give him the diamond," she replied. "If he goes back to Beaucaire without it, he'll denounce us, and we'll never be able to find the Abbé Busoni again to support our story." "So be it, then," said Cadrus to the jeweler. "Take the diamond for 45,000 francs. The jeweler counted out 15,000 francs in gold and 30,000 francs in banknotes. "Wait a minute, I'll light a lamp," said Madame Cadrus. "It's getting dark in here and we might make a mistake." Night had fallen during their discussion, and with it came the storm which had been threatening to burst for half an hour, although none of the three of them seemed to have taken notice of it. "Would you like to stay for supper?" asked Cadrus. "Thank you," answered the jeweler, "but I must get back to Beaucaire. My wife will be worried." Just then there was a clap of thunder and a flash of lightning lit up the room. "Are you going to leave in weather like that?" asked Cadrus. "Oh, I'm not afraid of thunder." "And what about robbers? The road is never very safe during the fair." "As for robbers," said the jeweler, "these are for them." And he pulled out 2 loaded pistols. "All right, then, bon voyage," said Cadrus. "Thank you," said the jeweler. He took his cane and opened the door to go out. As he did so there was a terrific gust of wind which almost blew out the lamp. "And to think that I have to walk 2 leagues in weather like that," said the jeweler. "Stay," said Cadrus, "you can sleep here tonight." "Yes, stay," said his wife in a trembling voice. "We'll take good care of you." "No, I must get back to Beaucaire tonight. Goodbye." "Why did you invite him to sleep here tonight?" asked Madame Cadrus when the jeweler had gone. "Why, so he wouldn't have to go back to Beaucaire tonight," said Cadrus, starting. "Oh," said the wife, "I thought it was for something else." "Why do you have such ideas?" cried Cadrus. "And if you have them, why don't you keep them to yourself? Listen. You've offended God." As he said these words there was a tremendous clap of thunder and a bluish flash of lightning. Then the thunder died slowly away, as though regretful at having to leave the accursed house. Madame Cadrus crossed herself. At the same time, in the midst of that terrified silence which usually follows a clap of thunder, they heard someone knock on the door. They both started and looked at each other in alarm. "Who is it?" cried Cadrus, putting his hands over the money lying on the table. "It's Monsieur Joannes, the jeweler." "You see," said Madame Cadrus. "You said I'd offended God, but God has just sent him back to us." Cadrus turned pale and sank into his chair, but she walked decisively over to the door, opened it and said, "Come in, Monsieur Joannes. It looks as if the devil doesn't want me to go back to Beaucaire tonight," said the jeweler, who was soaked to the skin. "You've offered me your hospitality, Monsieur Cadrus, and I've come back to sleep here tonight." Cadrus mumbled a few words and wiped away the sweat that was streaming down his forehead. His wife locked the door behind the jeweler. "Are there any other guests staying in your inn tonight?" asked Monsieur Joannes. "Number, I am not inconveniencing you." "Inconveniencing us? Not at all, Monsieur Joannes," said Madame Cadrus graciously. Cadrus looked at his wife in surprise. While the jeweler stood warming himself before the fire, she laid out the leftovers from their dinner, to which she added 2 or 3 fresh eggs. "There," she said, putting a bottle of wine on the table, "you can eat supper whenever you're ready. The jeweler sat down to supper and Madame Caderousse served him with all the care of an attentive hostess. When he had finished she said to him, "You must be tired. I've put clean sheets on the bed. Go upstairs now and sleep well." The jeweler stayed for another quarter of an hour to see if the storm might die down. Then, seeing that it was growing even worse, he said good night to his host and hostess and went upstairs to bed. Madame Caderousse looked after him eagerly, but Caderousse turned his back to him. I recalled all these details later, but they made little impression on me as I watched them taking place. Aside from the story of the diamond, which struck me as somewhat unlikely, it all seemed perfectly natural. Since I was extremely tired, I decided to sleep for a few hours and then leave in the middle of the night. I was sound asleep when I was awakened by a pistol shot, followed by a terrible shriek. Then I heard groans and stifled cries as though some sort of struggle were taking place. One particularly loud cry, which faded away to a groan, roused me from my lethargy completely. Everything was quiet now. Then I heard a man's footsteps coming down the stairs. He entered the downstairs room, walked over to the fireplace and lit a candle. It was Caderousse. His face was pale and his shirt was covered with blood. He went upstairs again with the lighted candle and came back down a moment later with the diamond in his hand. He rolled it up in his red handkerchief, which he tied around his neck. Then he went over to the cupboard, took out the banknotes and the gold, rushed out the door and disappeared into the darkness. Everything became clear to me then and I reproached myself as though it were I who was guilty. I seemed to hear a groan. Perhaps the poor jeweler was still alive. I pressed my shoulder against one of the planks that separated my loft from the rest of the house. It gave way. I picked up the candle and began to run up the stairs, but I found them blocked by a body. It was the corpse of Madame Caderousse. The pistol shot I heard had been aimed at her. I stepped over her body and went into the bedroom. It was in terrible disorder. The unfortunate jeweler was lying on the floor in a pool of blood which flowed from 3 large wounds in his chest. In a 4th wound was a kitchen knife with only its handle showing. I tripped over the second pistol, which was not cocked. Its powder had probably gotten wet. I went over to the jeweler. He was not yet dead. At the sound of my footsteps, he opened his eyes, moved his lips as though trying to speak, then died. The horrible scene had almost made me lose my reason. Now that I could no longer be of help to anyone, I had only one desire: to flee. I ran down the stairs, holding my head in my hands and roaring in terror. Downstairs there were 5 or 6 customs agents and 2 or 3 gendarmes. They seized me. I was in such a state of shock that I didn't even try to resist. I tried to speak, but I could only utter inarticulate cries. Then I realized that they took me for the murderer. I pulled away from the 2 men who were holding me and began to shout, "I didn't do it! I didn't do it!" 2 gendarmes pointed their carbines at me and said, "If you make one movement, you're dead. You can tell your little story to the judge in Nimes." They handcuffed me, attached me to the tail of a horse and took me to Nimes. I had been followed by a customs agent who had lost me in the vicinity of the inn. Suspecting that I would spend the night there, he had gone back for reinforcements. They had arrived just in time to hear the pistol shot and arrest me in the middle of such evidence of guilt that I realized immediately how hard it would be for me to prove my innocence. My only hope was to ask the judge to order a search for a certain Abbé Busoni. If Caderousse had invented his story, if that priest did not exist, I was clearly lost, unless Caderousse himself were caught and confessed everything. 2 months went by, during which, I must say it to my judge's credit, every effort was made to find the priest. Then, on the 8th of September, 5 days before the date set for my trial, the Abbé Busoni came to my prison and said he had heard the prisoner there wanted to speak to him. You can easily understand how overjoyed I was to see him. I told him everything I had witnessed in the inn and, Contrary to my expectations, he supported Caderous's story about the diamond. It was then that, impressed by his understanding charity and hoping that he might pardon me for the only crime I had ever committed, I told him, under the seal of confession, all the details of the adventure at Auteuil. My spontaneous confession of his first murder, which nothing forced me to reveal, convinced him that I had not committed the second one. He promised to do everything he could to persuade my judges that I was innocent. I had proof of his efforts when my trial was postponed to the following session of court. In the meantime, Caderousse was arrested in a foreign country and brought back to France. He admitted everything, but attributed the premeditation and instigation to his wife. He was sentenced to hard labor for life and I was set free. Was it then that you came to me with a letter from the Abbé Busoni? Asked Monte Cristo. Yes, Excellency. He seemed to take considerable interest in me. Smuggling will be your downfall, he told me. Abandon it if you get out of prison. But how can I make a living and provide for my poor sister-in-law? I asked. One of my penitents, who has great respect for me, has asked me to find him a trustworthy steward. If you like, I'll recommend you to him, but I want you to swear I'll never have any cause to regret it. I raised my hand to swear, but he said, it won't be necessary. I know Corsicans and I like them. Here's my letter of recommendation. And he wrote me the letter I gave to you, Excellency. Now let me ask you with pride, Excellency, have you ever had reason to complain of me? No, replied the Count. I admit with pleasure that your loyal servant, Monsieur Bertuccio, although you lack confidence in me. I, Excellency? Yes, you. Why is it that you have a sister-in-law and an adopted son, and yet you've never said a word to me about either of them? Alas, Excellency, I still haven't told you the saddest part of my life. I went back to Corsica, but when I arrived in Rogliano I found the house in mourning. There had been a horrible scene which my neighbors still remember vividly. My poor sister-in-law, following my instructions, had refused the demands of Benedetto, who wanted her to give him all the money in the house. One morning he threatened her and disappeared for the rest of the day. Assunta wept, for she had a true mother's heart for the wretched boy. He came back at 11 o'clock that night with two of his friends. They seized her and one of them, I tremble at the thought that it may have been Benedetto himself, said, let us torture her, then she'll tell us where the money is. My neighbor Wasilio was in Bastia at the time. His wife was in the house alone. She was the only one who saw and heard what was happening in my sister-in-law's house. Two of the young men held Assunta while the other one locked the doors and windows. Then, smothering her shrieks of terror, they began to hold her feet over the fire to make her tell them where her treasure was hidden. But her clothes caught fire in the struggle and they let go of her in order not to be burned themselves. She was found the next morning, half burnt but still breathing. The cupboard had been broken open and the money was gone. As for Benedetto, he left Rogliano and never came back. I haven't seen or heard of him since then. It was after learning this tragic news that I came to you, Excellency. I didn't mention either Benedetto or Assunta to you because Benedetto had disappeared and Assunta was dead. The Abbé Busoni did well to send you to me, said Monte Cristo, and you did well to tell me your story, for I'll have no more bad thoughts about you. And now, to end this discussion of your adventures, which will be our last, remember these words, which I have often heard spoken by the Abbé Busoni himself, for every evil there are two remedies, time and silence. The Count, after taking one last walk around the garden, went back to his carriage. Bertuccio, seeing how pensive he was, silently climbed up and sat down beside the coachman. The carriage set out for Paris. Chapter 25. The next day, toward 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a carriage drawn by two magnificent English horses stopped before the Count of Monte Cristo's door. In it was a man wearing a blue coat with silk buttons of the same color, brown trousers and a white vest crossed by an enormous gold chain. His hair was so black and hung down so far over his forehead that it hardly seemed natural, for it was completely out of keeping with the deep wrinkles it failed to conceal. He was, in short, a man of 50 or 55 who tried to appear 40. Putting his head through the window of his carriage, he sent his groom to ask whether the Count of Monte Cristo was at home. The groom knocked on the porter's window and asked, "Is this the Count of Monte Cristo's residence?" "His Excellency lives here, but he's engaged now," replied the porter. "In that case, here's the card of my master, Baron Danglars. Please take it to the Count of Monte Cristo and tell him that the Baron stopped on his way to the chamber in order to have the honor of seeing him. I don't speak to His Excellency, but his valet will deliver the message." The groom returned to the carriage and reported the answer he had been given. "He must be a prince, then, this man they call His Excellency and to whom no one but his valet has the right to speak," said Danglars. "But that's all right. Since he has a credit opened with me, he'll have to see me when he needs money." He sat back in his carriage and called out to the coachman, so loudly that he could be heard on the other side of the street, to the Chamber of Deputies. Monte Cristo, who had been notified of the Baron's visit in time to see him, had been studying him from behind a window blind with the aid of a pair of powerful binoculars. "Ali!" he called out, striking a copper gong. Ali appeared. "Call Bertuccio," said Monte Cristo. Bertuccio entered at almost the same moment. "Did your Excellency wish to see me?" he asked. "Yes. Did you see the horses that stopped in front of my door just now?" "Certainly, your Excellency. They're extremely handsome horses." "Why is it," said Monte Cristo, frowning, "that when I've asked you to get me the 2 finest horses in Paris, there are 2 horses in Paris as handsome as mine and yet they're not in my stable?" On seeing the Count's frown and hearing the stern intonation of his voice, Ali bowed his head. "It's not your fault, Ali," said the Count in Arabic, with a gentleness which one would not have expected to find either in his voice or on his face. "You know nothing about English horses." Alice's features took on their look of serenity once again. "Your Excellency," said Bertuccio, "the horses you mentioned weren't for sale." Monte Cristo shrugged and said, "Don't you know that anything is for sale to a man who's willing to pay the price? Monsieur Danglars paid 16,000 francs for them, sir." "Well, then, you should have offered him 32,000. He's a banker, and a banker would never miss a chance to double his capital." "Are you speaking seriously, sir?" asked Bertuccio. Monte Cristo looked at him as though astonished that he should ask such a question. "I have a call to make at 5 o'clock this afternoon," he said. "I wish to have those horses harnessed to my carriage and waiting for me then." "May I point out to your Excellency that it's now 2 o'clock?" said Bertuccio timidly. "I know," was Monte Cristo's only reply. At 5 o'clock the Count struck his gong 3 times. 1 stroke was for Ali, 2 for Baptistin and 3 for Bertuccio. The steward entered. "My horses," said Monte Cristo. "They're harnessed to your carriage, sir." The Count went outside and saw the horses he had admired in front of Danglars' carriage 3 hours earlier. "They're really handsome horses," he said. "You were right to buy them, although you were a little late." "I had great difficulty getting them, sir," said Bertuccio, "and I had to pay a very high price for them." "Are they any less handsome because of that?" asked the Count, shrugging his shoulders. Bertuccio turned to go away. "Wait," said Monte Cristo, stopping him. "I need an estate on the seacoast. In Normandy, for example, between Le Havre and Boulogne. It must have a small harbor which my corvette can enter. She draws only 15 feet of water. The ship must always be ready to put to sea, no matter what hour of the day or night I give the order. Make inquiries about such an estate and, when you hear of one, go to see it. If you're satisfied with it, buy it in your own name. The Corvette is on her way to Fay Camp now, isn't she? I saw her put to sea the same evening we left Marseille. And the yacht? She's at Martigues. Very well. Correspond with the two captains from time to make sure they don't go to sleep. The Count climbed into his carriage and ordered his coachman to drive him to the residence of Baron Danglars. The Baron's white and gold salon was well known on the Rue de la Chaussée-d'Antin. It was there that he had his visitor shown on his arrival, in order to dazzle him right from the start. "Have I the honor of addressing Monsieur de Monte Cristo?" asked the Baron when he entered. "And have I the honor of addressing Baron Danglars, Chevalier of the Legion of Honor and member of the Chamber of Deputies?" The Count was repeating the titles he had read on the Baron's card. Danglars felt the thrust and bit his lip. "I've received a letter from the firm of Thompson & French," said Danglars, "but I must admit that its meaning isn't very clear to me. In fact, I came by your house today to ask you to explain it to me. I'm listening, and I'll be glad to help you." "I have the letter right here," said Danglars, drawing it from his pocket. "It opens an unlimited credit for you with my firm." "Well, Baron, what's obscure about that?" "Nothing. But the word unlimited." "Do you think the firm of Thompson & French isn't perfectly reliable?" asked Monte Cristo as naively as he could. "Oh, perfectly reliable," replied Danglars with an almost mocking smile. "But in financial matters the word unlimited is so vague. Vagueness is doubtfulness, and the wise man will stay away from doubtful things. Let me try to make myself clear by asking you to name the sum you expect to draw on me. The reason I opened an unlimited credit with you is precisely that I don't know how much money I'll need." The banker leaned back in his chair with a heavy, arrogant smile and said, "Oh, don't be afraid to ask. You may be sure that my funds, limited though they may be, are sufficient to meet the highest demands, and even if you were to ask for $1 million—" "Pardon? I said $1 million," repeated Danglars, with all the self-assurance of stupidity. "But what good would $1 million do me?" said the Count. "If I needed only $1 million I wouldn't have bothered opening a credit for such a trifling sum. Why, I always carry at least that much with me." So saying, he drew from his card case 2 treasury bonds for 500,000 francs each. A man like Danglars must be bludgeoned, not merely pricked, and this blow had its effect. He stared at Monte Cristo in a daze. "Come now, admit that you mistrust the firm of Thompson & French," continued the Count. "I allowed for that possibility and, although I don't know much about business, I took my precautions. Here are 2 other letters like the one that was sent to you. One is from the firm of Arstein and Esquils, of Vienna, opening an unlimited credit for me with Baron de Rothschild. The other is from Baring, of London, and is addressed to Monsieur Lafitte." This was the coup de grace. Danglars was vanquished. He opened the 2 letters with trembling hands and verified the signatures with a scrupulousness which would have been insulting to Monte Cristo if he had not been aware of the banker's bewilderment. "Here are 3 signatures which are worth many millions," said Danglars, standing up as though to pay tribute to the power of gold personified in the man sitting before him. "3 unlimited credits. Excuse me, Count, but, while I'm no longer mistrustful, I'm still astonished." "Well, then," said Monte Cristo, "now that we understand each other, now that there's no longer any mistrust between us, shall we fix an approximate sum for the first year, say, 6 million, for example?" "Very well, 6 million," said Danglars hoarsely. The Count stood up. "I must confess one thing to you, Count," said Danglars. "I thought I was rather well acquainted with all the large fortunes of Europe, yet yours was completely unknown to me. Is it of recent date?" "No, on the contrary, it's very old. It's a sort of family treasure which it was forbidden to touch and which was tripled by the accumulation of interest. The period fixed by the testator expired only a few years ago, so your ignorance was quite natural. You'll learn more about it in a short time." He accompanied these words with one of those pale smiles which had so frightened Franz d'Epinay. "Yes, that will be for later, when we know each other better," said Danglars. "For today I'll content myself with presenting you to Madame Danglars. Excuse my eagerness, Count, but a client like you is almost part of the family." Monte Cristo bowed as a sign that he accepted the honor. Danglars rang and a servant appeared. "Is the Baroness at home?" asked Danglars. "Yes, sir." "Is she alone?" "No, Madame has company." "And who is Madame's company?" "Monsieur Debray?" asked Danglars with a joviality that made Monte Cristo smile inwardly, for he was already acquainted with the banker's transparent family secrets. "Yes, sir, it's Monsieur Debray," replied the servant. Danglars nodded. Turning to Monte Cristo he said, "Monsieur Debray is an old friend of ours and a secretary to the Minister of the Interior. As for my wife, she lowered herself by marrying me, for she comes from an ancient family. She was Mademoiselle de Servières, and later a widow of the Marquis of Nargonne. I haven't had the honor of meeting Madame Danglars, but I've already met Monsieur Lucien Debray." "Where was that?" "At Monsieur Albert de Morcerf's house." "Ah, you know the young Viscount? We were in Rome together during the Carnival." "Oh, yes. I think I heard about some strange adventure of his with bandits, some sort of miraculous escape. I believe he told my wife and daughter about it when he returned from Italy." "The Baroness awaits you, gentlemen," said the servant, entering the room once again. "Allow me to show you the way," said Danglars to the Count of Monte Cristo. Madame Danglars, whose beauty was still outstanding despite her 36 years, was at her piano, while Lucien Debray sat looking through an album. Debray had already had time to tell the Baroness quite a number of things about the Count. Her curiosity, aroused by both Albert's stories and the new details brought to her by Lucien, was now at its height. She therefore received her husband with a smile, which was contrary to her custom, and gave the Count a ceremonious yet gracious bow. Debray exchanged a semi-familiar greeting with the Count and an intimate one with Danglars. "Allow me to introduce the Count of Monte Cristo," said Danglars. "I will say only one thing about him which will make him a great favorite of our fair ladies. He has come to Paris with the intention of staying here for a year and spending 6,000,000 francs during that time, which means that we may expect a series of balls, dinners and supper parties." "You've chosen a very bad time to come here," said Madame Danglars. "Paris is detestable in summer. There are no balls, receptions or banquets. The Italian opera is in London and the French opera is everywhere except in Paris. Our only entertainment consists of a few wretched horse races at the Champ de Mars and Satori." "Do you like horses, Count?" "I've spent a good part of my life in the Orient, madam, and, as you know, the Orientals appreciate only two things in this world, the nobility of horses and the beauty of women." Just then Madame Danglars' confidential maid entered and whispered a few words into her mistress's ear. The Baroness turned pale and said, "Impossible." Then, turning to her husband, she said, "Is what my maid tells me true?" "What has she told you?" asked Danglars, visibly agitated. "She says that when my coachman went to harness my horses to my carriage he found that they weren't in the stable." "May I ask what that means?" "Listen to me," said Danglars. "Oh, I'll listen to you, because I'm very curious to hear what you're going to tell me. I'll ask these gentlemen to be our judges and I'll begin by telling them the facts. Gentlemen, Baron Danglars has 10 horses in his stable. 2 of them are mine. They're magnificent horses, the finest in Paris. You know them, Monsieur Debray, my dappled greys. Now, just when I'm about to land my carriage to Madame de Villefort to go to the Bois de Boulogne tomorrow, these 2 horses are nowhere to be found. Monsieur Danglars has no doubt managed to make a few thousand francs on them and sold them. Oh, what an abominable breed these speculators are. My dear, those horses were too spirited, said Danglars. They were only 4 years old and they made me terribly frightened for your sake. I'll find you other horses like them, even finer, if there are any. But they'll be calm, gentle horses which won't inspire me with such terror. The Baroness shrugged her shoulders with an air of profound contempt. My God! Exclaimed Debray. Unless I'm mistaken, I see your horses harnessed to the Count's carriage. My dappled greys! Cried Madame Danglars. She rushed over to the window. Yes, they're mine. Danglars was dumbfounded. Can it be possible? Said the Count, affecting astonishment. Danglars said nothing. He foresaw a disastrous scene in the very near future. Debray, who also felt the storm approaching, left on some invented pretext. Monte Cristo, who did not wish to spoil his advantage by remaining too long on this occasion, bowed to Madame Danglars and withdrew, abandoning the Baron to his wife's anger. Very good, thought the Count as he left. I've accomplished my aim. The Danglars domestic peace is now in my hands and I'm about to win the gratitude of both the Baron and the Baroness at one stroke. I would have liked to be introduced to Mademoiselle Eugénie Danglars, but we have ample time ahead of us and that can wait till later. With this reflection he climbed into his carriage and returned home. 2 hours later, Madame Danglars received a charming letter from the Count of Monte Cristo in which he stated that, not wishing to make his entrance into Paris society by distressing a pretty woman, he would be grateful to her if she would take back her horses, which he had sent to her along with the letter. They were wearing the same harness she had seen on them that morning, except that the Count had had a diamond inserted in each of the rosettes they wore on their ears. Danglars also received a letter in which the Count asked his permission to satisfy a millionaire's whim and begged him to excuse the oriental manner in which he had sent back the horses. That evening Monte Cristo went to his country house at Auteuil, accompanied by Ali. The next afternoon, Ali, summoned by the gong, entered the Count's study. Ali, said Monte Cristo, I understand you're very skillful in throwing the lasso. Is that right? Ali nodded and drew himself up proudly. Good. Could you stop an ox with a lasso? Ali nodded. A tiger? Another nod. A lion? Ali pretended to throw a lasso and imitated a choked roar. I understand. Have you hunted lions? Ali nodded proudly. But could you stop 2 runaway horses? Ali smiled. Very well, then, listen. A short time from now a carriage will pass by drawn by 2 runaway dappled gray horses, the same ones I had yesterday. Even at the risk of being trampled, you must stop them in front of my door. Ali went out into the street and traced a line on the pavement in front of the door. Then he came back inside and pointed out the line to the Count, who had been watching him. The Count tapped Ali gently on the shoulder. It was his way of thanking him. The Nubian went outside, sat down in front of the house and began to smoke his chibouk. Suddenly a distant but rapidly approaching rumble was heard. Then a carriage appeared. The coachman was vainly trying to stop the horses, which were running wildly at tremendous speed. Inside the carriage, a young woman and an 8-year-old boy were clinging to each other, so terror-stricken that they were unable even to utter a cry. A stone under a wheel or low-hanging tree would have been enough to cause the carriage to be smashed. Ali suddenly set down his chibouk, drew a lasso from his pocket, threw it, caught the front legs of the left-hand horse and let himself be dragged along for 3 or 4 steps. But at the end of those 3 or 4 steps, the horse fell, preventing the other horse from continuing its wild race. The coachman leaped down from his seat, but Ali had already seized the second horse by the nostrils in an iron grip and, neighing in pain, it sank down beside its companion. All this was done in the time it takes for a bullet to hit its mark. It was nevertheless long enough for a man to dart out of the house in front of which the accident occurred, followed by several of his servants. As soon as the coachman opened the door of the carriage, this man lifted out the lady, who was clutching a pillow with one hand and pressing her fainting son to her bosom with the other. Monte Cristo carried them both into his house and set them down on a divan. "You're safe now, madam," he said. The woman pointed to her son with a look that was more eloquent than any entreaty. The child was still unconscious. "Yes, madam, I understand," said the Count, examining the boy, "but there's no cause for alarm. He hasn't been injured in any way, he only fainted from fear. Oh, don't tell me that just to reassure me. Look how pale he is. Oh, my son, my child, my Edward. Speak to your mother. Please, sir, send for a doctor. I'll give my entire fortune to anyone who can bring back my son to me." Monte Cristo opened a small chest, drew out a flask containing a blood-red liquid and allowed a single drop of it to fall between the child's lips. Although still pale, the boy opened his eyes almost immediately. On seeing this, his mother became almost delirious with joy. "Where am I?" she cried. "And to whom do I owe so much happiness after such a cruel ordeal?" "Madam," said Monte Cristo, "you're in the house of a man who considers himself lucky to have the opportunity of sparing you pain." "It was all because of my cursed curiosity," said the lady. "Everyone in Paris was speaking of Madame Danglars' magnificent horses, and I was foolish enough to want to try them." "What?" exclaimed the Count in admirably feigned surprise. "Do those horses belong to the Baroness?" "Yes." "Do you know her?" "I've had the honor of meeting her, and I'm doubly glad to have saved you from the danger in which those horses placed you because you might have attributed it to me. I bought those horses from the Baron yesterday, but the Baroness seemed so grieved at having lost them that I sent them back to her the same day." "Then you must be the Count of Monte Cristo whom Hermann spoke to me about yesterday." "Yes, I am, madam. And I'm Madame Heloise de Villefort." The Count bowed as though he had just heard a name that was completely unknown to him. "Oh, how grateful Monsieur de Villefort will be," said Heloise. "You've saved his son and his wife at the same time. If it hadn't been for your courageous servant, this dear child and I would both have been killed. I do hope you'll allow me to give that man a reward worthy of his devotion." "Please don't spoil Ali for me, madam," said Monte Cristo. "Ali is my slave. In saving your life, he served me, and it's his duty to serve me." "But he risked his life," said Madame de Villefort. "I once saved that life, madam. It therefore belongs to me." Madame de Villefort was silent. Perhaps she was thinking about this man who made such a deep impression on everyone who saw him. During this moment of silence, Monte Cristo examined the child whose mother was covering him with kisses. He was small and thin, and had the pallor which usually goes with red-haired children, yet his rounded forehead was covered with a forest of rebellious black hair which, falling down to his shoulders and framing his face, doubled the vivacity of his eyes, which were full of sly malice and childish wickedness. His first movement was to shake himself free of his mother's embrace and open the small chest from which the Count had taken the flask containing the red liquid. With the air of a child who is accustomed to satisfying all his whims, he began to uncork the different bottles without asking anyone's permission. "Don't touch that, my boy," said the Count sharply. "Some of those liquids are dangerous, not only to taste, but even to inhale." Madame de Villefort turned pale and pulled her son back to her. When her fear had passed she cast a short but expressive glance at the chest. "Is this your usual residence, Count?" she asked, standing up. "No, madam," It's only a sort of pied de grave terre in the country. I live at 30 Avenue des Champs-Élysées, but I see you're completely recovered and ready to go. I'll have those same horses harnessed to my carriage, and Ali will have the honor of driving you home while your coachman remains here to repair your carriage. When he's finished, I'll have it taken directly to Madame Danglars by a team of my horses. But I'd be afraid to go with those horses again. Oh, you'll see, madam, said Monte Cristo. In Alice's hands they'll be as gentle as lambs. Indeed, Ali had just approached the horses holding a sponge soaked in aromatic vinegar, with which he rubbed their nostrils and wiped away the foam and sweat that covered their foreheads. Then he harnessed them to the Count's carriage and climbed up on the seat. To the great astonishment of the onlookers, who had seen the horses running as though carried along by a whirlwind, he was obliged to use the whip on them to get them to start, and even then they went along at such a slow trot that it took nearly 2 hours to reach Madame de Villefort's home in the Faubourg Saint-Anne. Chapter 26. That same evening, Monsieur de Villefort put on a black coat and white gloves, got into his carriage and alighted at 30 Avenue des Champs-Élysées. If the Count of Monte Cristo had lived in Paris society longer, he would have appreciated Monsieur de Villefort's visit at its full worth. Monsieur de Villefort was not only a magistrate, he was almost a diplomat, and he paid very few visits. He gave a ball once a year and appeared at it for only 15 minutes. He never went to the theater, the concert hall, or any other public place. Sometimes, but rarely, he would play a game of whist, being careful to choose partners worthy of him. An ambassador, perhaps, a prince or an archbishop. Such was the man whose carriage drew up before Monte Cristo's door. The valet announced Monsieur de Villefort just as the Count, leaning over a large map, was tracing out an itinerary from St. Petersburg to China. The public prosecutor entered with the same stately, measured tread with which he entered the courtroom. "Count," he said, "the outstanding service you rendered my wife and my son today has made it my duty to thank you. I have therefore come to carry out that duty and express my deepest gratitude to you." As he spoke these words, the magistrate's face lost none of its usual arrogance, and his neck and shoulders retained the inflexible stiffness which made his flatterers describe him as a living statue of the law. "I'm very happy to have been able to save a mother's son for her," replied Monte Cristo with icy coldness, "for maternal love is said to be the most sacred of all sentiments, and this happiness on my part dispensed you from a duty whose performance honors me, to be sure. For I know that Monsieur de Villefort is not prodigal with the honor he does me, but, however precious it may be, it is worth less to me than my inner satisfaction." Villefort, astonished at this unexpected reply, started like a soldier who feels himself pierced beneath his armor, and a slight movement of his disdainful lip indicated that he did not consider the Count of Monte Cristo to be a very civil gentleman. He looked around for something which might serve as a pretext for changing the subject of conversation. Seeing the map which Monte Cristo had been examining, he said, "Are you interested in geography, Count? It's a rewarding study, especially for a man who, like you, according to what I've been told, at least, has seen every country represented on that map." "Yes," replied the Count, "I've made a psychological study of every human species, on the assumption that it would then be easier to go from the whole to the part, rather than beginning with the part and going to the whole." "Ah, so you're a philosopher," said Villefort after a moment of silence, during which, like an athlete meeting a formidable adversary, he had gathered his strength. "Well, Count, if I were like you and had nothing to do, I can assure you I'd find a less gloomy occupation." "It's true," said Monte Cristo, "that man is a very ugly creature when one examines him closely. But you just remarked that I had nothing to do. Do you think you have something to do, Monsieur de Villefort? Or, to speak more clearly, do you think that what you do is worth being called something?" Villefort's astonishment doubled at the second thrust delivered so vigorously by his strange adversary. Your eyes are fixed only on the social organization of humanity, continued Monte Cristo. You see nothing but the springs of the machine and not the sublime workman who makes it function. You recognize around you only those whose positions have been assigned to them by some minister or king. You are unable to see those men whom God has placed above kings and ministers by giving them a mission to fulfill, rather than a position to occupy. And do you regard yourself as one of those extraordinary beings? Asked Villefort, more and more astonished and unable to decide whether the man to whom he was speaking was inspired or mad. Yes, I'm one of them, said Monte Cristo coldly, and I don't believe any other man has ever found himself in a position like mine. The domains of kings are limited by natural barriers or changes of customs or language. My kingdom is as large as the world, for I am neither Italian, French, Hindu, American or Spanish. I am a cosmopolite. I adopt all customs and I speak all languages. You think I'm French because I speak French with the same ease and correctness as you. But Ali, my Nubian, thinks I'm an Arab. Bertuccio, my steward, thinks I'm a Roman. Haydée, my slave, thinks I'm a Greek. Therefore, since I am from no country, since I ask no government for protection, and since I regard no man as my brother, I am not deterred by any of the scruples or obstacles that paralyze the efforts of the weak. I have only 3 adversaries. The first 2 are distance and time, but with persistence I am able to overcome them. The third one is the most terrible, the fact that I am mortal. Only that can stop me before I reach my goal. Unless I die, I will always be what I am. That is why I tell you things you have never heard before, even from the lips of a king, for kings have need of you and other men are afraid of you. Who has not said to himself, in a society as ridiculously organized as ours, someday I may have to go before the public prosecutor? But even you can say that to yourself, Count, for as long as you live in France you must naturally submit yourself to French law. I know that, Monsieur de Villefort, but when I enter a country I study, by my own methods, all the men who may be either advantageous or disadvantageous to me, and I come to know them as well as they know themselves, or perhaps better. The result of this is that any public prosecutor with whom I might have to deal would find himself in a much more difficult situation than I. In other words, said Villefort hesitantly, human nature is weak and all men, according to you, have committed errors? Yes, either errors or crimes. And you alone are perfect? No, not perfect, replied the Count, only impenetrable. I maintain my pride in the face of men, but I abandon it before God, who drew me out of nothingness to make me what I am. I admire you, Count, said Villefort, and if you are really strong, really superior and really either perfect or impenetrable, which, as you rightly say, comes to almost the same thing, then I can only say to you, be proud and masterful, that's the law of domination. But you must at least have some ambition or other. Yes, I have one. What is it? As it happens to every man at least once in his life, I was once raised by Satan to the top of the highest mountain on earth. From there he showed me the whole world and said to me, as he said to Christ, Son of man, what wouldst thou have in order to worship me? I thought for a long time, for a terrible ambition had been devouring my heart. Then I replied, I have always heard of Providence, yet I have never seen it or anything resembling it, which makes me think it does not exist. I want to be Providence, for the greatest, the most beautiful and the most sublime thing I know of in this world is to reward and punish. But Satan bowed his head and sighed. You are mistaken, he said, Providence does exist, but it is invisible. You have never seen anything resembling it because it works by secret springs and moves in hidden ways. All I can do for you is to make you one of the agents of Providence. I made the bargain with him. I may lose my soul because of it, but if I had it to do over again I would do the same thing. Villefort looked at the Count in rapt amazement. You say you fear nothing but death? He asked. I didn't say I feared it. I said that it alone could stop me. What about old age? My mission will be accomplished before I'm old. And madness? I almost went mad once, and you know the axiom, non bis in idem. It's an axiom of jurisprudence and therefore falls within your range of knowledge. There are other things to fear besides death, old age and madness, said Vilford. There is, for example, apoplexy, that thunderbolt that strikes you without destroying you, but after which everything is finished. Come to my house some day, Count, and I'll show you my father, Monsieur Noirtier de Villefort, one of the fieriest Jacobins of the French Revolution, a man who has not perhaps, like you, seen all the kingdoms of the earth, but who had helped to overthrow one of the mightiest of them. Yet the rupture of a blood vessel in his brain changed all that, not in a day, not in an hour, but in a second. Monsieur Noirtier, the former Jacobin, the former senator, a man who laughed at the guillotine, the cannon and the dagger, a man for whom France was only a vast chessboard, this formidable Monsieur Noirtier became, that poor Monsieur Noirtier, a paralyzed old man, a mute, frozen corpse awaiting its final decomposition. What do you conclude from this, Monsieur de Villefort? I conclude that my father, led astray by his passions, has committed one or more of those wrongs which escape human justice but not divine justice, and that God has struck him down because of this. Monte Cristo, with a smile on his lips, pushed down into the depths of his heart a roar which would have made Villefort flee in terror if he had been able to hear it. I must leave you now, Count, said Villefort, who had stood up some time before, but I leave filled with an esteem which I hope will be agreeable to you when you know me better, for I am not an ordinary man, not at all. And you have already made Madame de Villefort your eternal friend. When the public prosecutor had gone, Monte Cristo said to himself, now that my heart is full of poison, let's go seek the antidote. He struck the gong once. I'm going up to see Madame, he said to Ali. Have the carriage ready in half an hour. Chapter 27. It was noon. The Count had set aside an hour to be spent with Haydée. The young Greek occupied an apartment completely separate from the Count's and furnished in the Oriental manner. The floors were covered with thick Turkish carpets, the walls were hung with brocades, and in each room there was a wide divan with piles of cushions to be placed according to the will of those who used them. Haydée was lying on the floor on blue satin cushions, leaning back against the divan while her softly rounded arm encircled her head. Her pose, quite natural for a woman of the Orient, would have been somewhat affected for a French woman. Her face represented Grecian beauty in all the perfection of its type, with its large, soft black eyes, its straight nose, coral lips and pearly teeth. And over all this was the bloom and freshness of youth. Haydée was no more than 19 or 20 years old. Monte Cristo called for the Greek attendant and sent her to ask Haydée if he might visit her. Haydée raised herself up on one elbow when he entered and held out her hand to him with a smile. Why did you ask permission to come here? She asked in the sonorous language of the daughters of Athens in Sparta. Are you no longer my master? Am I no longer your slave? Haydée, replied the Count, we're in France now and you're therefore free. Free to do what? Free to leave me. Leave you? Why should I leave you? We're going to see many people, and if, among the handsome young men you meet, you were to find one who pleased you, I wouldn't be so unjust as to. I've never seen a man handsomer than you, and I've never loved anyone except my father and you. Do you remember your father, Haydée? Haydée smiled. He's here and here, she said, placing her hand over her eyes and over her heart. And where am I? Asked Monte Cristo, smiling. You're everywhere. Monte Cristo took her hand to kiss it, but she withdrew it and offered her forehead. Now, Haydée, he said, you know that you're free, that you're the mistress here, that you're a queen. You may go on wearing your national costume or discard it, As you like. You may stay here when you like and go out when you like. There will always be a harness carriage waiting for you. Ali and Murdo will accompany you and will be at your orders. But there is one thing I must ask of you. Tell me. Keep the secret of your birth and say nothing about your past. Never utter the name of your illustrious father or of your poor mother. I've already told you, my lord, that I'll see no one. That oriental seclusion may be impossible in Paris. Haydée continued to learn about the life here, in northern countries, as you did in Rome, Florence, Milan and Madrid. The knowledge may always be useful to you, whether you return to the Orient or go on living here. Haydée raised her large moist eyes to the Count and said, You mean whether we return to the Orient, don't you, my lord? Yes. You know I'll never leave you. It's not the tree that leaves the blossom, but the blossom that leaves the tree. I'll never leave you, my lord, said Haydée, for I'm sure I couldn't live without you. Poor child. In 10 years I'll be old and you'll still be young. You love me as you loved your father. You're mistaken, my lord. I didn't love my father as I love you. My love for you is quite different. When my father died, I went on living, but if you were to die, I'd die too. The Count held out his hand to her with a smile of deep tenderness. She pressed her lips to it as usual. Then he went out, murmuring to himself these lines by Pindar: Youth is a blossom whose fruit is love. Happy is he who plucks it after watching it slowly ripen. The carriage was ready according to his orders. He climbed into it and set off at a gallop. Chapter 28. Minutes later Monte Cristo arrived at 7 Rue Michelet. In the porter who opened the door of the courtyard, the Count recognized old Cockles, but Cockles did not recognize the Count. Baptistin leaped down from his seat to ask if Monsieur and Madame Herbalt and Monsieur Maximilien Morel were at home. To the Count of Monte Cristo. To the Count of Monte Cristo, cried Maximilien, throwing away his cigar and hurrying out to meet the visitor. Thank you very much, Count, for not forgetting your promise. And the young officer shook the Count's hand so warmly that there could be no doubt about his sincerity. Come with me, said Maximilien. I want to introduce you myself. A man like you shouldn't be announced by a servant. My sister is in the garden cutting off the dead roses and her husband is reading the newspapers there. Wherever Madame Herbalt is, you may be sure that Monsieur Herbalt is within a radius of 4 yards and reciprocally, as they say at the École Polytechnique. At the sound of their footsteps, a young woman of about 25, wearing a silken morning gown, raised her head. It was our little Julie, who had become, as the representative of Thomson and French had predicted, Madame Emmanuelle Herbalt. She uttered a little cry on seeing a stranger. Maximilien began to laugh. It was treacherous of my brother to bring you here, sir, she said to the Count. He never considers his sister's vanity. Penelon. Penelon. An old man digging in a bed of Bengal roses stuck his spade into the ground and walked over, holding his cap in his hand and doing his best to hide a quid of tobacco by pushing it toward the back of his mouth. His bronzed face and his bold, keen eyes made it easy to recognize him as an old sailor, tanned by the tropical sun and weathered by countless gales. I believe you hailed me, Mademoiselle Julie, he said. Here I am. He had kept the habit of calling his employer's daughter Mademoiselle Julie and had never been able to accustom himself to calling her Madame Herbalt. Penelon, said Julie, go tell Monsieur Emmanuel about this gentleman's visit. Then, turning to the Count, she said, will you allow me to leave you for a moment? Without waiting for a reply, she disappeared behind a clump of trees and slipped into the house by a side entrance. A short time later Emmanuel appeared and greeted his visitor with great courtesy. Then, after having shown the Count around the garden, he led him into the house. The salon was impregnated with the scent of the flowers which filled an enormous Japanese vase. Julie, now properly dressed and impeccably groomed, she had accomplished this feat in 10 minutes, was waiting to receive the Count. Birds could be heard chirping in a nearby aviary. Laburnum and acacia trees spread their leaves against the blue velvet curtains. Everything in this charming little retreat breathed serenity, from the songs of the birds to the smiles of its owners. The Count had been keenly aware of this air of happiness from the moment he entered. He stood silent and thoughtful, forgetting that the others were waiting for him to continue the conversation after the first exchange of greetings. He finally became conscious of this almost embarrassing silence and made an effort to pull himself out of his reverie. "Madam," he said, "forgive me for an emotion which must be surprising to you, accustomed as you are to the peace and happiness I find here. But for me it's such a rare experience to see satisfaction in a human face that it's hard for me to take my eyes off you and your husband." "It's true that we're happy," replied Julie, "but we had to suffer for a long time, and few people have paid as high a price for their happiness as we have." The Count's face took on an expression of curiosity. "And did God send you consolation in your suffering, as he does to everyone?" he asked. "Yes, Count," said Julie, "we can truly say that he did, for he did for us what he does only for his elect. He sent us one of his angels." The Count's cheeks turned red and he coughed in order to be able to hide his emotion by putting his handkerchief before his face. Then he began to pace around the room. "Our magnificence must make you smile, Count," said Maximilian. "No, not at all," replied Monte Cristo. He pointed to a hollow crystal globe inside which was a silk purse carefully placed on a black velvet cushion. "I was just wondering about this purse with a piece of paper in one compartment and a rather handsome diamond in the other," he said. "That's the most precious of all our family treasures, Count," said Maximilian gravely. "The objects inside that purse are relics of the angel I mentioned just now," said Julie. "Count," said Maximilian, lifting the crystal globe and reverently kissing the silk purse, "this once touched the hand of a man who saved my father from death, us from ruin and our name from dishonor. This letter was written by him on a day when my father had made an extremely desperate resolution, and the same unknown benefactor gave this diamond to my sister for her dowry." Monte Cristo opened the letter and read it with indescribable happiness. It was the letter addressed to Julie and signed, "Sinbad the Sailor." "Did you say unknown?" asked the Count. "Has the man who rendered you this service always remained unknown to you?" "Yes, we've never had the joy of shaking his hand," replied Maximilian, "although it's certainly not because we haven't begged God to grant us that favor. He was an Englishman who presented himself to my father as a representative of the firm of Thompson and French of Rome. That's why you saw me start the other day when you mentioned that Thompson and French were your bankers. It happened in 1829. Tell me, in the name of God, did you know that man?" "Let's see," said Monte Cristo. "Was he a man about my size, slightly taller and thinner, perhaps, who always wore a high collar and always had a pencil in his hand?" "Oh, then you know him," cried Julie, her eyes sparkling with joy. "No, I'm only guessing. I once knew a Lord Wilmore who used to perform generous actions like that without revealing his identity. He was a strange man who didn't believe in the existence of true gratitude. Since then, however, he may have had proof that he was mistaken." "Oh, if you know him, take us to him," cried Julie. "If we could only see him, he'd have to believe in our gratitude." "Alas," said Monte Cristo, trying to stifle the emotion in his voice, "if Lord Wilmore was your benefactor, I'm afraid you'll never find him. When I left him 2 or 3 years ago in Palermo, he was preparing to leave for all sorts of faraway countries, and I doubt that he'll ever return. Besides, you shouldn't build any hopes on my remarks. Lord Wilmore is probably not the man you're searching for. He and I were close friends. I knew all his secrets, but he never said a word about this matter." "Yet you thought of him immediately," said Julie. "I was only guessing. Besides, Julie," said Maximilian, coming to the Count's aid, Don't forget what our father said to us so often. It wasn't an Englishman who gave us our happiness. Monte Cristo started. Your father said. He began. Yes, Count, said Maximilian, my father saw a miracle in that action. He believed in a benefactor who had come back from the tomb to help us. It was a touching superstition, and while I didn't believe in it myself, I had no wish to destroy my father's belief in it. And when he was about to die, that thought became a conviction. His last words were, Maximilian, it was Edmond Dantes. The Count's pallor became almost frightening, all his blood rushed to his heart and he was unable to speak for a moment. He looked at his watch as though he had forgotten the hour, took his hat, paid his compliments to Madame Herbalt in an abrupt and embarrassed manner, shook hands with Emmanuel and Maximilian and said, Madam, allow me to repeat my visit another day. I like your house, and I'm grateful to you for your reception, for this is the first time I've forgotten myself in many years. He then strode swiftly out of the room. He's a strange man, the Count of Monte Cristo, said Emmanuel. Yes, said Maximilian, but I believe he has a good heart and I'm sure he likes us. As for me, said Julie, his voice went straight to my heart, and 2 or 3 times it seemed to me that it wasn't the first time I had heard chapter 29. When the Count of Monte Cristo arrived at the Villefort residence with the intention of repaying Monsieur de Villefort's visit, the mention of his name set the whole household into a commotion. Madame de Villefort was in the salon when he was announced. She immediately sent for her son, so that he might renew his thanks to the Count. After the first exchange of formalities, the Count asked about Monsieur de Villefort. My husband is dining with the Chancellor, replied the young woman. He left just a moment ago, and I'm sure he'll be sorry to have missed seeing you. By the way, Edward, where's your sister Valentine? Go have her sent here so that I can introduce her to the Count. Do you have a daughter, madam? Asked Monte Cristo. She's Monsieur de Villefort's daughter by his first marriage. A few moments later Valentine entered the salon. She was a tall, slender young lady of 19 with chestnut hair, dark blue eyes and long white hands. When she saw her mother with the stranger about whom she had already heard so much, she bowed without any of the affected shyness common to young girls and with such grace that the Count's attention redoubled. Tell me, madam, said the Count, looking back and forth between Madame de Villefort and Valentine, haven't I already had the honor of meeting you and this young lady somewhere else? I've thought about it before, and when Mademoiselle de Villefort entered just now it was like another ray of light on my obscure memory. It's improbable, Count. We rarely go out, said Madame de Villefort. No, it wasn't in Paris. Excuse me while I try to remember. The memory seems to involve bright sunshine and some sort of religious festival. Perhaps the Count saw us in Italy, said Valentine. That's right, mademoiselle, cried Monte Cristo. It was in Perugia during the festival of Corpus Christi in the garden of the hotel. I remember being in Perugia, said Madame de Villefort, but I don't remember having had the honor of seeing you. Let me help your memory, madam. It was a scorching hot day. You were waiting for your carriage, which had been delayed because of the festival. Mademoiselle de Villefort took a walk in the garden and your son ran off chasing a bird. Don't you remember sitting there on a stone bench and talking with someone? Oh, yes, said the young woman, blushing. I talked with a man wearing a long cape. A doctor, I believe. I was that man, madam. I'd been living in that hotel for 2 weeks. I'd just cured my valet of the fever and the hotel keeper of jaundice, so that I was regarded as a great doctor there. But you cured illness, so you really were a doctor, weren't you? No, madam, although I have made a thorough study of chemistry and the natural sciences. At this moment the clock struck 6. It's 6 o'clock, Valentine, said Madame de Villefort, visibly agitated. Aren't you going to see if your grandfather is ready for dinner? Valentine stood up. bowed to the Count without saying a word, and left. "Was it because of me that you sent Mademoiselle de Villefort away?" asked the Count when Valentine had gone. "Not at all," replied Madame de Villefort. "It's just that this is the hour when we usually serve Monsieur Noirtier his dinner. I suppose you know about the deplorable condition of my husband's father?" "Yes, madame, Monsieur de Villefort has spoken to me about it." "Excuse me for mentioning our domestic misfortunes to you, Count. I interrupted you just as you were telling me you were a skillful chemist." "Oh, I didn't say that, madame," replied Monte Cristo with a smile. "I simply studied chemistry because, intending to live in the Orient, I decided to follow the example of King Mithridates." "Mithridates, Rex Ponticus," said Edward, cutting out pictures from a magnificent album. "He's the one who used to have a cup of poison with cream every morning for breakfast." "Edward, you wicked child!" cried Madame de Villefort, snatching the mutilated album from the hands of her son. "You're unbearable. Leave us alone and go see your sister in your grandfather's room." "I won't go unless you give me the album," said the child, seating himself firmly in a large armchair. "All right, then, take it and leave us alone," said Madame de Villefort. She gave him the album and led him out of the room. "Let's see if she closes the door behind him," said the Count to himself. Madame de Villefort carefully closed the door behind the child. The Count did not appear to notice. "Your son was quoting Cornelius Nepos when he mentioned King Mithridates," said Monte Cristo, "which shows that he's quite advanced for his age." "Yes, he learns easily," replied the flattered mother. "His only fault is that he's extremely willful." With regard to what he was saying, do you believe that King Mithridates really took those precautions and that they were efficacious? "I certainly do, madam. I myself took the same precautions to avoid being poisoned in Naples, Palermo and Smyrna, and they saved my life in all three places." "Oh, yes. I remember your telling me something of that sort in Perugia." "Really?" said the Count in admirably feigned surprise. "I don't recall mentioning it. And how did you go about accustoming yourself to poison?" "It's quite simple. Suppose you know in advance what poison will be used against you. Suppose it's brucine, for example. Brucine comes from the Brucia ferruginea, doesn't it?" asked Madame de Villefort. "Precisely, madame," replied Monte Cristo. "I see I have little to teach you. Such knowledge is rare in women. Well, then, suppose the poison is brucine. The first day you take 1 milligram of it, the second day 2 milligrams, and so on until you're taking 10 milligrams on the 10th day. Then you begin to add 2 milligrams each day until on the 20th day you're taking 30 milligrams, a dose which does you no harm but which would be extremely dangerous to someone who hasn't taken the same precautions." "I've often read the story of King Mithridates," said Madame de Villefort thoughtfully, "but I always took it for a fable." "No, madame, it's quite true. Furthermore, not only do the Orientals use poison to make themselves a suit of armor, but they also use it as a dagger. And they use it so skillfully that human justice is left without a clue. Go outside France, to Cairo, or even to Naples or Rome, and you'll see men who appear to be in perfect health, but about whom some demon could whisper in your ear, 'That man has been poisoned for 3 weeks. In another month he'll be dead.' The poison attacks some specific organ of the body, brings on an illness which is quite well known to science but fatal nevertheless, and there you have a murder that will remain forever unknown to justice." "It's frightening, but it's admirable," said Madame de Villefort, who had been listening with motionless attention. "It's fortunate such poisons can be prepared only by chemists, otherwise one half of the world would poison the other." "Either by chemists or people who have studied chemistry," remarked Monte Cristo. "You yourself must be a great chemist, Count, for that medicine you gave my son, which brought him back to life so quickly." Don't form any false ideas about that, madam. 1 drop of that liquid brought your son back to consciousness, but 3 drops would have forced blood to his lungs in such a way as to give him palpitations of the heart, and 10 would have killed him. You may recall how quickly I snatched the bottles away from him. It's a terrible poison, then? Oh, no. First of all, let's recognize that the word poison has no meaning, since, in medicine, the most violent poisons become health-giving remedies when they are used properly. What is it, then? It's a preparation made for me by a very learned friend of mine, who also taught me to use it. I see. It must be an excellent antispasmodic. A perfect one, madam, as you saw for yourself. I often use it myself, with all possible caution, of course, added Monte Cristo, smiling. I'm sure you do, said Madame de Villefort in the same tone. As for myself, I'm extremely nervous and inclined to fainting, but I have no learned friend like yours, so I'm obliged to go on using Monsieur Planchet's antispasmodic. I prefer my own. Certainly. So would I, especially after having seen for myself what it can do. But I suppose it's a secret, and I'm not indiscreet enough to ask you for it. But I'm gallant enough to offer it to you, madam, said Monte Cristo, standing up. Oh, Count. Remember one thing, however, it's a remedy in small doses, but a poison in large doses. 1 drop of it restores life, as you've seen. 5 or 6 drops would kill infallibly. And it's all the more dangerous because if those 5 or 6 drops were mixed in with a glass of wine, they wouldn't change the taste of it at all. The clock had just struck 6:30. A servant entered to announce the arrival of a friend who had come to dine with Madame de Villefort. If this were our 3rd or 4th meeting instead of our 2nd, said Madame de Villefort, and if I had the honor of being your friend instead of simply being indebted to you, I'd insist on keeping you here for dinner, and I wouldn't let myself be daunted by a first refusal. Thank you very much, madam, replied Monte Cristo, but I also have another engagement which I must keep. Very well, then, Count. But please don't forget my remedy. Certainly not, madam. To forget that, I'd have to forget the hour of conversation I've just had with you, which is completely impossible. The Count bowed and withdrew. His results had surpassed his expectations. I'm sure the seed I've sown hasn't fallen on barren ground, he said to himself as he went out. And the next day, true to his promise, he sent Madame de Villefort the remedy she had requested. Chapter 30. Several days later, Albert de Morcerf came to call on the Count of Monte Cristo in his house on the Champs-Élysées, which had already taken on that palatial air which the Count, thanks to his immense fortune, always gave to even his temporary residences. Albert was accompanied by Lucien Debray. It seemed to the Count that Debray's visit was prompted by a twofold curiosity, half of which emanated from the Rue de la Chaussée-d'Antin, that Madame Danglars, in other words, unable to examine with her own eyes the house of a man who gave away horses worth 30,000 francs and went to the opera with a Greek slave girl wearing 1,000,000 francs worth of diamonds, had instructed Debray, through whose eyes she was accustomed to seeing, to bring her back what information he could. Outwardly, however, the Count appeared to be aware of no connection between Debray's visit and the Baroness's curiosity. You see Baron Danglars quite often, don't you? He asked Albert. Of course. You know what I told you. It still holds good, then? Oh, yes. It's a settled matter. Is she pretty? Very pretty, even beautiful. But she has a kind of beauty I don't appreciate. I'm unworthy of her. You talk about her as though you were already her husband, said Monte Cristo. You don't seem very enthusiastic about this marriage. Mademoiselle Danglars is too rich for me, said Albert. That frightens me. I admit, said Monte Cristo, that it's difficult for me to understand your repugnance for a young lady who's both rich and beautiful. Oh, I'm not the only one who objects to the marriage. My mother is also against it. I think she has something against the Danglars family. You're so lucky to be free, Count. Well, then, be free yourself. Who's to prevent you? It would be too great a disappointment to my father if I didn't marry Mademoiselle Danglars. Marry her, then, said the Count with a strange shrug of his shoulders. On the other hand, said Albert, it would cause my mother more than disappointment. It would cause her pain. Then don't marry her. I'll see. I'll try to decide what I should do. You'll advise me, won't you? Perhaps you can help me to get out of this embarrassing situation, but if worst comes to worst, I'll quarrel with my father to avoid causing my mother pain. Monte Cristo turned away. He seemed to be agitated. Well, he said to Debray, who was sitting on the other side of the room with a pencil in one hand and a notebook in the other, what are you doing? Sketching? No, I'm calculating how much Danglars made on the last rise in Haitian bonds. They went from 206 to 409 in 3 days, and the wise banker bought large amounts at 206. He must have made 300,000 francs. Yet today the bond fell to 205. If Monsieur Danglars gambles to win or lose 300,000 francs in one day, he must be enormously rich, said the Count. He's not the one who gambles, exclaimed Debray. It's Madame Danglars. She's very daring. If I were you, said Albert, I'd cure her of that. It would be a service to her future son-in-law. What do you mean? I'd teach her a lesson. Your position as the minister's secretary makes you an authority on the news. Each time you open your mouth, all the stockbrokers in Paris take down every word you say. Make her lose 100,000 francs a few times and she'll soon become more cautious. I don't understand, stammered Debray. It's quite simple, continued Albert. One day you tell her some sensational piece of news, some telegraphic dispatch that only you could know about. That Henry IV was seen yesterday at Gabriel's, for example. That will cause the market to rise. She'll speculate and then she'll be sure to lose when Beecham writes in his newspaper the next day, the rumor, emanating from otherwise well-informed quarters, that King Henry IV was seen at Gabriel's day before yesterday is absolutely groundless. King Henry IV has not left the Pont Neuf. Debray gave a forced laugh. Monte Cristo, though outwardly indifferent, had not missed a word of this conversation, and he had deduced a certain secret from his keen observation of Debray's embarrassment. This embarrassment, which Albert had completely failed to notice, caused Debray to cut short his visit. It was quite obvious that he felt uneasy. "Tell me," said Monte Cristo to Albert after he had shown Debray to the door, "is your mother really as opposed to your marriage as you say? So much so that Madame Danglars almost never comes to our house, and I don't think my mother has been in her house twice in her whole life." "Well, then," said the Count, "I feel free to speak openly to you. Monsieur Danglars is my banker, and Monsieur de Villefort has overwhelmed me with politeness in thanking me for a service which chance placed me in a position to render him. From all this I foresee an avalanche of dinner parties and receptions. Now, in order not to appear to be trying to outdo everyone later, I'm planning to invite Monsieur and Madame Danglars and Monsieur and Madame de Villefort to dinner in my country house in Auteuil. If I were to invite you and your parents, it would seem to be a sort of matrimonial rendezvous, or at least it would strike your mother that way, especially if Monsieur Danglars brings his daughter. I would therefore incur your mother's displeasure, and I wish to avoid that at all cost." "Thank you for speaking so frankly to me, Count," said Albert. "I'll be glad to forego your invitation. I'll tell my mother about your thoughtfulness, too, and I'm sure she'll be extremely grateful to you, although my father, of course, would be furious if he knew." The Count laughed. "Your father won't be the only one who's furious," he said. "Monsieur and Madame Danglars will wonder why I didn't invite you and will consider me a very ill-mannered man. Be sure to provide yourself with some plausible previous engagement and write me a note about it. As you know, bankers trust nothing unless it's in writing. I'll do better than that, Count. My mother's been wanting to go to the seaside. What day is your dinner party? Saturday. And today is Tuesday. Very well, we'll leave tomorrow evening and the next day we'll be in Treport. I'll go to see Monsieur Danglars right now and tell him my mother and I are leaving Paris tomorrow. I haven't seen you and I know nothing about your dinner party. And what about Monsieur Debray, who just saw you here with me? Yes, that's true. No, I invited you informally here and you told me you couldn't come because you were leaving for Treport. Good. That's settled, then. And now, let me invite you to come to see my mother and me sometime before tomorrow. I'm very grateful to you for the invitation, replied the Count, but I'm afraid I can't accept it. I have an important appointment with Major Bartolomeo Cavalcanti, a man from one of the oldest and noblest families of Italy, and his son Andrea, a young man of about your age who's going to make his entrance into Paris society with the help of his father's millions. I'll give the Major a good dinner and he'll leave his son in my keeping. I'll promise to keep watch over him and then my duty will be done. If by any chance your Major Cavalcanti should want to find a wife for his son, said Albert, I'd be glad to help him meet a certain young lady who's rich, of noble birth on her mother's side and can claim the title of Baroness from her father. Have you really come to that? Oh, Count, you have no idea how grateful to you I'd be if you could help me to remain a bachelor. All things are possible, replied Monte Cristo gravely. Chapter 31. The Count had not lied to Albert when he refused his invitation to dinner on the grounds that he was expecting a visit from an Italian major. The clock had just struck 7. Bertuccio, following his orders, had left for the Count's house in Auteuil 2 hours earlier. A carriage stopped in front of the Count's Paris residence and deposited a man of about 52 years of age. This man's small, angular head, white hair and thick gray mustache made him easily recognizable to Baptistin, who had received a precise description of the visitor in advance and was waiting for him in the vestibule. The stranger was introduced into the most modest salon. The Count was waiting for him there and stepped forward to meet him with an affable air. "Welcome, sir," he said. "I was expecting you." "Really? Are you sure I'm the one you were expecting, Excellency?" "Of course. But we can make sure if you like." "Oh, as long as you're sure I'm the one you were expecting, that's good enough for me." The stranger seemed to be slightly uneasy. "Just the same, let's make sure," said Monte Cristo. "Let's see now. You're Marquis Bartolomeo Cavalcanti, aren't you?" "Bartolomeo Cavalcanti," repeated the stranger joyfully. "Yes, that's right. Ex-major in the Austrian service?" "Was I a major?" asked the old soldier timidly. "Yes, a major. That's the name we give in France to the rank you held in Italy. That's fine with me, you know. Besides, you were sent to me by someone." "Yes. By that excellent Abbe Busoni?" "That's right," cried the major happily. "And you have a letter?" "Here it is." Monte Cristo took the letter and read it. "Yes, that's right," he said. "Major Cavalcanti, a worthy nobleman of Lucca, descendant of the Cavalcanti of Florence, possessing an income of 500,000. "Did you say 500,000? asked the major. "Yes, it's written here in black and white, and it must be true because no one knows more about the great fortunes of Europe than the Abbe Busoni. Then it must be 500,000, but I had no idea it was so much." Monte Cristo continued reading. "He lacks only one thing for his happiness, to find his beloved son, who was carried off in his childhood, either by enemies of his noble family or by gypsies. I have given him the hope, Count, that you can help him find the son for whom he has been vainly searching for 15 years. The major looked at Monte Cristo with an indefinable expression of anxiety. I can help you find him, said the Count. Then the letter is true? Did you doubt it, Major? No, not for a single instant. A serious man like the Abbé Busoni would never say such things jokingly. But you haven't finished reading the letter, Excellency. Oh, yes. There's a postscript. In order to save Major Cavalcanti the trouble of transferring his funds, I am sending him 2,000 francs for his traveling expenses and a credit on you for the 48,000 francs you owe me. The Major followed the reading of this postscript with visible anxiety. Very well, was the Count's only comment. Then the postscript. What about it? Do you receive it as favorably as the rest of the letter? Certainly. The Abbé Busoni and I maintain an account between us. I'm not sure whether it's precisely 48,000 francs I owe him now, but we don't quibble over a few thousand francs one way or the other. Then you'll advance me the 48,000 francs? Whenever you like. The Major's eyes opened wide in astonishment. Please have a seat, Major, said Monte Cristo. I don't know what's the matter with me. I've kept you standing here for a quarter of an hour. The Major drew up an armchair and sat down. So, Major, said the Count, you live in Lucca, you're rich, you're of noble birth, you enjoy the respect and admiration of your fellow men, and only one thing is lacking to make you completely happy? Only one thing, Excellency. And that one thing is to find your son again? Yes, but that's very important to me, said the worthy Major, raising his eyes and making an effort to sigh. Now, Monsieur Cavalcanti, tell me about this beloved son. I've heard it said that you had remained a bachelor. People thought so, and you yourself supported the belief. There was a sin of your youth that you wanted to keep hidden, not for your own sake. A man is above such things, but for the sake of your son's poor mother. Yes, for the sake of his poor mother. She belonged to one of the noblest families of Italy, didn't she? A patrician of Fiesole, Count. A patrician of Fiesole. And what was her name? You want to know her name? Oh, it's useless for you to tell me, said the Count. I know it already. You know everything, Count, said the Major, bowing. Her name was Oliva Corsinari, wasn't it? That's right. Oliva Corsinari. And you finally married her despite family opposition, didn't you? Yes, I finally did. Have you brought your documents? What documents? Asked the Major. The certificate of your marriage to Oliva Corsinari and your son's birth certificate. His name is Andrea, isn't it? I think so. You think so? I'm afraid to say for sure. It's been so long since I saw him last. That's true, said Monte Cristo. But do you have the documents? I'm sorry, but no one told me I'd need them and I neglected to take them with me. Are they necessary? Indispensable. Not having them might make him miss some magnificent marriage. In France it's not sufficient, as it is in Italy, to go to a priest and say, "We love each other. Unite us." In France there is also a civil ceremony, for which one must furnish proof of one's identity. Fortunately, however, I have the documents I mentioned. You have them? Yes. Wonderful, exclaimed the Major, who was beginning to fear that the absence of the documents might raise some difficulty with regard to the 48,000 francs. I would never have thought you had them. One can't think of everything. Fortunately the Abbé Busoni thought of it for you. What an admirable man! He sent them to you? Here they are. Give them to your son and tell him to take great care of them. I'm sure you realize the value of these documents. I regard them as priceless. Now, about the young man's mother. My God! Exclaimed the Major. Do we need her too? No, Major, replied Monte Cristo. Besides, isn't she? Yes, of course. She paid her tribute to nature? Yes, alas. So I was told. She died 10 years ago, and I still mourn her loss, Count, said the Major, drawing a handkerchief from his pocket and wiping his eyes. "Console yourself, Major. We're all mortal. But now that we've refreshed your memory, you must have guessed by now that I've been saving a surprise for you." "A pleasant surprise? Ah, I see it's impossible to deceive the eye and the heart of a father. You've already sensed that he's here." "Who's here?" "Your child, your son, your Andrea." "Very good, very good. I understand your emotion," said Monte Cristo, "and I realize that I must give you time to compose yourself. Also, I want to prepare the young man for this much-desired interview, for I assume he's as impatient as you are." "I'm sure he is." "Well, then, in less than a quarter of an hour he'll walk in through that door. By the way," said the Major, "as you know, I took only 2,000 francs with me, and you need money, don't you?" "Of course you do. Here's 8,000 francs. I still owe you 40,000. The Major's eyes gleamed. "Would you like a receipt, Excellency?" he asked. "You can give me a receipt for everything later when I've given you the whole amount. Such precautions are useless between honest men." "Yes, of course, between honest men. And now would you allow me to make a suggestion? I'd be grateful to you. It would do no harm if you were to stop wearing that coat." "Really?" said the Major, looking at the garment with a certain affection. "Yes. It's still fashionable in Italy, but, elegant though it may be, it's been out of style in Paris for quite some time." "That's a shame," said the Major. "But what shall I wear?" "You'll find a coat in your trunks." "In my trunks? I brought only a suitcase." "That's all you took with you, but you sent your trunks on ahead. They're now in the Hotel des Princes, in the Rue Richelieu, which is where you reserve your lodgings. I assume you had the foresight to instruct your valet to pack your trunks with everything you'll need. You'll wear your uniform for important occasions. That makes a good impression. And don't forget your medals." "Very good. Very good," said the Major, passing from one dazzling surprise to another. "And now, Monsieur Cavalcanti," said the Count, "prepare to see your son Andrea again." Bowing graciously to the enraptured Major, Monte Cristo walked out of the room. In the neighboring salon was a rather elegantly dressed young man who had arrived half an hour earlier. Baptistin had had no difficulty in recognizing him. He was clearly the tall young man whose blonde hair, red beard and black eyes had been described by Monte Cristo. When the Count entered the salon, the young man was sprawled out on a sofa, absent-mindedly tapping his boot with a gold-headed cane. On seeing the Count he leaped to his feet and asked, "Are you the Count of Monte Cristo?" "Yes. And have I the honor of speaking to Viscount Andrea Cavalcanti?" "Viscount Andrea Cavalcanti," repeated the young man nonchalantly. "I believe you have a letter of introduction for me. I didn't mention it because the signature seemed so strange to me. Sinbad the Sailor, isn't it?" "Yes. He's a friend of mine, an Englishman. He's very rich, and eccentric almost to the point of madness. His real name is Lord Wilmore." "Ah, then he's the same Englishman who—" "Very well. I'm at your service, Count. If what you tell me is true," said the Count, smiling, "I hope you'll be kind enough to give me a few details about yourself and your family." "I'd be glad to, Count," said the young man with a volubility that proved the soundness of his memory. "I am, as you've said, Viscount Andrea Cavalcanti, son of Major Bartolomeo Cavalcanti, a descendant of the Cavalcanti family whose name is inscribed in the Golden Book of Florence. At the age of 5 I was carried off by a treacherous tutor, so that I haven't seen my father for 15 years. I've been trying to find him ever since I reached the age of reason, but in vain. Finally this letter from your friend Sinbad informed me that he was in Paris and authorized me to address myself to you to obtain news of him." "That's all very interesting," said the Count, "and you were right to come to me because your father is here at this very moment. Since his entrance into the salon, the Count had not taken his eyes off the young man. He had admired the self-assurance of his gaze and the firmness of his voice. But on hearing the words, "Your father is here at this very moment," young Andrea started and cried out, "My father! My father is here?" "Yes," replied the Count. "Your father, Major Bartolomeo Cavalcanti." The young man's terrified expression vanished instantly. "Yes, of course," he said, "Major Bartolomeo Cavalcanti. You say my dear father is here now, Count?" "Yes. You'll see him in a moment. He's a little stiff and pompous, perhaps, but that's because he's been a soldier for so long. Besides, a great fortune makes it easy to overlook many things." "My father is rich, then? A millionaire? An income of $500,000 francs? In that case," said the young man anxiously, "will I find myself in a pleasant situation?" "Extremely pleasant. He's going to give you an allowance of 50,000 francs a year for as long as you stay in Paris." "Does he plan to stay in Paris for long?" "His duties won't allow him to stay for more than a few days." "Oh, dear father," said Andrea, clearly delighted by this prompt departure. "Well," said Monte Cristo, pretending to have misinterpreted the tone in which these words were spoken, "I won't keep you waiting any longer. Step into the next room and you'll find your father." Andrea bowed deeply to the Count and entered the adjoining salon. When he had gone, the Count touched a hidden spring and a painting on the wall slid aside to reveal an opening enabling him to see into the next room. Andrea closed the door behind him and walked toward the Major, who stood up as soon as he heard his footsteps. "Father," said Andrea loudly enough for the Count to hear him behind the closed door. "Is it really you?" "Yes, my son," said the Major gravely. "What good fortune to see each other again after so many years of separation," continued Andrea, still looking toward the door. "Yes, it was a long separation. And we'll never part again?" "I'm afraid so, my son. You've come to regard France as your second home, haven't you?" "To tell the truth," said the young man, "I'd be heartbroken if I had to leave Paris. And I couldn't live anywhere except in Lucca. I'll go back to Italy as soon as possible. But before you go, father, I'm sure you'll give me the documents that will enable me to prove my ancestry." "Yes, I came here expressly to give them to you. Here they are." Andrea seized the documents avidly and examined them with a rapidity and an assurance which indicated a practiced eye. Looking at the Major with a strange smile, he said in excellent Italian, "Aren't there any prisons in Italy?" "What do you mean?" "In France a forgery like this, dear father, would cost you at least 5 years in Toulon." "I beg your pardon?" said the Major, endeavoring to assume an air of majesty. "How much are you getting for being my father?" asked Andrea, pressing the Major's arm. The Major started to speak. "SSH," said Andrea, lowering his voice. "Here, I'll set you an example of confidence. I'm getting 50,000 francs a year to be your son." The Major looked around anxiously. "Oh, don't worry. We're alone," said Andrea. "Besides, we're speaking Italian." "All right, then," said the Major. "I'm getting 50,000 francs in a lump sum. Monsieur Cavalcanti, do you believe in fairy tales?" "I didn't before, but now I'm forced to." "You think I can believe in the Count's promises, then?" "Yes, but we'll have to play our parts well, since they insist on my being your father." "Who are they?" "I have no idea. Whoever it was who wrote to us." "You got a letter?" "Yes." "From whom?" "From a certain Abbe Busoni." "Do you know him?" "I never laid eyes on him." "What was in the letter?" "You won't tell anyone?" "Of course not. Our interests are the same." "Read it, then." The Major handed a letter to Andrea, who read aloud, "You are poor and a wretched old age awaits you. Would you like to become, if not rich, at least independent? If so, Leave for Paris immediately. Go to see the Count of Monte Cristo at 30 Avenue des Champs-Élysées and ask him to introduce you to the son whom you had by the Marquise de Corsonari and who was taken away from you at the age of 5. Your son's name is Andrea Cavalcanti. In case you should have any doubt about my intention to be of service to you, you will find enclosed a check for 2,000 francs and a letter of introduction to the Count of Monte Cristo, with whom I have opened a credit of 48,000 francs for you. Be at the Count's house on May 26 at 7 o'clock in the evening. Abbe Busoni. I received a letter almost like this one, said Andrea. From the Abbe Busoni? No. From Lord Wilmore, an Englishman who goes by the name of Sinbad the Sailor. Here's the letter. The Major read. You are poor and you have only a wretched future ahead of you. Would you like to be free and rich and have an illustrious name? If so, go to see the Count of Monte Cristo, 30 Avenue des Champs-Élysées in Paris, on May 26 at 7 o'clock in the evening, and ask him for your father. You are the son of Major Bartolomeo Cavalcanti and Marquise Oliva Corsonari, as you will see from the documents which the Major will give to you and which will enable you to present yourself under that name to Paris society. As for your rank, an allowance of 50,000 francs a year will enable you to maintain it properly. Enclosed is a check for 5,000 francs and a letter of introduction to the Count of Monte Cristo, whom I have instructed to take care of all your needs. Sinbad the Sailor, that's wonderful, said the Major. Have you seen the Count? I just left him. Did he agree to everything? Everything. Do you understand anything about all this? Nothing at all. But in any case, let's play the game to the end. So be it. You'll see that I'm worthy to be your partner. I haven't doubted that for an instant, my dear father. You honor me, my dear son. The Count chose this moment to enter the salon. On hearing the sound of his footsteps, the two men threw themselves into each other's arms. You seem to find your son according to your liking, Major, said the Count. I'm overwhelmed with joy, Count. And you, young man? Oh, Count, I'm bursting with happiness. Excellent, said the Count. And now you may go, gentlemen. When shall we have the honor of seeing you again, Count? Asked the Major. Oh, yes, when shall we have that honor? Asked Andrea. This Saturday if you like. I'm having several people to dinner in my house in Auteuil, 28 Rue de la Fontaine. At what time shall we come? Asked Andrea. Toward 6:30, replied the Count. We'll be there, said the Major, touching his hat. The two Cavalcanti bowed to the Count and left. The Count went over to the window and watched them cross the courtyard arm in arm. There go a pair of scoundrels, he thought. What a shame they aren't really father and son. Chapter 32. The reader must now allow us to take him to the wall surrounding Monsieur de Villefort's house, where we shall meet some people with whom we are already acquainted. Maximilien Morel was the first to arrive at the grilled iron gate, where he stood looking for a shadow among the trees of the garden and listening for the sound of a silken slipper on the sand of the path. He finally heard the awaited footsteps, but he saw two shadows approaching instead of one. Valentine had been delayed by a visit from Madame Danglars and Eugenie which had lasted longer than she expected. In order not to miss her rendezvous, Valentine had decided to invite Eugenie to take a stroll in the garden, which would enable Maximilien to see for himself that the delay was unavoidable. The young man understood everything with the rapid intuition of a lover and felt greatly relieved. After half an hour of strolling, the two young ladies walked back toward the house, leading Maximilien to suppose that Eugenie's visit was about to come to an end. Several moments later Valentine reappeared alone. However, for fear that indiscreet eyes might be following her return, she walked slowly and, instead of going directly to the grill, she sat down on a bench after inconspicuously examining every clump of trees in the garden and glancing down every pathway. Then, When she had taken all these precautions, she ran over to the grill. "Hello, Valentine," said a voice. "Hello, Maximilian. I kept you waiting, but you saw the reason, didn't you?" "Yes, I recognized Mademoiselle Danglars. I didn't know you two were such close friends." "Who told you we were close friends?" "No one, but the way you were walking and talking together made me think so. You looked like two schoolgirls exchanging secrets." "We were exchanging secrets, as a matter of fact," said Valentine. "She was telling me how she detested the idea of marrying Albert de Morcerf, and I was telling her how unhappy I was at the thought of marrying Franz d'Épinay. As I talked to her about the man I can never love, I was thinking of the man I'll always love." "Does Mademoiselle Danglars also love someone else?" asked Maximilian. "She says she doesn't, but that she has a horror of getting married. She says she'd give anything to be able to lead a free and independent life, and that she almost wishes her father would lose his fortune so she could become an artist like her friend Louise d'Armilly. But let's not waste our time talking about her. We have only 10 more minutes together." "What's wrong, Valentine? Why do you have to leave me so soon?" "Madame de Villefort has asked me to come to see her. She says she has something to tell me which may affect part of my fortune. But as far as I'm concerned, they can take my fortune. I'm too rich. Then maybe they'll leave me alone." "You'd love me just as much if I were poor, wouldn't you, Maximilian? You know I'll always love you. What would I care about wealth or poverty as long as my Valentine was by my side and I was sure no one could ever take her away from me? But aren't you afraid your stepmother's message may be about your marriage?" "I don't think so. In any case, don't be afraid, Valentine. I'll never belong to another woman as long as I live." "Do you think it makes me happy to hear that, Maximilian? Forgive me, it was thoughtless of me. What I started to tell you is that I saw Albert de Morcerf the other day and he told me Franz has written to him saying he'll be back in Paris soon." Valentine turned pale and leaned against the gate for support. "Can that be what Madame de Villefort wants to tell me?" she cried. "But no, she wouldn't be the one to tell me." "Why not?" "Because I'm not sure, but even though she's never opposed my marriage openly, I still think she's not in favor of it." "Really? In that case, I'm very fond of Madame de Villefort. If she's against your marrying Franz, then maybe you can break off the engagement and she'll be willing to listen to another proposal. Don't pin your hopes on that, Maximilian. It's not the husband my stepmother objects to, but marriage itself." "What do you mean? If she's so opposed to marriage, why did she get married herself?" "You don't understand, Maximilian. As I told you, I'm too rich. I have an income of nearly 50,000 francs from my mother. My grandparents, the Marquis and Marquise of Saint Mirren, will leave me the same amount, and my other grandfather, Monsieur Noirtier, has made it clear that he intends to leave everything he has to me. The result of all this is that my brother Edward, who has nothing to inherit from Madame de Villefort, is poor. Madame de Villefort worships her son. Now, if, instead of marrying, I were to enter a convent, my whole fortune would go to my father, who would pass it on to Edward. It's strange to see such avarice in a young and beautiful woman. Don't forget that it's not for herself but for her son. The avarice with which you reproach her is, from the standpoint of maternal love, almost a virtue. But why don't you simply give part of your fortune to her son? How could I make such a suggestion to a woman who's constantly talking about her disinterestedness? Listen, someone's calling me." "Oh, Valentine," said Maximilian, "put your little finger through the grill and let me kiss it. Would that make you happy?" "Oh, yes." Valentine stood up on a bench and put, not her little finger, but her whole hand through the opening. Maximilian seized the beloved hand and ardently pressed his lips to it, but it slipped away from him almost instantly, and he heard Valentine running toward the house, frightened, perhaps, by her own sensation. Chapter 33. After the departure of Madame Danglars and her daughter, while Valentine was in the garden speaking with Maximilian, Monsieur de Villefort and his wife went to the room of Monsieur de Villefort's father. After dismissing Barrois, an old servant who had been in Monsieur Noirtier's service for more than 25 years, they sat down on either side of him. Monsieur Noirtier was seated in his wheelchair, in which he was placed in the morning and from which he was lifted at night. Sight and hearing were the only senses which, like two sparks, still animated that physical body already so close to the grave. As often happens when one organ is used to the exclusion of others, in his eyes were concentrated all the energy, strength and intelligence which had formerly been distributed throughout his body and mind. He commanded with his eyes. He thanked with his eyes, and it was almost frightening to see them flashing with anger or sparkling with joy in that otherwise stony face. Only 3 persons were able to understand his language: Villefort, Valentine and his old servant, Barrois. But since Villefort saw his father only when it absolutely necessary, all the old man's happiness lay in his granddaughter, and through devotion, patience and love, Valentine had come to be able to read all his thoughts in his eyes. "Father," said Villefort, "the reason we dismissed Barrois and didn't bring Valentine with us is that Madame de Villefort and I have something to tell you which can't be discussed before a young girl or a servant. We're sure that what we have to tell you will please you." The old man's eyes remained expressionless. "Father, Valentine is to be married 3 months from now. We were sure you'd be interested in the news," said Madame de Villefort, "since Valentine has always seemed to have a special place in your heart. The young man we've chosen for her has a sizable fortune and an honorable name, and his conduct and tastes are such as to guarantee her happiness. Furthermore, his name is probably not unknown to you. He's Monsieur Franz de Quesnel, Baron of Epinay." When Madame de Villefort pronounced this name, Noirtier's eyelids fluttered like lips trying to speak and released a flash of lightning. Villefort, who knew of the political enmity which had once existed between his father and Franz's father, understood this agitation quite well, but he pretended not to notice it and said, "We haven't forgotten you in the arrangements, father. We've made sure that, since Valentine returns your deep affection for her, her new husband will agree to have you come and live with them, so that you will have 2 children to look after you instead of 1. Something frightful was taking place in the old man's soul. A cry of pain and rage must have risen in his throat and, unable to burst forth, choked him, for his face had turned almost purple. "Monsieur d'Épinay and his family are also pleased with the marriage," said Madame de Villefort. "His family, by the way, consists of only an uncle and an aunt. His mother died in giving birth to him and his father was assassinated in 1815. A mysterious assassination," added Villefort, "whose authors have never been discovered, although suspicion has hung over a number of people. The real criminals would be lucky to be in our place, to have a daughter to offer to Monsieur Franz d'Épinay in order to allay the last shadow of suspicion." Noirtier had mastered his feelings with a strength whose existence one would not have suspected in that shattered frame. "Yes, I understand," his eyes said to Villefort, and his look expressed both profound scorn and intelligent anger. Villefort clearly understood this look and answered it with a slight shrug. Then he motioned his wife to stand up. "We must go now," said Madame de Villefort. "Shall I send Edouard to pay his respects to you?" It had been arranged that the old man would express assent by closing his eyes, refusal by blinking them several times, and a desire for something by looking up at the ceiling. If he wanted to see Valentine, he would close his right eye only. If he wanted Barrois, he would close his left eye. At Madame de Villefort's suggestion, he blinked his eyes energetically. She bit her lips in the face of this obvious refusal and asked, "Shall I send Valentine, then?" "Yes. said the old man by closing his eyes instantly. Monsieur and Madame de Villefort bowed and left the room. Valentine entered a few moments later. Her first glance at her grandfather told her how much he was suffering and how much he had to tell her. "Oh, grandfather!" she cried. "What's happened? You're angry about something, aren't you?" "Yes," he said by closing his eyes. "With whom are you angry? Is it my father?" "No." "My stepmother?" "No." "Are you angry with me?" Noirtier closed his eyes. "You're angry with me?" cried Valentine, astonished. "I haven't seen you all day. Did someone tell you something about me?" "Yes. Let's see now. Let me think. Monsieur and Madame de Villefort just left here, so it must have been they who told you something that made you angry. Do you want me to go ask them what it was so that I can apologize to you?" "No. What could they have told you?" "I have it," she said, lowering her voice and coming closer. "Did they talk to you about my marriage?" "Yes," replied the old man's eyes angrily. "Are you afraid I'll abandon you, grandfather, that my marriage will make me forget you?" "No." "Then they told you Monsieur d'Épinay has agreed to have you live with us?" "Yes." "Then why are you angry?" The old man's eyes took on an expression of infinite tenderness. "I understand," said Valentine. "It's because you love me, and you're afraid I'll be unhappy, isn't that right?" "Yes." "You don't like Monsieur d'Épinay?" "No. No. No," repeated Noirtier's eyes. "Listen," said Valentine, kneeling before him and putting her arm around his neck. "I don't like Monsieur d'Épinay either." A sparkle of joy appeared in his eye. "Oh, if only you could help me break off the marriage," continued Valentine. "You would have been such a powerful protector for me before your misfortune, but now you can do nothing except understand me and share my happiness and sorrow." As she said this, there was such a deep look of cunning in Noirtier's eyes that she seemed to read these words in them. "You're wrong. I can still do much for you." Noirtier looked up at the ceiling, a sign that he wanted something. "What do you want, grandfather?" asked Valentine. She began to recite the letters of the alphabet, stopping to watch his eyes at each letter. At N he signaled, "Yes." "Ah, it begins with an N," said Valentine. "All right, is it not?" "Nay." "Ni?" "No." "Yes. It begins with no," said Valentine. "Good." She went over and took out the dictionary, opened it before Noirtier and began to run her finger up and down the columns. At the word notary he signaled her to stop. "Is it a notary you want, grandfather?" "Yes." "Do you want me to send for one right away?" "Yes." "Is that all you want?" "Yes." Valentine rang and told a servant to go ask Monsieur and Madame de Villefort to come to Monsieur Noirtier's room. Monsieur de Villefort entered, led by Barrois. "My grandfather wants to see a notary," said Valentine. "But why do you need a notary?" asked Villefort. "If Monsieur Noirtier asked for a notary, it's obviously because he needs one," said Barrois, who acknowledged no other master than Noirtier, "and I'll therefore go and bring one." "You shall have a notary if you insist," said Villefort to Noirtier, "but I'll apologize to him for both you and myself, because it will make an extremely ridiculous scene." "Just the same," said Barrois, "I'm going to bring one." And the old servant walked triumphantly out of the room. Villefort sat down and waited. Noirtier watched him with complete indifference, but, out of the corner of his eye, he had ordered Valentine to remain also. 3/4 of an hour later, Barrois returned with a notary. "You have been sent for by Monsieur Noirtier de Villefort here," said Villefort after the first exchange of greetings with the notary. "His paralysis has deprived him of the use of his limbs and his voice. It's hard even for us to grasp a few scraps of his thoughts." Noirtier appealed to Valentine with his eyes, an appeal so serious and imperative that she immediately said to the notary, "I understand everything my grandfather wishes to say. It's true, sir, added Barrois. Everything, absolutely everything, as I told you on the way here. Monsieur Noirtier closes his eyes when he wishes to say yes and blinks them several times when he wishes to say no, said Valentine. And however difficult it may seem to you to discover his thoughts, I'll demonstrate it to you in such a way that you'll have no doubts on the subject. Very well, then, said the notary, let's try it. Do you accept this young lady as your interpreter, Monsieur Noirtier? Yes, signaled the old man. Good. Now, why did you send for me? Valentine named all the letters of the alphabet until she came to W, where Noirtier's eloquent eyes stopped her. Then she began to ask him, why, we. He stopped her at the third syllable. She opened the dictionary under the notary's attentive eyes. Will, said her finger, stopped by Noirtier's eyes. Will, exclaimed the notary. Monsieur Noirtier wants to make his will. It's quite clear. Yes, signaled Noirtier several times. This is marvelous, said the notary to the amazed Villefort. Yes, but I think the will would be still more marvelous, said Villefort. The words won't put themselves on paper without my daughter's inspiration, and I'm afraid she's too interested a party to be a suitable interpreter of Monsieur Noirtier's obscure wishes. No. No, signaled the old man. What? Exclaimed Villefort. Valentine is not an interested party in your will? No, Monsieur de Villefort, said the notary, who was looking forward to relating this picturesque episode to his friends. Nothing now seems easier to me than what I regarded as impossible only a few minutes ago. This will be a valid will if, according to the law, it is read in the presence of 7 witnesses approved by the testator and sealed by a notary in their presence. Furthermore, in order to make it completely incontestable, one of my colleagues will assist me and, contrary to custom, be present at the dictation of the will. Is that satisfactory to you, Monsieur Noirtier? Yes, replied Noirtier, delighted at having been understood. Barrois, who had heard everything and anticipated his master's wishes, was already on his way to bring the second notary. Villefort sent for his wife. A quarter of an hour later everyone was gathered in Noirtier's room and the second notary had arrived. The first notary said to Noirtier, "Have you some idea of the amount of your fortune?" "Yes. I am now going to name several figures in ascending order. You will stop me when I reach the figure which you believe to represent the amount of your fortune. It's more than 300,000 francs, isn't it?" "Yes," signaled Noirtier. "Do you possess 400,000 francs?" Noirtier's eyes remained motionless. 500,000? 6? 7? 8? 9? Noirtier closed his eyes. "You possess 900,000 francs?" "Yes. And to whom do you wish to leave this fortune?" "To Mademoiselle Valentine de Villefort." Noirtier blinked his eyes in the most meaningful manner. "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" asked the notary, surprised. "No," repeated Noirtier. "No." Valentine was overwhelmed, not at having been excluded from his will, but at having provoked the sentiments which usually dictate such an act. But Noirtier looked at her with such a profound expression of tenderness that she cried out, "Oh, I see, grandfather. It's only your fortune you've taken away from me, but you still leave me your love." "Yes, yes, certainly," said Noirtier's eyes with an expression that left no doubt in Valentine's mind. Meanwhile this refusal had brought unexpected hope to Madame de Villefort. She approached the old man and asked, "Is it to your grandson Edward that you leave your fortune, then?" His eyes blinked in a terrible way. They almost expressed hatred. "Is it to your son, Monsieur de Villefort?" asked the notary. "No." The two notaries looked at each other in bewilderment. Villefort and his wife flushed, one from shame, the other from anger. "But what have we all done to you, grandfather?" asked Valentine. Noirtier fixed his gaze on her hand. "My hand?" she asked. "Yes. Ah, You see how useless it is, gentlemen, said Vilford. My poor father is mad. Oh, cried Valentine suddenly. I understand. It's my marriage, isn't it, grandfather? Yes. 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 You're angry at us for the marriage, aren't you? Yes. You don't want me to marry Monsieur Franz d'Epinay, do you? No. Are you disinheriting your granddaughter because she's about to marry against your wishes? Asked the notary. Yes. And what do you intend to do with your fortune if Mademoiselle de Villefort marries Monsieur d'Epinay? Will you leave it to some other member of your family? No. Will you leave it to the poor, then? Yes. What is your decision in view of this, Monsieur de Villefort? Asked the notary. Nothing. I know that my father never changes his mind, so I'll simply resign myself. His 900,000 francs will leave the family, but I will not yield to an old man's whim, and I will continue to act according to my conscience. Villefort withdrew with his wife, leaving his father to make out his will as he saw fit. Chapter 34. When Monsieur and Madame de Villefort returned from Noirtier's room, they learned that the Count of Monte Cristo had come to pay them a visit and was waiting for them in the salon. After the first compliments, the Count said, I've come to remind you of your promise for Saturday. How could we possibly forget it? Said Madame de Villefort. Are you entertaining in your house on the Champs-Élysées? Asked Villefort. No, it's going to be in my country house at Auteuil. Auteuil! Exclaimed Villefort. Oh, yes, I remember now. My wife told me you had a house in Auteuil because that's where she was taken after her accident. What part of Auteuil is it? Rue de la Fontaine. Rue de la Fontaine, cried Villefort in a choked voice. What number? 28. Then it's you who bought Monsieur de Saint-Méran's house. Monsieur de Saint-Méran? Asked Monte Cristo. Did the house belong to him? Yes, said Madame de Villefort, and I'll tell you a curious thing about it. You find it to be a pleasant house, don't you? Charming. Well, my husband was always unwilling to live in it. I don't like Auteuil, Count, said Villefort, making an effort to control himself. I hope your antipathy won't deprive me of the pleasure of receiving you Saturday, said the Count. No, I hope to. Believe me, I'll do my best to. Stammered Villefort. Oh, no excuses, said Monte Cristo. I'll expect you Saturday at 6 o'clock. If you don't come, I'll be forced to believe there's some sort of gloomy legend attached to that old house, which remained uninhabited for 20 years. I'll be there, Count, I'll be there, said Villefort quickly. Thank you, said Monte Cristo. And now, please allow me to take leave of you. I'm about to go see something which has often made me thoughtful for hours on end. What is it? A telegraph. I was almost ashamed to say it, but now you know. A telegraph? Repeated Madame de Villefort. Yes, that's right. I've often seen those black, shining arms rising from the top of a hill or at the end of a road, and it has never been without emotion for me, for I've always thought of those strange signs cleaving the air for 300 leagues to carry the thoughts of one man sitting at his desk to another man sitting at his desk at the other end of the line. It has always made me think of genii, sylphs or gnomes, in short, of occult powers, and that amuses me. Then one day I learned that the operator of each telegraph is only some poor devil employed for 1,200 francs a year, constantly occupied in watching another telegraph 4 or 5 leagues away. I then became curious to see that living chrysalis at close quarters and watch the comedy he plays for the other chrysalis by pulling on his strings. What telegraph are you going to visit? Asked Villefort. Which line would you advise me to study? Why, the one that's the busiest now, I suppose. That would be the line from Spain, wouldn't it? Yes. But you'd better hurry. It will be dark in 2 hours and you won't be able to see anything. Thank you, said Monte Cristo. I'll tell you about my impressions when I see you Saturday. Underscore 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 underscore. The next day Debray left his office and hurried to the Danglars' residence. "Does your husband have any Spanish bonds?" he asked Madame Danglars. "He certainly does. He has 6 million francs worth. He must sell them at any price." "Why?" "Because Don Carlos has escaped from Bourges and returned to Spain." "How do you know that?" "Why, the way I always know the news," said Debray, shrugging. The Baroness did not wait to be told twice. She ran to her husband, who ran to his stockbroker and ordered him to sell at any price. When it was seen that Baron Danglars was selling, Spanish bonds immediately fell. Danglars lost 500,000 francs, but he got rid of all his bonds. That evening the following story appeared in Le Messenger. Telegraphic dispatch: King Don Carlos has escaped the vigilance exercised over him in Bourges and has returned to Spain across the Catalonian frontier. Barcelona has risen up in his favor. All evening no one talked of anything except Danglars' foresight in selling his bonds and of his good fortune in losing only 500,000 francs in such a disaster. Those who had kept their bonds or bought Danglars regarded themselves as ruined and spent a very bad night. The next day they read the following in Le Moniteur: "The report published in yesterday's issue of Le Messenger concerning Don Carlos' fight and the revolt of Barcelona is absolutely untrue. King Don Carlos has not left Bourges and peace reigns all over Spain. The misinterpretation of a telegraphic sign due to fog was the cause of the error. Spanish bonds rose to double the price to which they had fallen. The total of what Danglars had lost and what he had failed to gain was 1 million francs." Chapter 35. Seen from the outside, Monte Cristo's house in Auteuil had nothing splendid about it, nothing of what one might expect of a residence chosen by the magnificent Count of Monte Cristo. But this simplicity was in accord with the Count's wishes. He had given explicit orders to leave the exterior of the house completely unchanged. As soon as the door was opened, however, the scene changed. Monsieur Bertuccio had surpassed himself in the good taste he showed in the furnishings and in the rapidity with which he had the work carried out. He would have been especially glad to have the garden transformed, but the Count had expressly forbidden him to alter it in any way. The best proof of Bertuccio's skill and the Count's profound science was that the old house, which had been deserted and somber for 20 years, had been awakened from its long slumber in a single day and was now alive, singing and flourishing, like those houses which we have cherished for a long time and in which, when we have the misfortune to leave them, we involuntarily leave part of our soul. Only one room in the house had been left untouched, a bedroom on the second floor from which one could leave by a private staircase. The servants passed in front of this room with curiosity. Bertuccio passed it in terror. At exactly 6 o'clock Captain Maximilian Morrel arrived on his horse Medea. Monte Cristo met him on the front steps with a smile on his lips. "I'm sure I'm the first to arrive," said Maximilian. "I wanted to be able to talk to you alone for a while before the others came." At that very moment, however, two riders on winded horses and a carriage drawn by a sweating team drew up in front of the house. Lucien Debray quickly dismounted, went to the door of the carriage, opened it and gave his hand to Madame Danglars as she alighted. In doing so she gave him a little sign which would have been imperceptible to anyone except Monte Cristo. But nothing escaped the Count's eye and he saw a small white note pass from Madame Danglars' hand into Debray's with an ease which indicated long practice in this maneuver. Baron Danglars alighted after his wife, looking as pale as if he were coming from the grave instead of from his carriage. He began absent-mindedly pulling off the blossoms of a magnificent orange tree, then he addressed himself to a cactus, but the cactus, less good-natured than the orange tree, pricked him outrageously. The Baron rubbed his eyes as though he were awakening from a dream. "Major Bartolomeo Cavalcanti and Viscount Andrea Cavalcanti," announced Baptistin. a black satin collar fresh from the manufacturer's hands, a well-trimmed beard, a gray mustache, self-assured eyes, a major's uniform decorated with 5 crosses. Such was the appearance of Major Bartolomeo Cavalcanti. Beside him, wearing brand-new clothes and a broad smile, was his devoted son, Viscount Andrea Cavalcanti. As Maximilian, Debray and Chateau Renaud stood talking together, their eyes traveled from the father to the son, naturally lingering longer on the latter. "Cavalcanti," said Debray. "That's a fine name," said Maximilian. "Yes," said Chateau Renaud, "the Italians name themselves well, although they dress themselves badly." "You're hard to please," said Debray. "His clothes are from an excellent tailor and they're brand new." "That's precisely what I don't like," replied Chateau Renaud. "The young man looks as though he were dressed well for the first time in his life." "Who are those 2 gentlemen?" said Danglars to Monte Cristo. "Major Cavalcanti and his son. That tells me their name, but nothing else." "Oh, yes, it's true you're not acquainted with the Italian nobility. The Cavalcanti are a race of princes." "A large fortune?" asked the banker. "Enormous." "What do they do?" "They try unsuccessfully to spend their whole fortune. They have a credit open with you, by the way, or at least so they told me when they came to see me day before yesterday. In fact, I invited them especially on your account. I'll introduce you to them. It seems to me they speak excellent French. The son was educated in France. You'll find him full of enthusiasm for French women. He has his heart set on finding a wife in Paris." "Now that's a fine idea," said Danglars sarcastically. Madame Danglars looked at her husband with an expression which would ordinarily have presaged a storm, but on this occasion she remained silent. "Monsieur and Madame de Villefort," announced Baptistin. Despite all his self-control, Villefort was visibly agitated. Monte Cristo felt his hand tremble when he greeted him. Only women know how to dissimulate their emotions, thought the Count as he watched Madame Danglars smile at Villefort and embrace his wife. Monte Cristo looked up and saw Bertuccio standing in the small salon next to the one in which he was receiving his guests. He went over to him and asked, "Did you want something, Monsieur Bertuccio? You haven't told me how many places to set for dinner, Excellency." "Ah, yes, that's true. Well, you can count them for yourself." "Has everyone arrived, Excellency?" "Yes." The steward looked through the half-open door. Monte Cristo's eyes were riveted on him. "Oh, my God!" cried Bertuccio. "What's the matter?" asked the Count. "That woman." "Which one?" "The one wearing the white dress and so many diamonds. The blonde one." "Madame Danglars?" "I don't know what her name is, but she's the one, Excellency. She's the woman in the garden, the one who is pregnant, the one who was waiting for—" "For whom?" Bertuccio, without answering, pointed to Villefort in much the same way Macbeth pointed to Banquo. "Oh! Oh!" he murmured finally. "Do you see?" "What?" "Whom?" "Him. Monsieur de Villefort, the public prosecutor?" "Certainly I see him. But didn't I kill him? Isn't he dead?" "Of course he's not dead. You can see that for yourself. Instead of stabbing him between the 6th and 7th rib on the left side, as is customary with Corsicans, you no doubt stabbed him a little above or below. Come now, control yourself and count. Monsieur and Madame de Villefort, 2. Monsieur and Madame Danglars, 4. Monsieur de Chateau-Renaud, Monsieur Debray and Monsieur Morel, 7. Major Bartolomeo Cavalcanti, 8. 8, repeated Bertuccio. "Just a moment, Monsieur Bertuccio, don't be in such a hurry to leave. You're overlooking one of my guests. Look a little to the left there, that's Monsieur Andrea Cavalcanti, the young man who's just turning this way." This time the steward almost uttered a cry, but Monte Cristo's glance made it die away on his lips. "Benedetto!" murmured Bertuccio. "It's 6:30, Monsieur Bertuccio," said the Count severely. "That's the hour at which I ordered dinner to be served. You know I don't like to wait." Monte Cristo returned to the salon where his guests awaited him while Bertuccio staggered back to the dining room, stopping to support himself against the wall from time to time. 5 minutes later the double doors of the salon opened and Bertuccio, making one last heroic effort, announced, "Dinner is served." Monte Cristo offered his arm to Madame de Villefort. "Monsieur de Villefort," he said, "please escort Madame Danglars." Villefort obeyed and the guests passed into the dining room. The meal was magnificent. Monte Cristo's efforts were directed more toward satisfying his guests' curiosity than their appetite. It was an Oriental feast which he offered them, but Oriental in the manner of Arabian fairy tales. All the different kinds of fruit which the four corners of the world can send to fill Europe's horn of plenty were piled high in Chinese vases and Japanese bowls. Rare birds with the brilliant part of their plumage, monstrous fish lying on silver platters, every wine from the archipelago, Asia Minor and the Cape, contained in decanters whose exotic shapes seemed to add favor to their contents, all this passed in review before the astonished eyes of the Count's guests. "This is all extremely delightful," said Châteaurenaud, "but what I admire most about you, Count, is the promptness with which your orders are carried out. You bought this house only 5 or 6 days ago, yet it has already been completely transformed. It was uninhabited for at least 10 years and it was sad to see it with its shutters and doors closed and grass growing in the courtyard. In fact, if it hadn't belonged to the father-in-law of a public prosecutor, one might have taken it for one of those accursed houses in which some horrible crime has been committed." Villefort, who, until then, had not touched any of the 3 or 4 glasses of extraordinary wine placed before him, quickly picked up one of them and drank it down in one gulp. Monte Cristo waited for a moment, then, in the midst of the silence which followed Châteaurenaud's words, he said, "It's strange, but the same thought occurred to me the first time I entered this house. There was one room in particular, an ordinary bedroom hung with red damask, which for some reason struck me as extraordinarily dramatic. Now that we've finished dinner, perhaps you'd like to see it. We can have coffee later in the garden." He looked questioningly at his guests. Madame de Villefort stood up and all the others followed suit. Villefort and Madame Danglars remained in place for an instant, looking at each other. "We must go there," said Villefort, standing up and offering her his arm. There was nothing particularly strange about the bedroom, except that, although night was falling, it was not lighted and that it had kept all the marks of age and long neglect, while the other rooms had been completely rejuvenated. These 2 things, however, were enough to give it a gloomy aspect. The guests made a number of remarks to the effect that the bedroom did indeed present a sinister appearance. "Yes," said Monte Cristo, "notice how strangely the bed is placed. Look at those somber, blood-colored hangings, and those 2 faded portraits, with their livid lips and their frightened eyes. Don't they seem to be saying, 'I saw'? But that's not all." He went over and opened a door concealed behind the hangings on the wall. "Look at this little staircase and tell me what you think of it. Can't you see someone descending it step by step in the darkness, bearing some sinister burden which he's eager to hide from the eyes of men, if not those of God?" Madame Danglars hung, half fainting, on Villefort's arm and he himself was obliged to lean against the wall. "What's the matter, madame?" cried Debray. "You're so pale." "It's quite simple," said Madame de Villefort. "The Count is telling us horrible stories with the intention of making us all die of fear." "Is your terror real, madame?" asked Monte Cristo. "No," replied Madame Danglars, "but you have a way of supposing things which gives them an illusion of reality." "It's only the work of my imagination," said Monte Cristo, smiling. "One can just as easily imagine this room as the honest bedroom of a mother, this bed as one which has just witnessed a birth, and this staircase as the passage by means of which, in order not to disturb the mother's regenerating sleep, the doctor, The nurse, or perhaps the father himself, carries out the newborn child. This time Madame Danglars, instead of being reassured by the touching picture the Count had painted, uttered a groan and fainted completely. "Madame Danglars is ill," stammered Villefort. "Perhaps she ought to be taken to her carriage." She was carried instead to the adjoining bedroom. Monte Cristo let one drop of a red liquid fall on her lips and she regained consciousness. He looked around for Monsieur Danglars, but the banker, being in no mood for poetic impressions, had gone down into the garden and was talking with Major Cavalcanti about a project to build a railroad between Leghorn and Florence. Monte Cristo took Madame Danglars' arm and led her into the garden, where they found Monsieur Danglars taking his coffee between Major Cavalcanti and his son. "Tell me, madame," said the Count, "did I really frighten you terribly?" "No, Count. As you know, things impress us according to the frame of mind we happen to be in." "And then," said Villefort with a forced laugh, "a mere supposition is enough to—" "You may believe me or not, as you like," said the Count, "but I'm convinced that a crime was once committed in this house." "Be careful," said Madame de Villefort, "we have the public prosecutor with us tonight." "So we have," said Monte Cristo, "and I may as well take advantage of it to make my declaration in the presence of witnesses." "This is all extremely interesting," said Debray. "If there's really been a crime here it will help our digestion admirably." "There has been a crime," said Monte Cristo. "Come this way, gentlemen, and especially you, Monsieur de Villefort. In order for the declaration to be valid it must be made to the proper authorities." He took Villefort and Madame Danglars by the arm and drew them with him to a dark corner of the garden. The other guests followed. "Here, in this very spot," said the Count, tapping the ground with his foot, "in order to rejuvenate these old trees I had some compost put into the soil. As my workmen were digging they uncovered a wooden box, or rather the iron bands which had once bound a wooden box, in the midst of which was the skeleton of a newborn baby. I hope you'll admit that this is no fantasy of mine." He felt Madame Danglars' arm stiffen and Villefort's wrist tremble. "A newborn baby," repeated Debray. "That's a serious matter. What do they do to infanticides in this country?" asked Major Cavalcanti naively. "Why, they cut off their heads," replied Danglars. "Yes, that's correct, isn't it, Monsieur de Villefort?" asked Monte Cristo. "Yes, Count," replied Villefort in a voice that was scarcely human. Monte Cristo saw that the two persons for whom he had prepared the scene had reached the limit of their strength and he did not wish to push them too far. "But we're forgetting our coffee," he said, leading his guests back to the table which had been placed in the middle of the lawn. Villefort leaned close to Madame Danglars' ear, and whispered, "I must see you tomorrow." "Where?" "In my office. It's the safest place. I'll be there." Chapter 36. As the evening wore on, Madame de Villefort manifested a desire to return to Paris, which Madame Danglars had not dared to do, despite her obvious agitation. At his wife's request, therefore, Monsieur de Villefort gave the first signal for departure. Just as Andrea Cavalcanti was about to climb into his tilbury, he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned around, thinking that Danglars or Monte Cristo had forgotten to tell him something, but instead of either one of them he saw a strange, sun-tanned bearded face with glittering eyes and an ironic smile which revealed 32 white, sharp teeth like those of a wolf or a jackal. Whether because he recognized this face or because he was simply struck by its horrible appearance, Andrea started and shrank back. "What do you want?" he asked. "I want you to save me the trouble of walking back to Paris. I'm very tired and, since I didn't dine as well as you did this evening, I can hardly stand up. I want you to let me climb into your handsome carriage here and drive me back to town." Andrea turned pale, but he said nothing. "It's just a whim of mine," continued the man, putting his hands into his pockets and looking provocatively at Andrea. "You can understand that, Can't you, Benedetto?" On hearing this name, Andrea walked over to his room and said, "This man has just come back from an errand I sent him on, and I want him to tell me about it in private. Walk back to the outskirts of town and hire a cab for yourself there." The groom walked off in surprise. "All right, get in," said Andrea to his ragged visitor. He drove past the last house of the village without saying another word, while his companion sat beside him smiling and also keeping silent. When they were outside of Auteuil, Andrea looked around to make sure no one could see or hear them. Then he stopped his horse, turned to his companion and said, "Why have you come here to bother me? And you, my boy, why do you mistrust me? What makes you think I mistrust you?" "Because when we left each other at the Pont du Var, you told me you were going to Piedmont and Tuscany, but instead you went to Paris." "What's wrong with that?" "Nothing at all. In fact, I think it may even help me." "Aha!" said Andrea. "So you intend to make money on me?" "You put it so crudely. That would be a mistake, Monsieur Caderousse. I'm warning you. Don't be angry with your old friend, my boy. You're liable to make me demanding." This threat made the young man's anger die down. The wind of constraint had just blown upon it. He started up his horse again. "Is it my fault," he said, "that I'm having good luck while you're still having bad luck? Your luck is really good then? This isn't a rented Tilbury, and those aren't rented clothes. That's wonderful. I know you have a good heart. If you have 2 overcoats, I'm sure you'll give me one of them. I used to give you my share of soup and beans when you were hungry." "That's true," said Andrea. "What an appetite you had," said Caderousse. "Is it still as good as it used to be?" "It certainly is," said Andrea, laughing. "What a good dinner you must have had with that prince whose house you just left." "He's only a count, not a prince." "A count? He's rich, isn't he?" "Yes, but don't count on anything from him. I don't think you'd find him an easy man to deal with." "Oh, don't worry. I have no designs on your count, and I'll leave him all for you. But," added Caderousse with an unpleasant smile, "that will cost you something, you know." "All right, how much do you need?" "I think I could live on 100 francs a month, but—" "But what?" "But I wouldn't be living very well. With 150 francs a month I'd be very happy." "Here's 200, said Andrea, handing Caderousse 10 gold louis. "Good," said Caderousse. "Come to see me on the 1st of every month, and, as long as I get my allowance, you'll get yours." "I see I wasn't mistaken," said Caderousse. "You're a fine boy, and it's a blessing when good fortune comes to people like you. Now tell me about your good luck." "Why do you need to know that? You still mistrust me, don't you?" "No, I found my father." "Your real father? What do I care, as long as he pays? What's your father's name?" "Major Cavalcanti. And he's satisfied with you?" "He seems to be satisfied so far." "Who brought you to this father?" "The Count of Monte Cristo. The man you had dinner with tonight." "Yes. Listen, why don't you try to get him to hire me as a grandfather, since he seems to be in the market for relatives? I'll talk to him about you. In the meantime, what are you going to do?" "It's very kind of you to ask about that," replied Caderousse. "Since you're taking such an interest in me," said Andrea, "it seems to me I have a right to ask for a little information about you." "That's true. Well, I'm going to rent a room in an honest house, put on some decent clothes, have myself shaved every day and go read the newspapers in some cafe. At night I'll go to the theater. I'll seem like a retired baker, which is my dream." "Good. If you carry out that plan and behave yourself, everything will go very well. And now that you'll have what you want, hop out of my Tilbury and disappear." "Oh, no, my friend." "Why not?" "Because I'm dressed in rags, I have no papers at all, and I have 200 francs in gold in my pocket. I'd be sure to be arrested at the barrier. In order to justify myself, I'd be forced to say it was you who gave me the money. That would lead to an investigation and they'd find out I left the prison of Toulon without asking permission. Then they'd take me back there and that would be the end of my dream of living like a retired baker. No, my boy, I prefer to remain honorably in Paris. Andrea frowned and stopped his horse. As he glanced searchingly around him, his hand moved innocently into his pocket, where it touched the trigger guard of a small pistol. In the meantime Caderousse, who had not taken his eyes off his companion, had put his hands behind his back and gently opened a long Spanish knife which he always carried in case of emergency. The two friends were clearly well suited to understand each other, which they did. Andrea's hand slipped harmlessly from his pocket and rose to his red mustache, which he caressed silently for some time. "All right," he said finally, "we'll go into Paris together. But how will you get past the barrier without arousing suspicion? It seems to me that with those clothes you'll be running a greater risk in my Tilbury than you would on foot." "Wait," said Caderousse. "You'll see." He took Andrea's hat and put it on, along with the overcoat which the groom had left behind. "What about me?" asked Andrea. "Am I going to be bareheaded? It's windy tonight. The wind could easily have blown off your hat." "Let's get it over with, then," said Andrea. They passed the barrier without incident. Andrea stopped his horse at the first side street and Caderousse leaped out of the Tilbury. "What about my hat and my servant's overcoat?" said Andrea. "You wouldn't want me to risk catching a cold, would you?" replied Caderousse. "Goodbye, Benedetto." And he vanished down the side street. Andrea sighed and said to himself, "I suppose it's impossible to be perfectly happy in this war." Chapter 37. On his way back from Monte Cristo's house in Auteuil, Debray arrived at the door of the Danglars' residence just as Madame Danglars was returning home. With the air of a man familiar with the house, he entered the courtyard first, threw the reins of his horse to a footman and offered his arm to Madame Danglars to accompany her to her apartment. At the door of her bedroom they met Mademoiselle Cornlie, her confidential maid. "What is my daughter doing?" asked Madame Danglars. "She studied all evening and then went to bed," replied Mademoiselle Cornlie. "But it seems to me I hear her piano now." "That's Mademoiselle d'Armilly. She plays for Mademoiselle Eugénie while she's in bed." "I see," said Madame Danglars. "Come and undress me." They entered the bedroom. Debray stretched out on a large sofa while Madame Danglars passed into her dressing room with Mademoiselle Cornlie. "Monsieur Lucien," said Madame Danglars to Debray through the door of her dressing room, "haven't you always complained that Eugénie never speaks to you?" "I'm not the only one to make such a complaint," replied Debray, playing with Madame Danglars' small dog, which, recognizing his status as a friend of the family, was extremely friendly to him. "That's true," said Madame Danglars, "but I think that will change one of these mornings and that you'll see Eugénie walk into your office." "Why?" "To ask you for an engagement at the opera. I've never seen such an obsession with music. It's ridiculous for a fashionable young lady like her." Debray smiled and said, "Let her come with her parents' consent and we'll give her an engagement, although we're rather poor to pay for such an extraordinary talent as hers." "You may go now, Cornlie," said Madame Danglars. "I don't need you any longer." Cornlie went out. A moment later, Madame Danglars came out of her dressing room in a charming negligee and sat down beside Debray. Then she began to caress her little dog absent-mindedly. Debray looked at her for a few moments in silence. "Answer me frankly, Herman," he said. "Something's bothering you, isn't it?" "No, nothing's bothering me." Madame Danglars stood up, breathed deeply and looked at herself in a mirror. "I look terrible tonight," she said. Debray was about to stand up also and reassure her on this point when suddenly the door opened and Baron Danglars appeared. Madame Danglars turned around and looked at her husband with an astonishment which she took no pains to conceal. "Good evening, madam," said the banker. Good evening, Monsieur Debray. Madame Danglars assumed that this unexpected visit signified something like a desire to make amends for the bitter words which had escaped from him during the day. Arming herself with a dignified air, she turned to Debray without answering her husband and said, "Please read me something, Monsieur Debray." Debray, who had been made slightly uneasy by this visit at first, regained his composure when he saw Madame Danglars calm. He reached out his hand for a book. "Excuse me, madam," said Danglars, "but you'll tire yourself by staying up so late, and Monsieur Debray lives far from here." Debray was thunderstruck, not because of the Baron's tone, which was perfectly calm and polite, but because, beneath this calm and politeness, he detected a certain unwanted determination on the Baron's part to do something other than follow his wife's wishes. Madame Danglars was also surprised and manifested her astonishment by a look which would no doubt have given her husband pause if his eyes had not been fixed on the financial page of a newspaper. Her haughty glance was therefore completely wasted. "Monsieur Debray," said Madame Danglars, "I assure you I'm not at all sleepy and that I have hundreds of things to tell you this evening. You'll have to stay and listen to them even if you go to sleep on your feet." "At your service, madam," replied Debray phlegmatically. "My dear Monsieur Debray," said Danglars, "please don't force yourself to stay up and listen to my wife's foolishness tonight. You can listen to it just as well tomorrow. Tonight I'm going to reserve her company for myself because I have some very important things to discuss with her." This time the blow was so direct that both Debray and Madame Danglars were stunned. They looked at each other as though each hoped to draw help from the other in the face of this aggression. But the irresistible power of the master of the house prevailed and the husband was victorious. "Don't think I'm turning you out of my house, Monsieur Debray," continued Danglars. "It's just that certain unexpected circumstances make me wish to have a conversation with my wife this evening. It happens so seldom that I'm sure you won't hold it against me." Debray stammered a few words, bowed and left. "It's unbelievable," he said to himself, "how these husbands, who seem so ridiculous to us, still manage to gain the upper hand over us so easily." When Debray had gone, Danglars took his place on the sofa, closed the book which had remained open and, striking a terribly pretentious pose, began to play with the dog. But the dog did not have the same affection for him as for Debray and tried to bite him. Danglars picked it up by the skin of the neck and threw it across the room onto a chair. The animal uttered a cry as it flew through space, but, arrived at its destination, it crouched silently and motionlessly behind a cushion, overcome with surprise at such unaccustomed treatment. "You're making progress," said Madame Danglars. "Usually you're only crude. Tonight you're brutal." "That's because I'm in a worse humor than usual." Madame Danglars looked at her husband with utter disdain. Ordinarily these scornful glances exasperated the proud Danglars, but this time he seemed to pay no attention. "What do I care about your bad humor?" asked Madame Danglars, irritated by her husband's impassiveness. "Keep it in your own bedroom or in your office, and since you have clerks who work for you, take it out on them." "That's bad advice and I won't follow it," replied Danglars. "My clerks are honest men who make my fortune for me and whom I pay much less than they deserve, if I reckon their worth according to what they bring in. No, I won't take out my anger on them. I'll take it out on those who eat my dinners, wear out my horses and ruin my fortune." "And who are these people who ruin your fortune? Explain yourself more clearly." "You understand me very well, but if you persist in denying it, let me inform you that I just lost 700,000 francs on the Spanish bonds." "Is it my fault you lost 700,000 francs?" "In any case it wasn't mine." "Once and for all," said Madame Danglars sharply, "let me tell you not to talk money to me. It's a language I learned neither from my parents nor in the house of my first husband." "I'm sure you didn't. None of them had a sou. Nevertheless, I thought you took a keen interest in my financial operations." Whatever made you believe such a ridiculous thing? Oh, it's not hard to explain, said Danglars. For example, last February you spoke to me about the Haitian bonds. You had dreamed that a ship sailed into Le Havre with the news that a payment which everyone considered to have been postponed indefinitely was about to be made in full. I know the lucidity of your dreams, so I secretly bought up all the Haitian bonds I could find and I made 400,000 francs on them, of which you received 100,000. What you did with that money is not my concern. In March a railroad franchise was about to be granted. 3 companies presented themselves as candidates for it, all 3 of them offering equal guarantees. You told me your instinct led you to believe the franchise would be given to the company known as the Société du Midi, and, although you claim to have no interest in business, I believe your instinct to be highly developed in certain matters. I therefore bought 2/3 of the shares of that company. The franchise was granted to it as you predicted, its shares tripled in value and I made 1,000,000 francs, of which I gave you 250,000 as pin money. How did you spend it? Come to the point, cried Madame Danglars, trembling with anger and impatience. Be patient. I'm almost finished. In April you had dinner at the minister's house, where you overheard a secret conversation about the expulsion of Don Carlos. I bought up Spanish bonds. The expulsion took place and I made 600,000 francs. You received 150,000 francs, which you disposed of according to your fancy. I don't ask you to account for your money to me, but the fact remains that you received 500,000 francs this year. But now things begin to go less smoothly. 3 days ago you were discussing politics with Monsieur Debray and you gathered from what he said that Don Carlos had returned to Spain. I began to sell my bonds. The news spread, there was a panic and soon I wasn't selling my bonds, but giving them away. The next day it turned out the news was false, and it had caused me a loss of 700,000 francs. Well, since I give you a quarter of my winnings, you owe me a quarter of my losses. A quarter of 700,000 francs is 175,000. You're talking nonsense, and I don't see what Monsieur Debray has to do with any of this. If by any chance you don't have the 175,000 francs I'm demanding, you'll have to borrow it from your friends, and Monsieur Debray is one of your friends. This is an outrage, cried Madame Danglars. Let's not have any histrionics, or you'll force me to say that I can see Monsieur Debray gloating over the 500,000 francs you counted out to him this year and telling himself that at last he's found something the most skillful gamblers have never been able to discover, a game in which you win without putting up any money and lose nothing when you lose. Do you dare to tell me you knew nothing about these things till now? Cried Madame Danglars furiously. I won't say I knew and I won't say I didn't. I'll say only this: observe my conduct in the 4 years since we stopped being husband and wife and you'll see that it's always been consistent. Some time after our rupture you decided to study music with that famous baritone who made such a successful debut at the Theatre Italien. As for myself, I decided to study dancing with that dancer who made such a reputation for herself in London. It cost me 100,000 francs for both of us, but I said nothing because harmony is necessary in a household and 100,000 francs isn't too much to pay so that a husband and wife can learn dancing and singing thoroughly. Soon you grew tired of singing and decided to take lessons in diplomacy from a secretary of the minister. I let you study. What did it matter to me as long as you paid for your lessons out of your own funds? But now I see that you've begun to dip into mine and that your apprenticeship may cost me 700,000 francs a month. It's time to call a halt. Either the diplomat gives free lessons, and I'll go on tolerating him, or else he never sets foot in this house again. Do you understand me? This is too much, cried Madame Danglars, choking with anger. You've gone beyond all limits of common decency. Danglars shrugged his shoulders. What silly creatures they are, he said. These women who consider themselves geniuses because they carry on their love affairs without getting themselves talked about all over Paris. But even if you'd manage to hide your peccadillos from your husband, which is the ABC of the art, since most of the time the husband doesn't want to see anything, you'd still be only a pale imitation of half your friends. Not one of your actions has escaped me for the past 16 years while you were applauding your own skill and remaining firmly convinced that you were deceiving me. The result of my pretended ignorance is that there hasn't been one of your lovers, from Monsieur de Villefort down to Monsieur Debray, who hasn't trembled before me. I allow you to make me hateful, but I will prevent you from making me ridiculous, and above all I forbid you to ruin my fortune. Up to the moment when her husband pronounced the name of Monsieur de Villefort, Madame Danglars had retained a large measure of self-assurance, but on hearing that name she turned pale, leaped to her feet and stepped toward her husband as though to tear from him the rest of this secret, which perhaps he did not know, but which he might know and not wish to reveal. "Monsieur de Villefort!" she cried. "What do you mean by that?" "I mean that your first husband, seeing perhaps that there was no advantage to be gained from a public prosecutor, died of grief and anger when he returned from an absence of 9 months to find you'd been pregnant for 6 months. Why did he die instead of killing? Because he had no fortune to save. But I do have a fortune to think of. Monsieur Debray, my partner, has made me lose 700,000 francs. Let him bear his share of the loss and we'll go on as before. Otherwise, let him go bankrupt for the 175,000 francs and do what all bankrupts do, disappear. I won't deny he's a charming young man when his information is correct. But when it isn't, there are at least 50 others in the world who are worth more than he is." Madame Danglars was overwhelmed. She sank into a chair, thinking of Villefort, the scene at Monte Cristo's house and the strange series of disasters which had befallen her one after another in the past few days. Danglars did not even look at her, although she was doing her best to faint. He walked out of the room without saying another word, so that Madame Danglars, as she came out of her state of semi-consciousness, was able to convince herself with some success that she had only had a bad dream. Chapter 38. The next day, at the hour when Debray usually stopped by to pay a short visit to Madame Danglars on the way to his office, his carriage did not appear in the courtyard. Soon afterward Madame Danglars ordered her own carriage and left. Danglars, hidden behind a window curtain, watched her departure, which he had been expecting. He gave orders to be notified as soon as she came back, but at 2 o'clock she still had not returned. At 2 o'clock the Baron went to the chamber. When he came out he instructed his coachman to drive him to 30 Avenue des Champs-Élysées, where he found the Count of Monte Cristo at home. "What's the matter, Baron?" asked Monte Cristo when he saw him. "You look disturbed, and that frightens me. A worried capitalist is like a comet. He always presages some disaster for the world." "I've been pursued by bad luck for several days," said Danglars, "and I hear nothing but bad news. My latest misfortune was a bankruptcy in Trieste. Are you speaking of Jacopo Manfredi, by any chance?" "Precisely. Just think of it. A man with whom I'd been dealing for I don't know how long, and never a mistake, never a delay, a man who paid like a prince. I advance him 1,000,000 francs and all of a sudden Jacopo Manfredi suspends his payments. Along with the Spanish affair, that makes a fine end of the month for me. Was it really a loss for you, the Spanish affair?" "It certainly was. It cost me 700,000 francs, but, as long as we're talking about business," added Danglars, delighted to find a way of changing the subject, "suppose you tell me what I'm to do for Monsieur Cavalcanti." "Why, give him money, if his credit seems good to you." "It seems excellent to me. He came to see me this morning and I gave him 40,000 francs. He also opened a credit of 5,000 francs a month for his son. 60,000 francs a year," said Monte Cristo. What does he expect a young man to do with 5,000 francs a month? Of course, if the young man should need a few thousand francs extra, don't advance it to him. His father wouldn't make it good. You don't know these Italian millionaires. They're real misers. Do you mean to say you don't trust this Cavalcanti? Of course I trust him, said Monte Cristo. I'd gladly give him 10 million francs on his signature alone. His fortune is beyond doubt. All these wealthy Italians usually marry among themselves, don't they? Asked Danglars nonchalantly. I suppose they like to combine their fortunes. That's true, they usually do. But Cavalcanti is an eccentric man who never does anything like other people. I'm convinced he's brought his son to France so that he'll find a wife here. Do you really think so? I'm sure of it. Do you know anything about his fortune? I hardly know him. All I know about him is what he's told me himself and what the Abbé Busoni has told me. Just this morning the Abbé Busoni was telling me that Cavalcanti was tired of seeing his fortune lie dormant in Italy, which is a dead country, and that he wanted to find some way of investing it in either France or England. When his son marries he'll probably give him 2 or 3 million francs. If he marries a banker's daughter, for example, his father may invest in the firm of his son's father-in-law. Yes, but he'll no doubt find some princess to marry, won't he? Not necessarily. These great Italian lords frequently marry ordinary mortals. But why are you asking me these questions? Do you have someone in mind for Andrea to marry? To tell you the truth, said Danglars, it doesn't seem like a bad speculation to me, and I'm a speculator. You're not thinking of your daughter, are you? Isn't she already engaged to Albert de Morcerf? Monsieur de Morcerf and I have discussed the marriage on several occasions, it's true, but Madame de Morcerf and Albert? Do you mean to say it's not a good match? Albert may not be as rich as your daughter, but you can't deny that he bears an honorable name. No doubt, but I prefer my own name, said Danglars. I wasn't born a baron, but at least Danglars is my real name. Do you mean to say that the Count of Morcerf's real name isn't Morcerf? It certainly isn't. I was made a baron, so I really am a baron, but he made himself a count, so he isn't really a count. Impossible. Listen, Count, continued Danglars, I've known Monsieur de Morcerf for 30 years. As you know, I make no secret of my origins. Well, when I was a humble clerk, Morcerf was a humble fisherman. What was he called then? Fernand Mondego. Are you sure? He sold me enough fish for me to know him. Then why are you marrying your daughter to his son? Because Fernand and Danglars are both of humble birth, they both acquired a title and they both became rich. One is therefore, essentially as good as the other, except for certain things that have been said about him which have never been said about me. What do you mean? Nothing. Just a minute. I understand. What you've just said has refreshed my memory. I heard the name of Fernand Mondego mentioned in Greece, in connection with the Ali Pasha affair. Precisely. That's the big mystery, said Danglars, and I admit I'd have given a lot to find out about it. That wouldn't have been difficult if you'd really wanted to. You have correspondents in Greece, haven't you? Of course. In Ioannina? I have correspondents everywhere. All right, then, write to your correspondent in Ioannina and ask him what part a Frenchman named Fernand Mondego played in the Ali Pasha affair. You're right, exclaimed Danglars, standing up. I'll write today, and if you should learn some scandalous piece of news, I'll tell you about it. Danglars hurried out of the Count's house and into his carriage. Chapter 39. Let us leave the banker rushing back to his office and follow Madame Danglars, who, as we have said, left her house at 12:30. The antechamber of Monsieur de Villefort's office in the Palace of Justice was crowded, but Madame Danglars was not obliged even to give her name. As soon as she entered, A clerk came up to her, asked her if she was the lady to whom the public prosecutor had given an appointment, and led her to Monsieur de Villefort's office through a private corridor. The magistrate was writing with his back toward the door. He did not look around when Madame Danglars entered, but as soon as the clerk's footsteps had died away in the corridor, he stood up, bolted the door and drew the curtains. When he had made sure he could be neither seen nor heard, he turned to Madame Danglars and said, "It's been a long time since I had the pleasure of talking with you, and I regret that on this occasion we've met to discuss an extremely painful matter." "I think you can understand my emotion," said Madame Danglars. "In this room in which so many criminals have trembled and felt ashamed, and in which I now sit trembling and ashamed, I can't help feeling that I'm also a criminal and that you're a threatening judge. But I think you'll agree that if I've sinned, I was severely punished for it last night. Almost too severely for your strength." "Poor woman," said Villefort, taking her hand. "And yet I must tell you that we haven't yet come to the end of this affair. How was that terrible past revived? How did it rise up like a phantom from the grave and from the depths of our hearts? By chance, no doubt." "Chance? No, no, it wasn't by chance. Wasn't it by chance that the Count of Monte Cristo bought that house? Wasn't it by chance that his workmen discovered the child buried beneath the trees? Poor innocent little creature." "His workmen discovered nothing," said Villefort dully, "and instead of weeping, we ought to tremble." "What do you mean?" cried Madame Danglars. "I mean that the Count of Monte Cristo did not unearth the skeleton of a child in his garden because no child was buried there. Then where was it that you buried our child? What reason did you have to deceive me?" "Listen to me," said Villefort, "and you'll pity me for bearing a burden of grief for 20 years without ever imposing any of it on you. You remember how the child was handed to me immediately after its birth and how we believed it to be dead." Madame Danglars made a movement as though she were about to leap to her feet, but Villefort stopped her with a gesture imploring her attention. "We believed it to be dead," he repeated. "I put it into a box, dug a grave in the garden and buried it. I had hardly finished covering it with earth when the Corsican rushed at me. I felt a sharp pain. I tried to cry out but was unable to, and then I fell, thinking I was about to die. I'll never forget your sublime courage when I dragged myself to the bottom of the stairs and found that, despite your own suffering, you had come down to help me. I struggled against death for 3 months, and then my doctor ordered me to go south for my convalescence, which lasted for 6 months. When I returned to Paris, I learned that you had married Monsieur Danglars. I also learned that the house in Auteuil had been uninhabited since we left it. I went there at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, went up to the bedroom and waited for nightfall. All the thoughts which had haunted me during my convalescence now seemed more threatening than ever to me. The Corsican who stabbed me had seen me bury the child. If he learned who you were, might he not make you pay dearly for his silence? Wouldn't this secret give him another means of vengeance when he found out he hadn't really killed me? It was urgent that I eliminate all trace of that terrible secret. I waited until it was completely dark before I decided to go down into the garden. I think I'm as brave as any man, but when I opened the door and saw a long streak of pale moonlight shining on the spiral staircase like a specter, I almost cried aloud, and it seemed to me I was about to go mad. I finally managed to control myself and started down the stairs. The only thing I was unable to control was a strange trembling in my knees. I clutched the railing at every step. If I had let go of it, I would have fallen. In the garden I picked up the spade and the shaded lantern I had left there that afternoon. I began to dig. Yet even after I had dug a hole twice as big as the first one, I still found nothing. I thought perhaps I was digging in the wrong place. I oriented myself again, remembering all the details, then I made the hole even larger. Nothing. The wooden box wasn't there. "It wasn't there?" said Madame Danglars in a choked voice. "Don't think I stopped there," continued Villefort. I thought the Corsican might have dug up the box, thinking it contained the treasure, and then, when he saw his error, dug another hole and buried it again. I searched the entire garden, but I found nothing, absolutely nothing. I tried to think reasonably. Why did that man carry away the corpse? I asked myself. Why? You've already said it, said Madame Danglars. It was in order to have proof of our secret. No, it wasn't that. He wouldn't have kept the corpse for a year. He would have showed it to a magistrate and made a declaration. But he hadn't done that. No, there was an even more terrible possibility. The child may still have been alive and the Corsican may have saved it. Madame Danglars uttered a cry and gripped Villefort's hands. My child was alive, she screamed. You buried my child alive. You weren't sure he was dead, and yet you buried him. She stood up before him, almost threatening. Villefort realized that in order to turn away this storm of maternal feeling he would have to communicate some of his own terror to Madame Danglars. If that child is alive and someone knows it, we're lost, he said in a low voice. And since the Count of Monte Cristo told us about finding the skeleton of a child where no child was buried, he knows our secret. That's why I asked you to come here. I wanted to warn you. Tell me, he continued, looking at her even more steadfastly than before, you've never spoken to anyone about our affair, have you? Never. Do you keep a diary? No. Do you ever talk in your sleep? No, I sleep like a child. Don't you remember? Madame Danglars blushed. Villefort turned pale. I remember, he said. I could hardly hear your breathing. What now? Asked Madame Danglars. I know what I have to do now, said Villefort. Within a week I'll know who Monsieur de Monte Cristo is, where he comes from, where he's going and why he speaks to us of children buried in his garden. He shook Madame Danglars' hand, which she gave him with reluctance, and respectfully showed her to the door. Chapter 40. That same day Albert de Morcerf paid a visit to the Count of Monte Cristo. The Count received him with his customary smile. I got back from Treport less than an hour ago, said Albert, and my first visit is for you. That's very kind of you. Do you have any news to tell me? Yes, Monsieur Danglars came to dinner at my country house. I'm well aware of that already, since it was in order to avoid his presence that my mother and I went to Treport. But he also had dinner with Monsieur Andrea Cavalcanti. Your Italian prince? Let's not exaggerate. He claims only the title of Viscount. He was there with his father, Monsieur and Madame Danglars, Monsieur and Madame de Villefort, Monsieur Debray, Maximilian Morel and, let's see, oh, yes, Monsieur de Chateau-Renaud. Did they talk about me? Not a word. That's too bad. Why? It seems to me you'd prefer them to forget you. Yes, but if they didn't talk about me it means they were thinking about me a good part of the time, and that makes me unhappy. What do you care, as long as Mademoiselle Danglars wasn't with them to think about you? It's true, though, that she may have been thinking about you at home. I'm sure she wasn't. Or at least if she was, I'm sure she was thinking about me in the same way I think of her. What touching affection. Do you really hate each other? Listen, said Albert, Mademoiselle Danglars would make a charming mistress, but as a wife. So that's how you think of your future wife? Said Monte Cristo, laughing. It's a crude way of putting it, perhaps, but it's still true. It's too bad she'll have to become my wife before I can get what I want from her. I'm horrified at the thought of living with her, talking to her, listening to her sing and having her compose her music and her poetry in my presence for the rest of my life. You can always leave a mistress, but with a wife it's another story. You have to live with her forever. And it gives me nightmares to think of living with Mademoiselle Danglars forever. Don't be too worried about having to marry Mademoiselle Danglars, said the Count. Just let things take their course. You may not be the first one to take back your word. Do you seriously want to break off the engagement? I'd give 100,000 francs to have it broken off. In that case, you can be happy. Monsieur Danglars is ready to give twice that much for the same purpose. If that's true, it's a wonderful stroke of luck," said Albert, who was nevertheless unable to keep himself from frowning slightly. "But what are Monsieur Danglars' reasons?" "Ah, that's human nature. Here's a man ready to chop another man's self-esteem to pieces with an axe, yet he cries out in pain when his own is pricked with a needle. Even so, it seems to me that Monsieur Danglars ought to be delighted with you, isn't that right? But he's a man of such bad taste that he's even more delighted with someone else." "Who is it?" "I don't know, but keep your eyes and ears open and you may be able to find out for yourself."